The one. There was nothing in the world Amelia Fawn hated more than the unexpected. Life was wholly more pleasant when things went according to plan, obediently falling into their natural way and performing as they should, much like a well-oiled clock. But getting stuck on a muddy road, in the centre of a small creek, the wheels of her gig spinning sloppily in the dirty water, was not according to plan. No, it was entirely unexpected. Amelia clicked her tongue, slapping the reins against her horse's rump to try and propel the creature again. A whinny met her ears, and the horse gave another valiant effort, the gig rocking forward as the wheels spun, splashing muddy water up, and splattering Amelia's back with gooey, dirty droplets. Ugh. Dropping her wrists onto her lap, she let the reins fall slack. Her options were quite plain. She could sit on the bench seat until rain came, raising the creek water enough to lift her carriage away and thus dislodging it from the sludge, or she could climb down and do her best to lead her stallion, Howard, out of the mud herself. Her boots were bound to be ruined, but surely the one benefit to wearing nothing but black was that she could muddy her hem as much as she wished, and no one would be the wiser. Or so she assumed. Amelia was not in the habit of dirtying her person in any way. Clutching the thin leather reins firmly in one hand, Amelia shifted on the seat, gathering her skirts in preparation to jump down. She paused, cocking her ear toward the steady clopping of a horse's hooves. Someone was coming. Oh no, not just someone. The absolute last man she wished to see in all of England rode her way with a pleasant smile on his obnoxiously amiable face. "Good day, Mrs. Fawn," Charles Fremont called, lifting his hat from a mop of chestnut hair in greeting. "Might I be of any assistance?" She trained her face into a placid smile. Perhaps if she prayed fervently for a downpour of rain, the heavens would grant her wish and sweep her away from this awful man. Well, awful might be something of an exaggeration. But it truly was horrid how Charles had hung on so when she'd made it plain time and again that her interests could not, would not ever lean his way. Would that he could simply understand that he did not stand a chance in gaining her favour. She'd known Charles her entire life, and his eagerness to please her had never once made her the slightest bit inclined to love him. It had done the opposite, in fact, making her desire as much space between them as possible. "I think this will require the work of more than one man," she said, hoping to stave further offers of assistance, to inhibit his eagerness before it could show. "I was only just considering the merits of walking home to find help." "Perhaps I might save you a trip. I'm heading to Falbrooke now to speak to your brother." Amelia dipped her chin. This was better than she could have anticipated. She had fully expected Charles to swing from his horse and valiantly attempt to save her, but she wanted to avoid that. More than finding his restless need to serve her quite stifling, she could not allow herself to owe him anything. He turned his attention to the wheels of her gig, his light brown eyebrows drawing together in concentration. "You are certain your horse will not move from that position? It does not look very deep." She stifled an irritated sigh. This is what she had been afraid of, Charles playing the hero. She considered demonstrating Howard's inability to pull her from the sludge, but the resulting spray of muddy water would not be worth it. Instead, she nodded. The groove steepened on his brow, and he slid from his horse, tossing the reins over a nearby branch and crossing to Howard's head. "Come, boy, will you move for me?" he asked, his voice surprisingly soft. Howard threw his head back and whinnied, and Amelia tightened her hold on the reins. "I'm not sure he likes—" "If you will urge him forward, I will push from the back," Charles said, focused. "We might be able to get you from the rut ourselves." Amelia turned on the seat, following Charles with her eyes, as he shrugged out of his navy coat and draped it over his saddle, setting his hat on top. "But the water is bound to splash you, and as I said before, I really think this is the work of more than one man." To say nothing of the fact that Charles, while a grown man, was not in the habit of performing manual labour. Throughout their childhood, Charles had preferred to follow her around than play with the boys. Surely his indolent disposition had not since changed. He could not possibly possess the strength required to remove her wheels from the mud. She only thought to save him from humiliation and a muddied person. "Dirty water does not frighten me." He cleared his throat, rolling up his shirt sleeves to the elbow. "Mrs. Fawn." His cheeks turned rosy, his gaze lowering as he stepped around the back of the carriage, his boots splashing in the shallow creek bed. "On my count, urge the horse forward." She nodded, settling forward in her seat again. Well, she tried to stop him. If he wanted a mud spray over his clothing, that was his choice. 1, 2, 3. Amelia slapped the reins against Howard's rump as she rocked back, feeling the pressure of Charles's shoulder against the back of the gig as his grunt rent the air. "Almost," he called, his voice strained, and she leant forward to help. The gig jostled as the wheels broke free from their mucky prison and lurched forth. Amelia pulled on the reins, bringing it to a stop once she was out of the muddy creek, her heart hammering in her chest. Turning to thank Charles, she found him walking back to his horse, wiping his hands together to remove the dirt. He was splattered with mud and his boots were filthy, but he shrugged back into his coat and remounted his horse. And now he was certain to offer his escort, to ensure that she made it to her destination safely. His attentiveness could be stifling. "Thank you, Mr. Fremont." Charles glanced up, his blue eyes bright and cheeks flushed. He smiled briefly, securing his hat back on his head where mud flecks littered his hair, and nodded to her. "Of course, Mrs. Fawn." Turning his horse in the direction of the home where she resided with her brother, Falbrooke Court, he took off, bouncing slightly in his saddle as his horse trotted away. That was all. He did not ask if she was well, or if she required anything further. Amelia stared after the man, waiting for him to glance back at her over his shoulder. He had the discomforting habit of doing so whenever they managed to be in the same place, and this morning would be no different, she was certain. But the farther he rode away down the curved dirt road, the less certain she became. Surely he could not overcome more than 2 decades' worth of infatuation so quickly. Could he? Howard complained, tugging his head and forcing Amelia to tighten her grip on the reins, but her gaze remained fixed on the dark hat atop Charles's head. He moved down the lane at an unhurried pace, rounding the bend and disappearing out of sight without so much as a turn of his neck. He had not looked back at her. Dropping her hands onto her lap, she frowned. It was not as though she wished for the man to remain so captivated by her, not when she was unwilling to give him the attention he sought. No, indeed she had been glad for him when he'd returned to Devon last summer and brought along a young woman whom everyone had believed he might wed. But that relationship had not developed. The woman had left at the end of the house party, and Charles had remained alone. Amelia would be lying if she said she was relieved by that course of events. She wanted Charles to find happiness, to overcome his infatuation with her. Any person who grew up alongside the two of them understood this to be the case, for Amelia had not hesitated to deny Charles time and again. She'd made a habit of refusing him dances and escorts, hoping that eventually he would understand that a relationship between the two of them simply wasn't meant to be. But just now, he had assisted her, then left without so much as a backward glance. In almost 3 decades of their acquaintance, that had never happened. Not once. Clicking her tongue, she urged Howard forward down the lane, shaking the odd line of thought from her mind. If Charles had come to a place where he was no longer engrossed with her, then that would be good for all parties involved, and she must praise his progress, even if it was something of a hit to her own self-esteem. Not that it mattered. Amelia Fawn had married 3 times. It was a truth generally accepted between those who knew her intimately, as well as the majority of the local parishioners, that Amelia would never, ever marry again. Charles Fremont's shoulders were tense. Clenching his muscles as he'd ridden away from Amelia, coupled with the strain of pushing her gig from the mud, had caused him acute soreness. He shook them out, doing his best to release the tension from his arms. It had taken every bit of control he possessed not to glance back at Amelia as he'd ridden away from her, but it had been necessary to refrain. He'd been in love with the woman since they were children, and he knew there was nothing in the world that could entice her to wed him, so he must move on. What choice did he have? He urged his horse forward, rounding another bend and sliding between the trees on the lane that led to Falbrooke Court. The tall yellow sandstone building came into view as he clopped down the gravel drive. He did his best not to think of the old man who had owned this house before marrying Amelia and leaving it to her. He made an effort not to think of any of her husbands when he could help it. But he was not always in complete control of where his thoughts led, though he wished that wasn't the case. His long, unrequited feelings would be much easier to manage if he did possess control of his thoughts. He came to a stop before the tall front doors and slid from the saddle. Amelia's pale blue eyes and perfectly serious, heart-shaped face flashed in his mind, her gratitude evident as she thanked him for helping her from the rut in the creek bed. Sure, she had been pleased to be freed from the creek, but she had felt nothing more. Why did he still need so many reminders of that fact? "What has put that scowl on your face?" Andrew Mason asked, coming down the front steps, a crooked smile on his lips. Charles shook off his thoughts, handing his reins to one of Andrew's servants. Surely his friend did not wish to know that Charles had been thinking of the man's lovely sister. He was here to speak about something different, something far more important than Charles's pathetic, unreturned feelings. "I've brought you a grave dilemma, and I need your discretion and your help in determining what I ought to do." Andrew's smile slipped, his face growing serious. "Please, do come in." "I'm afraid I'm something of a mess," Charles said, indicating his boots. Andrew glanced down. "It looks dry to me. Kick the steps if you're worried, but I'd prefer to speak inside. This heat is stifling." Charles nodded, following his friend up the stairs and stomping away the majority of the loose mud. They stepped into the vast house, crossing the pristine white marble floor to a door at the end of the corridor. Charles avoided looking over his shoulder to see if he trailed flakes of dirt. Perhaps if he didn't look, he would not stress himself over marring Amelia's clean floor. "Is this a health concern?" Andrew asked, holding the door open to his study as Charles passed through. "Yes." "Please, be seated." It did not take much for Andrew to slip into his familiar role as Greyton's trained and trusted physician. "You know, of course, that Mr. Halpert succumbed to the wounds he sustained while serving under my uncle in the Navy." Andrew nodded. He closed his door and stepped around the desk to take his seat. "I was sorry to hear it, and I wish there was more I could have done, but he was not healthy when he came to Greyton." "I know this, Andrew. His widow understands as well. She bears no ill will toward you." "Mrs. Halpert?" Andrew leant back in his seat, his eyebrows drawing together. "She was a quiet thing, but very polite." Charles cleared his throat. There was no way he could explain this without growing uncomfortable. But Andrew was a doctor, and while it was awkward for Charles, his friend was unlikely to bat an eye. "Mrs. Halpert is with child." "Good heavens! And her husband died 6 months ago?" "Yes, just about. So you can imagine that she is nearing her time. It is certainly a blessing, but also a concern. My housekeeper discovered that Mrs. Halpert has struggled with losing her babies in the past, and the very idea of losing this child has caused her an undue amount of stress." "I can well imagine," Andrew said, rubbing his jaw. "And I can come see her right away, Charles. You know you need only have sent a note. But why have I heard nothing of this before now? I have not seen the woman since attending to her husband. Not even at church." "Yes, well, there is more." He tried to hold his friend's gaze, to infuse within it the fact that Charles had needed to come to Falbrooke for this errand, that he did not only do so as an excuse to see Amelia. He told Andrew recently that he was no longer in love with his sister, but he could see how that was difficult to believe, and he didn't want his friend thinking that this favour was naught but a ploy. "I need your advice. Mrs. Halpert is very ill. She has been for the majority of her pregnancy, and while one of her neighbours has been assisting her the last few months, that neighbour can no longer do so thanks to the demands of her children." He paused, and Andrew nodded, intent. "That is understandable." Charles lifted his shoulders in the barest of shrugs. "I want to help Mrs. Halpert in the best way I am able. With her neighbour unable to assist any longer, Mrs. Halpert is completely alone. Her husband is gone, and the only remaining piece of him she has is a chance of this child making it into the world. A feat, when history has proven that a difficult thing for her to accomplish. I do not know anything about the nature of these things, but I would like your guidance so I can help this woman." "That is admirable, Charles. Do you—" Andrew sat up in his chair, straightening his sleeve. "Do you feel for this woman in a way?" "Gads, man! Of course not." Charles leant back, slightly repulsed. Mrs. Halpert was a lovely woman, but Charles had no room in his heart for anyone at present. Not until he figured out how to remove Amelia from it. I'm helping the displaced sailors in lieu of my uncle now that he's returned to sea, and I got to know her husband well in the process of farming my land together. My charity goes no farther than that. I'm simply a man with a willingness to help, but no clear idea how I might do so. I was hoping you could guide me. Andrew gave one concise nod. I will do whatever I can to help, and I think I know just the thing. Chapter 2. Amelia could sense the spray of mud that had long since dried over her back, the crusty flakes that had splattered over the bare nape of her neck, and she yearned to rid herself of the tainted gown. That would have to wait, though. After she had delivered the charitable basket to the Humphrey family, she stopped to call on her friend, Hattie Green, to avoid another potential run-in with Charles while he visited with her brother at Falbrooke. Immature, perhaps, but she wished to avoid the man. She sipped from the delicate porcelain teacup and levelled her friend with a serious look. You don't truly believe in that superstitious nonsense, do you? Hattie wrinkled her freckled nose. Light poured through the Green family's parlour windows, warming the women with its rays. Dust floated within the shafts of light, falling to settle on the navy Aubusson carpet at their feet. I'm not sure, but I cannot see any fault in trying. If it is successful, then I will discover who I am to marry. Or you might see nothing, because magic is not real. Amelia steadied her tone. She would hate for her friend to get her hopes up only to fall disappointed. Hattie, be reasonable. You cannot possibly hang about the church at midnight all alone. It does not feel safe. And what will Mr. Conway think when he sees you scattering hemp seed around the grounds? Hattie scowled playfully. Nothing, because I will not be caught. You believe you can circle the church thrice with no one the wiser? Her soft brown eyes were full of mischief and determination. Under cover of darkness, yes. At least, I intend to try, and if not, I will run. The vicar is nearly blind, anyway. Amelia sighed, swallowing her amusement at the image Hattie had put in her mind of their ancient vicar chasing after her in the dead of night. Then I suppose you may count on me. Someone ought to be there to keep watch. Hattie set her cup on the small table before the sofa and threw her arms around her friend. Oh, I knew I could rely on you. If I'm being honest, the whole idea makes me most anxious. Of course it makes you anxious. It should. Amelia leant back and eyed her friend. It's not natural to circle your church at midnight, calling out incantations and spreading hemp seed for heaven's sake. Just saying that aloud causes my heart to quicken. But it will be worth the effort if it works. My maid heard it directly from the cunning woman who lives in that cottage on the edge of town. It is mere superstition, Amelia argued, sitting back and taking another sip of her tea. She could not reveal how deeply she needed to believe such superstitions to be wholly false. Do you truly think you can take her advice seriously? Curses and things of that nature are not real. I said nothing about a curse. Hattie's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What sort of interest do you have in curses? None, of course. The lie was bitter on her tongue. Amelia held her friend's gaze, hoping she looked convincing. How would Hattie react to learning that Amelia was, herself, most likely cursed? It was a distinct possibility, at least. How else would she be able to explain losing 3 husbands? Most women were able to hold on to one. The Ton certainly hadn't taken to calling her the Black Widow for nothing. Is something troubling you? Hattie asked, too perceptive for Amelia's current mood. She missed having Julia and Mabel around for their regular literary society meetings, to share in the conversation and attention. But married life took up so much of their time, and Mabel lived far enough away that they were fortunate if they saw her once each month. The literary society had all but dissolved, though Hattie and Amelia made an effort to see one another as often as they were able. Amelia lowered her voice. She needed to turn the conversation. Why the sudden interest in a husband, Hattie? I've always wanted to marry, she said, lifting her shoulder in a slight shrug. I just haven't fallen in love yet. But if I can discover it, I would like to know who the man is going to be so I can prepare. Not all marriages stem from love. And even if they did, that was no guarantee the marriage would last. Amelia knew this very well.
No, but mine will.
Hattie spoke with such surety, it caused envy to sneak into Amelia's chest and wind around her caged heart. Hattie reached across the sofa cushion and took Amelia's hand.
And your next marriage can too, if you wish it. With Falbrooke in your possession, you have no need to settle for anything less.
Amelia laughed, the sound dry and rough. Because of Falbrooke, I have no need to settle ever again. I put up with marrying Mr. Fawn in order to obtain comfort and protection, and he gave me a greater sense of security than I could ever have wished for. I live in his house with his fortune, but none of the demands of marriage, and I have Andrew to keep me company.
Surely your brother does not intend to live with you forever. What will you do when he finds a wife?
Doctoring takes up far too much of his mind, and the young unmarried women of Greyton are few. He has shown no interest in marriage. I do believe I have nothing to fear in that quarter. Hattie looked less convinced.
Well, we shall see, I suppose.
She reached forward and laid a supportive hand over Amelia's arm.
I am glad you came to visit. Are you still planning to go to Halstead Friday to call on Julia?
Amelia rose, nodding as she brushed her hands down her skirts. I am, but now I should be getting home. Hattie stood.
You never did tell me how you got your wheels free of the creek bed.
Amelia paused. I didn't? It was Charles Fremont. He happened upon me and helped push me from the mud. Hattie's eyebrows rose.
Indeed? How chivalrous of him.
I suppose.
You do not appear impressed in the least.
Should I be impressed, or was his success due to luck? The man is usually idle and
utterly devoted to you.
Amelia laughed. Devoted is not the word I would use. Hattie fidgeted with her sleeve.
Whatever word you would use, the fact remains the same. Charles Fremont has the loyalty and devotion of a well-trained bloodhound.
And the intellect.
That is a compliment. My father's hounds are utterly brilliant.
Hattie lowered her voice.
Truly, Amelia, I cannot see the faults you do. Charles is a good man. And can you blame him for loving you? You are incredible.
Amelia's stomach wound tight, her heart beating rapidly in her chest. Charles had always been so fond of her, mooning over her like a cow would its calf. However romantic Hattie believed it to be, she was wrong. It was draining to have someone so relentlessly devoted when she did not return the sentiment. Amelia could not help that she had never been attracted to him. Besides, she'd known Charles her entire life. It was hard to find a man handsome when she'd seen him in short coats. Some things did not need lengthy explanations. Amelia had never been fond of Charles, and that was not something she could help. She tried for a light tone. Perhaps you ought to marry him. Hattie pretended to scowl, but she could not cover the smile fighting her lips.
Well, perhaps I shall. I suppose we'll see on Midsummer's Eve.
Amelia drove her gig home, carefully avoiding the place in the creek that had sucked in her carriage wheels, her mind distracted by the visit. Hattie had never come to Charles's defence before. In fact, no one had, that Amelia could recall, not even Mabel, and she had more right than any, as Charles was her cousin. Not that it was of any consequence. The man had doted on Amelia, it was true, but it was not her fault Charles had never been able to catch her interest. Leaving her horse and gig with a groom, Amelia stepped inside her house as the butler held the door for her.
Dr. Mason has requested your presence in the study at your convenience.
Thank you, Baker, Amelia said, handing over her gloves and bonnet. She made her way down the corridor to the study. It had once been Mr. Fawn's domain, but Amelia had felt no compunction passing it to Andrew when the estate fell into her hands. She had spent the 4 months of that marriage, and the subsequent years following her third husband's death, refurbishing the house to her tastes anyway, with Mr. Fawn's explicit blessing, of course. Knocking on the door, she waited for Andrew's voice to bid her entrance, before letting herself inside. You asked for me? Andrew sat at the desk near the tall windows, the drapes mostly drawn against the bright afternoon sun. Light spilled through the narrow openings between the thick damask window coverings, highlighting his concerned brow. Will you come in for a moment? Amelia closed the door behind herself and took a seat across from her brother. You are aware of the project Captain Sheffield began last summer to give homes to some of his sailors? She nodded. Vaguely. Mabel did tell me about it, but I have not learnt much. But you know that one of the men died about 6 months ago, a man called Mr. Halpert. Yes. You were fetched to see to him, were you not? She tilted her head, trying to read her brother's worried gaze. She'd only remembered that instance because he'd been called away during a particularly fraught chess game, and Amelia had been grateful the night had been forced to come to an end. His pale blue eyes were trained on her, puzzled lines forming on his brow. What is it, Andrew? His widow is with child, and I will not vex you with the details, but suffice it to say this child is all she has left of her husband. Mrs. Halpert is quite ill and very alone. They had no other children? They were never able to. Amelia's body clenched when the words hit her ears. She had once thought herself to be in this woman's very circumstance, believing herself to be with child after her husband's death, but had been mistaken. The grief of realizing she'd miscalculated, that her husband was gone from this earth and she did not carry his child, was still raw and fresh 6 years later, a throbbing pain pulsing in her battered heart. She would do her utmost to pray fervently that this woman's child arrived healthy and strong, that Mrs. Halpert was not forced to endure the heartache of losing the babe. What do you need from me? Amelia asked. There was a reason he'd called her in here, but she could see from his fidgeting with the penknife on his desk that he was nervous to speak of it. You may as well say it now. I want to bring Mrs. Halpert here. Amelia had always prided herself on easily hiding her emotions behind a placid face, but in that moment she was fairly certain her brother could discern her shock. To Falbrooke? Andrew nodded. I believe her illness to be worse than typical, and as she has no one to care for her, it would be safer to bring her under our care. Our care? You are asking me to nurse her? No, of course not. And I do not wish to add work for your servants. I can look into hiring a girl from Grayton for the time being, but it will be easier for me to keep an eye on Mrs. Halpert if she is near. There was something else. Something he was not telling her. While somewhat unconventional, it wasn't unreasonable in such circumstances to bring an unwell single woman to their home, so Andrew could keep a better watch on his patient. No, there had to be more. Amelia levelled her tone. You know I would never deny you anything, Andrew. So please explain what has made you so anxious. Of course you may bring your patient here, and I will do whatever I can to help you care for her. It would not be the first time you have asked me to nurse for you, and I have never been unwilling. Resting his elbows on his desk, he clasped his hands together before him. It is the connection that concerns me. Charles has asked me to look after Mrs. Halpert as a special favour. I was afraid that would bother you, that his coming to the house to see her would disturb your peace here. Amelia straightened in her chair. Oh, I see. He rubbed a hand over his jaw. But I called on Mrs. Halpert, and I do believe she needs my help. Then who am I to stand in your way? Andrew tilted his head to the side, spearing her with his gaze. It is your house, Amelia. These are your servants. Of course I would seek your approval first, regardless of who requested this service. Amelia stood, eager to remove her dirty gown and don a fresh one, to wipe the mud drops from her nape. She was keenly aware of the caked dirt around her ankles and splattered over her back, as if it was burning through her clothing and itching her skin. I have told you time and again that this is your home as well, and you may do what you please. Charles may come and go as he wishes in order to visit Mrs. Halpert. I may not love him, but I most certainly do not hate the man either. And besides, Mrs. Halpert would not remain at Falbrooke indefinitely. It was only for a short period of time. Andrew failed to look convinced. We may develop a system to notify you when Charles comes to call, so you might make yourself absent. The image of Charles riding away from her that morning, his gaze fixed forward as he refrained from casting a longing look back at her, was seared into her mind. Something had shifted between them. She shook her head. It is not worth the trouble. At one time Charles and I were friends. Surely we can overcome our somewhat awkward history and become so again. Chapter 3. Charles pulled on the reins, slowing his deep chestnut horse as he gazed over the expanse of barley stalks waving in the warm breeze. Had his land really been empty just a year before, void of the neatly lined fields and left to the wild whims of nature? The spring planting had gone well, and it looked to be a fruitful harvest later in the year. He slid his hand down Maximus's smooth neck and inhaled the scent of warm earth and barley fields. Charles's chest swelled with the pride of accomplishment. He'd never before had to work with his own hands, but this year he'd intentionally changed that. When Mabel married Liam Mackenzie and moved to Camden Court, she'd taken their grandmother and younger sister with her, ridding Sheffield House, Charles's home, of all his family, for his uncle had returned to his ship shortly after. The ensuing quiet had been a blessed relief for a few days, but shortly began to wear, and he'd turned his attention to managing his uncle's project in order to fill his days. While he'd never been particularly idle, he'd lacked much incentive for working with his hands before now. His youth had been spent in the library with his tutor when not out of doors with his friends, and more recent years had been passed in London or travelling to the continent. The only constant for Charles had been his determination to reside wherever Amelia and her husband had not, a typically easy feat when she'd resided mostly in London. Now, they were both in Grayton, and Charles had no inclination to leave, not when he had found a purpose in farming and managing his estate and land. He liked to believe he had matured enough not to moon over her too horrifically either. Skirting the field, he nudged his horse faster and took off toward Larkspur Vale, where the tenant cottages were snugly settled in a line against the woods. The Halpert cottage sat on the edge of the vale, and Charles swung down from his horse when he reached it, throwing the reins over a tree branch and tying it off. He sidestepped a purple flower and made his way to the front door, knocking softly before letting himself inside. He did not see evidence of Andrew's presence, but perhaps his friend was running late. "Mrs. Halpert?"
"In here, sir," she called, her voice weak.
Charles removed his hat, holding it by the brim as he stepped toward the lone bedchamber and paused in the doorway. Mrs. Halpert lay on the bed, propped up by a few pitiful, saggy pillows, her face pale and drawn. Her husband had looked similarly just a few months prior, before the illness had claimed his life. How would George Halpert feel now, knowing his wife sat at death's door as well, even while the cause was a much happier prospect? Bittersweet, surely. He cleared his throat. The room smelt of tallow wax and stale, unwashed linens. "Dr. Mason should be here shortly to convey you to his house. Are you certain this scheme is agreeable to you? You have time to change your mind. I can think of a different arrangement if you are uncomfortable." Her worried eyes flicked to the chest of drawers against the far wall. "Oh, yes, it is agreeable, but I fear I have not been able to pack my things." Moving to sit up, she paused, holding pale fingers over her mouth. Charles froze, his hand resting on the doorframe, unsure of what to do. Should he go to her side? Obtain a receptacle which he might use to... No, there did not appear to be anything nearby. She seemed to settle, her shoulders dropping and her hand lowering to her rounded stomach. Wisps of dark hair fell out of the loose knot at her neck and framed her face. She had a lovely countenance, dimmed from the sickness in her body and the grief in her heart. "Forgive me, Mr. Fremont. I am so ashamed." "Nonsense. You have nothing to be ashamed of." He swallowed, glancing behind him to the open doorway. Where was Andrew? They were supposed to meet at the cottage a quarter-hour ago. "Do not feel obligated to remain here, Mr. Fremont," Mrs. Halpert said, a rosy hue staining her fair cheeks. Drat convention. She was ill. She did not need to worry over what he thought of her. He stepped into the room, setting his hat on the chest of drawers as he passed it, and stopping before her. "Tell me what needs doing, Mrs. Halpert. I am entirely at your disposal." "Oh, but sir, you couldn't possibly—" He perched on the edge of her bed and possessed himself of her hand. The thin blanket slipped around her belly, emphasizing the size of the growing baby against her thin frame. I can, and I will. Your husband was a good friend to me last year, and if there is anything I could possibly do to ease your discomfort, I feel it is my duty to do so. George would have expected no less. Mrs. Halpert's eyes grew glassy, a soft smile curving her lips. Thank you, Mr. Fremont. My George admired you so. A delicate throat cleared behind them, and Charles glanced over his shoulder, his body freezing the moment his eyes fell on Amelia, tall and slender in her stark black gown, made even darker against the bright copper of her hair and milky whiteness of her flawless skin. Gloved hands clasped before her, her eyes grazed them both, her words cool and crisp. Forgive me for the intrusion. I came to see if Mrs. Halpert needed help gathering her things. Charles nodded, before turning his attention back to Mrs. Halpert. He was certainly relieved. Both he and Mrs. Halpert would be more comfortable with a woman assisting her. I will leave you in Mrs. Fawn's capable hands and await you outside. Please fetch me if you need anything at all. Her warm smile was at odds with the sickly pallor of her skin. Thank you again, Mr. Fremont. Charles stood, bowing to each woman before letting himself from the chamber. Charles? He paused in the small front room. He knew that voice so well, though he had not heard it speak his Christian name in years, not since they were practically children. His name on Amelia's tongue sent a volley of shivers through his body, but he did his best to tamp them down, ignoring the pleasant feeling pulsing in his chest. It was unfair of her. She should not address him so informally, not now that they were no longer children. Turning, he tried to deliver a pleasant smile. Yes, Mrs. Fawn. Her eyes crinkled in an apologetic smile. Mr. Fremont, forgive me. Sometimes my tongue slips despite my best intentions. He understood. In his mind, she would always be Amelia. Of course. You are forgiven. He failed to mention that there was nothing she could do that he would not forgive, for that would surely make him sound odd. He liked hearing her call him by his name, but it was not good for him. It would be better to sweep the mishap under the rug and pretend it had not occurred. What can I do for you? Andrew was called to the Pearson home to see little Frederick about a fever. He does not expect to arrive before an hour has passed at the very least. If you would like to leave, I will stay here with Mrs. Halpert. I am certain Andrew and I can see to her needs and get her situated at Falbrooke. I do not mind waiting, however long it takes. He looked to the room behind her, and the invalid, lying helpless. Lowering his voice, he said, and it is bound to take quite a long time. Amelia's gaze held his, her pale blue eyes searing into him. It took all of his control to remain standing where he was, to keep an arm's length between them when he wanted so badly to step closer, just close enough to inhale her subtle floral scent. No other woman had this effect on him, and he wished more than anything he had the power to make it stop. He tore his gaze away from her. Unless you have a task for me, though, I will leave the cottage and await you outside. I believe Mrs. Halpert will be more at ease in my absence. Her eyebrows drew together, but she did not question him further. Very well, if you insist. But can I ask? He waited for her to continue, but she seemed to reconsider what she was going to say, closing her mouth instead. Yes, he prompted, curiosity nipping at him. Amelia shook her head, her gaze flicking to the floor before settling back on him. She seemed uncertain of herself, and it was a foreign expression on her. Charles had always known her to be self-possessed and confident. It was one of the things he admired most about her, how well she knew her own mind. She delivered a plain smile. It was nothing. Pivoting away from her, he took regular, measured steps outside, closing the door behind himself. The summer heat beat down on him, but he preferred the hot rays to the stuffy emotions indoors. Amelia looked lovelier now than she had 10 years before. Age had done nothing but sharpen her beauty and refine her cheekbones, dusted as they were with the barest hint of freckles, her pale blue eyes bright against her shiny copper hair. Even cloaked in the unrelenting black she insisted on wearing, she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Though he longed to see her put off the dashed mourning clothes, to be resplendent in colour once more. Pacing past the cottage, Charles took wide, hurried steps, hoping the exercise would rid the anxious fretting from his limbs. He hadn't expected Amelia to be here, and seeing her in the doorway had completely upended his equilibrium. Regardless, he was wholly appreciative of her effort to help. Mrs. Halpert had seemed far from comfortable at the idea of allowing Charles to assist her in packing her belongings. Surely Amelia would be able to put the woman at ease. Amelia folded the thin, faded dressing gown and tucked it securely on top of the pile of clothing within the trunk before closing the lid. She'd known it was a possibility she would find Charles here when she arrived, but discovering him in such an intimate position with Mrs. Halpert had been a shock. The man had been sitting on the edge of Mrs. Halpert's bed, speaking quietly with her. Surely that could only mean one thing. Charles had feelings for the widow. It certainly explained his lack of interest in Amelia of late. Wiping her hands over the top of the old, sturdy trunk, she latched it and sat back on her heels. It was a lowering thought that the discovery had been uncomfortable for her, that finding Charles with another woman had made her unsettled instead of relieved. She should rejoice that he'd found a woman to whom he could transfer his feelings. But the same had been the case when he'd brought Miss Pemberton home last summer. Amelia had hated it. She was glad for him, that he'd found someone. And yet, her contradicting feelings were discomforting. She'd never admit so aloud, of course. It was ridiculous. It failed to make any sense in her mind. She did not want Charles for herself, but she did not enjoy seeing him with other women. It was odd and entirely unfair of her. This was simply another reason why they could never be together. Amelia was clearly not a good person. A good person would be happy for him, not selfishly discomforted by his alteration of affection. A warm breeze filtered through the window, and Amelia was glad she'd thought to open it when she'd arrived. The stale smell that filled the room had not yet disappeared, but it was improving. Crossing to the bed, Amelia paused, clasping her hands together. "What else might I prepare for you, Mrs. Halpert? Is there anything else you would like to bring with you to Falbrooke?" Shifting on the straw mattress, Mrs. Halpert swept her gaze over the bare room. "I have nothing else, Ma'am. I do thank you for your help. I cannot imagine how I would have managed it myself." She nodded reassurance down at the ill woman. Her pale face and wan expression tugged at Amelia's heart. "I am more than happy to help." "Will Mr. Fawn be—" "No," Amelia said, more crisply than she intended. She softened her words with a smile. "I am a widow, as well. It is just my brother and me at Falbrooke Court, along with an army of servants. You will be very well taken care of." Mrs. Halpert's eyes turned sad, and Amelia wanted more than anything to assure the woman that her pity was wasted, that the passing of Amelia's third husband had not been the sorrowful affair Mrs. Halpert was imagining it to have been. Her first and second husbands, of course, were different. But Mr. Fawn? No, he'd been a business arrangement to provide Amelia with security and a permanent home. She'd mourned his death, of course, but more than that, she had mourned losing the belief that she wasn't cursed. It was standing in the churchyard and gazing down at his name, her most recent surname, etched on the stone, that had led Amelia to finally agree with the barbed tongues of the ton that had brazenly named her the Black Widow. On that cool, foggy morning, when wisps of low-hung clouds licked the earth and wrapped around the gravestones, she had determined to keep the black gowns, to embrace the name, and save more unwitting men from early graves. She had to be cursed. It made sense. How else could she explain losing each of her husbands before reaching a year of marriage? "Any children?" Mrs. Halpert asked, driving the stake further into Amelia's chest and pulling her from her melancholy musings. "No." "Oh, dear." Mrs. Halpert fidgeted uncomfortably. colour bleeding into her cheeks as her slender fingers played with the fringe on her blanket. It was a natural question to ask. The poor woman could not have known how deeply Amelia grieved for that loss in her life, the potential of any future children. Gathering strength, Amelia smiled warmly, sitting on the edge of the bed. I was not blessed with children, but I wasn't married for long, and it was simply the nature of things. The sound of clopping hooves could be heard through the open window, and Amelia stood, crossing to look outside. She was grateful for Andrew's timely arrival, and the ability to put an end to this difficult conversation. Our carriage has arrived. Are you ready? Mrs. Halpert nodded, calmly swinging her legs over the side of the bed and sliding her feet into her shoes while Amelia closed the window. The cottage would remain empty for at least the next month or so, and they would need to secure it tightly to keep out animals. Charles knocked at the door, his gaze resting on Amelia for only a moment, before moving toward Mrs. Halpert. Dr. Mason is here. What may I carry outside? Mrs. Halpert pointed. Just the trunk there. He nodded, crossing the floor, and Amelia lifted a hand to stay him. She'd packed the ancient trunk herself, lining the bottom with layers of Mrs. Halpert's books, and knew the weight would surely require 2 men. Charles bent, lifting the trunk easily, as though it weighed no more than a basket of apples, the muscles in his back straining against his coat. He turned, carrying it from the room, and Amelia could not help but follow him with her eyes, watching through the bubbled glass window as he placed the trunk on the boot of the carriage and proceeded to strap it down. When had he grown so strong? The Charles she knew was idle, sluggish even. But this man had shown massive strength, twice now, if she counted him pushing her gig from the mud, which she should. Clearly, it had not been an easy feat if even Howard had failed to pull her free. Andrew came into the room, his copper hair in disarray as though he'd run his hand through it many times. Good day, Mrs. Halpert. Are you ready to leave? She nodded, and Amelia moved to her side to help her stand. She strung an arm around Mrs. Halpert's waist and allowed the woman to lean on her as they made their way to the door, Andrew following. Charles waited beside the open carriage door, his hands clasped simply behind him. Amelia's gaze was drawn to his arms, before grazing up to his wide shoulders. She noted their breadth for the first time. Swallowing, she averted her eyes, focusing on the woman in her arms. Charles and his newly developed strength would have to be considered later, and they certainly would be. She helped Mrs. Halpert onto the cushioned bench seat and sat beside her, looking through the window at Charles and Andrew in quiet conversation. The men were of the same height, but Charles's width was greater, and he filled out his coat better. Tearing her gaze away yet again, Amelia forced her attention to the buttons on the upholstery of the bench opposite her. Drawing in a breath, she snuffed out the attraction which pulsed in her chest. This would not do. It would not do at all. Chapter 4. Mrs. Halpert had been settled into Falbrooke Court for 2 days, and Charles had remained away, despite his wish to check on the widow. She was in perfectly capable hands, those of a doctor, for heaven's sake. She could not be anywhere better suited to maintain her health. Charles tapped his fingers against the mantelpiece in his drawing-room, his vision blurring over the depicted landscape hanging over the fireplace. His mind was far away from Sheffield House, though his feet remained sturdily on his own carpet. Regardless of his efforts, remaining away from Falbrooke Court did not keep thoughts of Amelia from his mind, and he was going mad with the desire to see her. But what could he do? He crossed to the window, wishing for answers about Mrs. Halpert's well-being, but hesitant to travel to Falbrooke himself to appease his concern. His house rang empty around him, the stillness only broken by the faint noises of a servant moving about upstairs. He had the desire to unburden his thoughts, to seek counsel from a trusted friend. But who could he speak to about this? Not Andrew, certainly. And his cousin Mabel was a 2-hour ride away. He would not be able to make it home before dark if he was to leave now. And he had promised the remaining tenant farmers, Jennings and Rogers, that he would meet them at the Vale early the next morning to begin construction on a 4th cottage. They intended to bring another family the men knew to Greyton when the cottage was ready. Charles's uncle, Captain Sheffield, awaited word that the cottage was ready. Of course, there was always Nick Pepper. They'd developed a friendship over the last few months, spending time together as Charles needed help learning the details of estate management. Nick had been inordinately helpful, and had thus far proven to be a valuable friend. Besides, the man was married, so surely he understood women far better than Charles did. Hopefully, Nick would not be opposed to offering advice in this quarter. Well, there was only one way to find out. Decided, Charles went for his riding clothes, changed quickly, and ordered his horse to be saddled. Approaching the large castle Nick and his wife Julia and their uncle Lord Hart called home, Charles puffed up his cheeks. It was pathetic that he was still smitten with Amelia after so many years of rejection and distance, thoughts of her running through his mind constantly. But hope shone in the recesses of his mind, perilously perched on the edge of his consciousness, that he would find a way to overcome his feelings, that Nick could lead him to discovering how. Leaving his horse with a groom, he followed the butler into the vast, darkly panelled library. He removed his hat, nodding to Nick. "Good day, Charles. How did the planting go in the East Field?" Nick indicated the sofa across from him, and Charles took the seat before stretching his legs and crossing his ankles over the thick burgundy rug. "Smoothly. We got the work done before scheduled and can start on the new tenant cottage in the Vale." Nick's green eyes sharpened. "Do you need another set of hands?" Nick wished to help build a cottage. The offer surprised Charles, but he would not dissuade his friend from providing additional help. "If you can spare the time, then yes. Robert won't like it above half, but I need to do something with my hands." He shook his head. "I'm about to go mad with all this waiting." A grin spread over Charles's lips. "When has Lord Hart's disapproval ever stopped you before? Besides, no one can blame your need for distraction. How long is it until you get to meet your child, anyway?" Nick dragged a hand through his dark blonde hair. "A few weeks, maybe more than a month. One never knows with these things, according to Dr. Mason." "Then you are welcome to pass your days with me in the Vale. Another set of hands will make the work lighter." Nick looked relieved. "When do we begin?" "Tomorrow, after sunrise." He nodded. "I will be there." Charles chuckled. "There is nothing like a solid day's work to rid your mind of worries." He paused. Perhaps that was all he needed as well. To never cease working. Nick narrowed his gaze. "Are you worried about something? I know you did not come here just to ask for my help with the building. What is troubling you? You are astute. I am married. It has sharpened my senses." Charles laughed. Now that he was here, seated across from Nick, he was apprehensive. The idea of unveiling his unrequited feelings for Amelia to the last man in the county who didn't already know of his situation was altogether pathetic. What would his friend think of him? "Nothing, I only—" He cleared his throat. "It was nothing." Nick's eyebrows drew together, and he sat up in his seat. "Please, man, I could use the distraction. It's rather embarrassing." Nick grinned. "All the better." Charles barked out a laugh. "Very well." Scrubbing a hand over his face, he hesitated before speaking, his words measured and careful. "I have been in love with Amelia Fawn for my entire life, but my feelings have never been returned." He glanced up to gauge his friend's reaction, and found Nick listening intently, a serious expression on his face. It emboldened him to continue. "I made no secret of my attachment to her, and she made no secret of her lack of interest in me. I had thought last summer when I came close to becoming engaged to Miss Pemberton that I had overcome my feelings for Amelia, but alas, I cannot remain near the woman without my heart beating wildly for her." He shrugged, helplessness filling his empty chest. "I realize I do not have a chance, that she will never love me the way I love her, but I'm at a loss to know how to overcome that." Nick whistled, low and smooth. "Gads, man, I'm not sure I have anything to offer." Have you made an attempt to stay clear of her? Charles nodded. I've tried everything. I'm the first to admit that there will never be a relationship between myself and Mrs. Fawn, but where I struggle is knowing how to overcome my feelings. Well, then don't overcome them. Charles blinked. Had Nick not paid close attention? My feelings are not returned. I cannot very well force the woman to love me. No, and I would never suggest that. What I am proposing is that you allow yourself to feel these things, instead of trying so hard to snuff them out. Allow yourself the luxury of loving the woman, even from afar. You needn't ask her to dance or call on her with a bouquet of flowers. Simply appreciate the person you care for, and ask nothing in return. Ask nothing in return. Hadn't he done that the last few times he'd seen her? He'd pushed her gig from the mud and left, refraining from drinking in the sight of her as he'd ridden away, or extending their chance meeting into a longer conversation. And again at the Halpert cottage, he'd left the women alone the moment Amelia had arrived. And in neither of those situations had Charles walked away feeling worse. Nick just may be onto something with this theory. You may be the woman's friend without requiring more from her, Nick said, crossing his ankle over his other knee. Love her from a distance. Perhaps that would help you to overcome the depth of your feelings, if you stop fighting them so much. It is certainly worth a shot. Charles rubbed the back of his neck. Thank you, Nick. I needed to confide in someone, and I had no one else with whom I felt comfortable enough to speak about these things. If I can ever return the favour, do not hesitate to call on me. Nick nodded. You are returning the favour by distracting me from the impending birth of my firstborn son or daughter. Charles grinned, glad to be of service. Amelia leant against the plush sofa cushion in Julia's drawing room, listening to Julia and Hattie discuss the upcoming Midsummer's Eve feast and Hattie's subsequent ritual plans, and doing her level best not to look appalled. Do you wonder what the consequences will be if you are caught? Julia asked, her hand resting on her ample belly. Her cheeks were flushed, and her free hand waved a fan over her face. Hattie nodded.
Amelia is coming to stand watch. But truly, what could old Mr. Conway do if he did happen upon us? None of my actions will be inherently evil.
What do you call conjuring the image of your future husband, then? Julia asked, laughing. She fanned her face harder, fighting the warm summer heat. Do not mistake me. I am not opposed to the scheme. In fact, you may count on me for another lookout. Amelia and Hattie shared a glance. Do not count me out yet, ladies, Julia said. I need all the distraction I can muster until this babe arrives. I cannot sleep at night anyway, so I may as well help you. Hattie grinned.
Very well.
Her eyes brightened.
Perhaps the cunning woman knows a way to determine the sex of your babe. Shall I have my maid inquire?
Julia shook her head. I don't need magic to know that. I can feel it. This child is a girl.
How do you know?
Julia shrugged. I just know. I can't explain how, except that it is a feeling deep in my heart. Hattie lifted her hands.
I suppose the only way to test that knowledge is if I send my maid to ask.
We will not be asking any cunning woman about my child, Julia said, through her laughter. That is probably for the best, Amelia agreed. She wasn't sure involving the cunning woman in their affairs was a good idea at all. The less they interacted with the woman, the better. We shall test Julia's theory by waiting for the birth and learning the sex of the baby then. Hattie grinned, unrepentant.
Very well. Spoil my fun, then.
Julia covered a deep yawn with her fan. Wiping her hands down her skirt, Amelia took the yawn as a sign that they had remained long enough, and rose. We ought to leave now so you may catch some sleep. I would argue with you, but I am much too tired to do so. Hattie reached across the sofa and took Julia's hand, her voice softening.
Do not rise on our account. We can see ourselves out.
We will see you at the feast, Amelia said, pulling on her driving gloves. Julia nodded, yawning yet again. Hattie strung her arm through Amelia's, and they left the drawing room, making their way down the stone corridor to Halstead's cavernous entry room. The castle was large and draughty, and Amelia had not been fond of it before Julia had arrived, bringing her warmth and joy and brightening the very rooms with her spirit. "We should have tried harder to keep her from joining us," Amelia said. Despite her general zest for life, Julia was far too pregnant for a midnight adventure to be a wise idea.
"It would have been useless. No one can keep Julia from doing what she wishes."
"Valid point." Amelia turned to the butler standing beside the front door. "Will you send for our horses, please?" Footsteps came from the opposite corridor, as deep voices echoed from the stone walls. Julia's husband appeared, Charles by his side. Amelia froze, yearning to look at Charles even while her mind told her it was a bad idea. If she looked at him, she wasn't sure she'd be able to tear her gaze away, as she had the strongest urge to appraise the width of his shoulders again. No, Amelia, that was not appropriate. Mr. Pepper paused, his eyebrows lifting. "Good day, Mrs. Fawn, Miss Green." The women both curtsied, replying in kind. "How is my wife?" Mr. Pepper asked. Hattie smiled.
"Tired. You may find her asleep in the drawing-room."
"It would not be the first time," he replied, amusement on his lips. Amelia failed in her resolve and directed her attention to Charles. Her heart pounded, and she pasted a bland smile on her lips. She had quite a lot of practice looking bored. She could only hope she was achieving the expression now. "How are you today, Mr. Fremont?" "I am well, thank you." He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. In fact, something felt very changed in him. Truthfully, it had since the moment he had pushed her from the mud. She tried to recall the last time she had seen him before then, but it was hard to remember. He had not been so overbearing of late, it was true. In fact, she believed the last time he had asked her to dance was at the ball celebrating Julia and Nick's wedding last summer. What had changed in the man in the year since? "Good," she said. "I am glad." The front door opened, and the butler appeared.
"Your horses are ready."
"Thank you, Wells," Mr. Pepper said. "And Mr. Fremont's as well."
"Yes, sir."
Charles turned toward Mr. Pepper, his back partially facing the women. "Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it immensely. Wish me luck." Mr. Pepper's face broke into a handsome smile. "You don't need it, but good luck nonetheless." Charles nodded, shifting back toward the women and bowing. "Good day, ladies." He strode outside before they had fully risen from their curtsies. Amelia watched him walk away, the easy, steady gait of a man who knew what he was about. He did not glance back at them over his shoulder, and his confident stride nipped at the corners of her consciousness. So familiar, yet so difficult to discern from where. A memory flashed in her mind, and she stepped back on impulse, a short, silent gasp stealing her breath. Henry. Charles Fremont had just reminded her of Henry. Chapter 5. 8 years earlier. 17-year-old Amelia Mason, swathed in her finest silk gown and with her hair perfectly coiffed, stepped into Almack's, the hub of London's elite, her body anxious, giddy with possibility. Mother directed her to the far wall, and she was glad of the vantage point it gave her to watch the bustling crowd full of swirling silk and sleek, dark coats. A vibrant red curl fell into her eye, and she pushed it aside, searching the room for the tall, broad-shouldered man with wavy black hair who owned her heart. Her gaze fell on him, and her pulse began to race as he neared, his walk confident, his dark eyes set firmly on her. She never believed she would be so lucky that such a handsome man would choose her in a sea of beautiful debutantes. That she had seemed to retain his interest over the past few months was beyond her wildest dreams. Covertly, she pinched herself on the wrist, satisfied when she did not wake. This was no dream. This was her life. "Good evening, Miss Mason." Henry Brown bowed handsomely, his dashing smile making her knees weak. You are absolutely ravishing this evening. Might I claim the first set?
You may, Mr. Brown.
He lowered his voice. And the second. And the third. Amelia giggled, pressing herself closer to him. You should not speak so. Not until the wedding has passed. He leant close, his voice sending shivers down her neck. After our wedding, I will reserve every single dance, and I will refuse to give you up to anyone. Her heart soared, anticipation skittering over her skin. Slipping her hand over his proffered elbow, she allowed him to lead her toward the dance floor. Happiness filled her chest, and she grinned unabashedly at the man she loved so desperately. Never could she have imagined she would be so lucky, nor so satisfied with her lot in life. Amelia was a blessed woman, indeed. Amelia knocked on Mrs. Halpert's bedroom door, letting herself in upon hearing the woman's voice bid her entrance. Andrew was perched on a chair at her bedside, a small notebook in his hand as he wrote with a pencil. Small lines creased between his eyebrows, a sign of concentration. I was coming to ask if there is anything you might need before we depart for the feast, Mrs. Halpert, but I can see that my brother was ahead of me. Mrs. Halpert nodded, a tired smile on her pale lips. In the short weeks since she'd come to Falbrooke Court, she had grown quieter, paler, a feat when one considered what her appearance had been to begin with. Was she not meant to improve by coming to stay with them? What more could Andrew or Amelia do to better the woman's health? Amelia snuffed out the growing tide of anxiety in her stomach. She'd known too many women that had died from complications related to pregnancy or childbirth not to take this seriously. Mabel's mother came to mind, and the blacksmith's wife more recently. I am so very fortunate to be here. Mrs. Halpert glanced between the siblings, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. I cannot thank you adequately. Nonsense, Andrew said, bestowing a kind smile on the woman. We are more than happy to help. We truly are, Amelia added. Are you certain you don't wish to join us at the feast? She shook her head, her voice wan. I am much too tired, I'm afraid, but I thank you for your consideration. Andrew stood. He leant over and slid the bell on the side table closer to the edge nearer the bed. That had been Amelia's idea, for they couldn't expect Mrs. Halpert to cross the room to the bell pull whenever she found herself in need. Next year, you will be able to celebrate Midsummer's Eve and St. John the Baptist's feast with all of Greyton and your little babe, he said, compassionately. For now, focus on resting and eating. You must gather strength. A grateful smile curved Mrs. Halpert's lips. Andrew followed Amelia out into the corridor, and they made their way toward the front door and the carriage awaiting them. Do you think there is more we can do for Mrs. Halpert? Amelia asked, fiddling with her gloves. She does not appear any better than she was when we brought her home with us. Andrew helped his sister into the carriage before climbing inside and sitting opposite her. He glanced up at the house, worry on his brow. There is no more we can do. I've written to a colleague of mine from Oxford who dealt with a similar situation a few years ago and asked for advice. It is strange, though. By this point in Mrs. Halpert's pregnancy, the sickness ought to have eased, not worsened. Could it be something else that ails her? Something unrelated to her pregnancy? He shook his head, rubbing his fingers over his jaw. I am not an expert on these matters, I'm afraid, but I do believe her illness is entirely owing to the child. I can find nothing else. Dr. Carr will be better able to advise me, though. I eagerly await his letter. Amelia swallowed, turning her attention to the window. I feel quite helpless. She didn't like feeling as though there was nothing she could do. She'd always been so capable and strong. In this, her capability mattered little. It was out of her hands, and she hated not having control. Andrew leant across the carriage, squeezing her knee, his face screwed into a sad smile. I understand. Rest assured, Amelia, we are doing everything in our power to help her. Illness is a natural aspect of what she is going through. It is the intensity of her symptoms that is worrisome, and the length for which she has suffered. But this happens occasionally. We need to help her, to pray, and to remember that it is all in God's hands." That didn't feel like enough to Amelia, but she refrained from saying so. What other option did she have but to silence her worries? She'd learnt long ago that many things were out of her hands. The town had pulled together to create a lovely feast for the celebration of Midsummer's Eve. Tables lined the churchyard, overladen with plates heaping with rolls, pasties, berries, and puddings. People milled about, while children laughed and ran down the street. There was a general feeling of cheerfulness about the churchyard that warred with the discontent heavily settled on Amelia's chest. She stepped around a group of children bundling flowers into wreaths for their hair, and found Hattie and Julia seated on a bench under the green branches of a hawthorn tree.
"Oh, good! You've made it!"
Hattie said, sliding closer to Julia to make room on the bench. Amelia sat, smoothing her gown over her knees and clasping her hands in her lap. The shade offered sweet relief from the sun, though the heat was beginning to soften as they rolled into evening. She admired the general splendour of the churchyard, but could not find it in herself to join in. The merriment around her did nothing but heighten her guilt for having left Mrs. Halpert behind. This was likely why it was a good thing Andrew was the doctor, and not she. She could not remove their patient from her mind long enough to enjoy the town coming together to celebrate the beginning of summer. She was faintly aware of Julia and Hattie discussing the pasties they'd eaten, but her gaze tripped over the crowd, searching for her brother. She found him standing beside the church, his arms crossed over his chest as a comfortable smile sat on his lips. How could that man be so relaxed when a woman under his care was in such discomfort? Andrew laughed at something, and Amelia's hands clenched tightly together on her lap. The group standing between them shifted, and she looked to see who her brother was speaking to. Her heart stuttered, taking in Charles's radiant grin. Why must he be everywhere? And what had he said to amuse Andrew so deeply? She'd never known him to be funny, but clearly Andrew thought he was. Had she misjudged Charles's capacity for humour? Andrew laughed again, and she frowned. Well, clearly the fault lay within her somehow.
"Amelia!"
She pulled her glare from Charles, batting away the interest taking root in her mind. This was not good. She needed to squash those unwelcome thoughts before they had a chance to grow. Hattie's head tilted to the side.
"How long have you been wool-gathering? I need to know how much I should repeat."
"We are discussing very important things," Julia added, her eyes sparkling. "Like cunning folk and curses and—"
"Curses?"
Amelia asked, turning sharply.
"What curses?"
Her friends blinked back at her. Julia laughed awkwardly, her hand absently rubbing her rounded belly. "None that we know of. Hattie only mentioned that the cunning woman at the edge of town could curse Mr. Ward if he continues to eat all the pasties before you've had a chance to eat one." "You are quite enamoured by this cunning woman, aren't you, Hattie?" Amelia chuckled, the sound strained. Perhaps if she continued on as though she had not just had an outburst, her friends would ignore it as well. "I am not hungry. Mr. Ward is welcome to all the pasties he'd like."
"I'm certainly not enamoured by the woman,"
Hattie said, her playful tone defensive.
"But I did hear from my maid that Mrs. Briggs lost a pocket watch that was very dear to her, and Mrs. Fowler was able to help her find it. Either way, I fear Mrs. Fowler can only produce white magic. We shall have to go elsewhere for our curses."
"I am certain Mrs. Fowler cannot produce any magic," Amelia countered, trying to soften her words with a smile. Hattie did not look convinced, her freckled nose wrinkling in thought.
"I suppose we shall see tonight, shan't we?"
"For now, though, I should like another pasty. This baby is determined to double my size before her arrival." Julia turned to Amelia. "How is Mrs. Halpert faring?" "Not well. She has lived in my house for a week now, but only seems to be growing worse." A frown appeared on Julia's brow. "Perhaps your brother should consult Mrs. Fowler." Amelia's lips flattened into a thin line. "You know I do not subscribe to magic, and I am certain Andrew's training is more than sufficient." Julia shook her head, placing a staying hand on Amelia's arm. Mrs. Fowler is also a midwife. Oh. Amelia deflated, as though the wind which had previously been buoying her up died at once. She looked for her brother again in the crowd, surprised to find him crossing toward her, Charles just behind him. "Good evening, ladies," Andrew said, bowing to Amelia's friends. Charles did the same. "We've come to ask if you would like to accompany us to the back garden. They plan to light the bonfire soon." Amelia stood, eager to leave behind the conversation about curses and white magic. "Yes!" Hattie and Julia rose, and the group weaved through the familiar parish families, skirting the churchyard to gather in the large field behind the tall, whitewashed stone building. Charles fell in step at the back of the group, and Amelia slowed her gait, walking alongside him. "Good evening, Mr. Fremont." His eyes registered momentary surprise before he shuttered them again. Tipping his head to her, he clasped his hands loosely behind his back, his arms straining against the dark grey coat he wore. "Is Mrs. Halpert settled in at Falbrooke?" She gave a rueful laugh. "She's likely more settled than I am at present." Charles turned, his eyebrows drawn. "Do you imply that she is more at home than she ought to be? Or that you are less so?" Amelia bit her tongue. She should have refrained from confiding in Charles, but her friends had not seemed as concerned as she felt, and the need for validation was bubbling in her. Andrew, though worried, was able to shrug away his woes. Amelia did not have that ability. She was certainly not enjoyable to be around at present. Surely she should return home. "Amelia?" Charles asked, lowering his voice. They trailed behind Andrew, Julia, and Hattie, approaching the large pile of wood and kindling set up for the bonfire to celebrate the life of St. John the Baptist. "What is it? You are clearly troubled." "Mrs. Halpert is settled in just fine, but she has not improved in the least. I assumed by now she would have more colour in her cheeks, not less." "You're concerned as you credit." No. Amelia was no saint, and she would not allow Charles to paint her in such a light. And my celebrating, spending time here, that does me credit also. She shot him a bland smile. Perhaps she had been wrong to turn to him for support. She certainly never would have before, but the way he was retreating, giving her space, gave her the urge to do what she could to pull him closer again. Good heavens! How dreadful of her. "Please, forget I said anything at all. You are right. There is nothing that can be done from here." She turned to draw alongside Hattie, leaving Charles behind without another word. Threading her arm through Hattie's, she waited for the men to light the fire, listening to her friend's discussion as she traced the dry branches with her eyes and smothered her mortification. The milder weather was comforting, and the chatter from familiar voices soothed her anxious shoulders. Charles crossed to the other side of the fire, planting himself beside Andrew, and looking as though he was avoiding Amelia's gaze. The bonfire was lit, climbing up the tall branches which leant together in a triangular formation, until the flames grew so large that the women were forced to retreat a few steps to avoid the heat. Julia's face was flushed, despite having moved away from the heat, and she retrieved her fan from her reticule, likely to grant her cheeks some relief. Mr. Pepper approached with a glass of lemonade and offered it to his wife. "Shall we return home? I got caught up speaking to Mr. Traynor, or I would have located you sooner." "No, of course not." Julia widened her eyes, her gaze flicking between Hattie and her husband. "I already told you that I have something I must do tonight." Mr. Pepper's exasperation reached his eyebrows. "Certainly, you jest." "No, I do not." He looked to Hattie. "You do not mean to actually—" "Shush," Julia said, pulling her husband's arm. "If you announce our intentions, we won't be able to see them happen, will we?" His gaze was unrepentant. "Perhaps that is precisely my goal." "You would not do that to me," Julia said, her voice holding a warning. The adoration which fell over Mr. Pepper's face was enough to turn Amelia's stomach, and she squeezed Hattie's arm. "If you are not feeling quite the thing, Julia, you may rest easy. I will not abandon Hattie tonight, and we can give you a full report tomorrow." Julia pouted. "But I want to be there." Mr. Pepper leant closer to his wife. "I do hope our child does not inherit your stubbornness." "I am certain she will," Julia said, her eyebrows rising in challenge. Mr. Pepper laughed. "Oh, heaven help me."
"There are hours yet until midnight," Hattie said. "If you'd like to go home and rest now, Julia, you have plenty of time to do so and return later."
"Capital idea, Miss Green." Mr. Pepper took Julia's hand, and she sighed, allowing him to pull her away. Glancing back over her shoulder, she speared Hattie and Amelia with a look while she waddled away. "Come fetch me when it's time."
"We will,"
Hattie called back, heedless of who heard her. Amelia sometimes envied her friends' abilities to behave carelessly, as though they could do or say what they wished, without fear of offending anyone's sensibilities. One would believe that Amelia, more than most, would have that luxury. But her own mind often got in the way of her taking advantage of her status as a widow.
"Now,"
Hattie said, turning away from the fire, the sun setting behind her,
"shall we retrieve some berry tarts before Mr. Ward is able to eat all of those as well?"
"We may as well try." Charles stood alone, the bonfire before him building rapidly in the sky, its flames licking the dark night and glowing against the faces surrounding it. He had done his best not to follow Amelia around all evening with his gaze, but even when he did not watch her, he knew where she was. He could feel it. He'd almost broken his resolve after she'd confided in him earlier, but he'd remained strong, allowing her to leave his side without following her and pressing for more. He did not ask if he could fetch her lemonade or a tart, and he surely did not offer his arm when they'd walked to the back of the church to watch the men light the bonfire. Charles had shown great restraint, and he was quite proud of himself. "Mr. Fremont," a deep voice said, gathering his attention. He turned to find the vicar approaching, leaning heavily on his cane. "Good evening, Mr. Conway. Well done on the success of this feast. The town made a good showing tonight." "Indeed." He sighed good-naturedly. "If only our pews could be as full on Sundays as this churchyard was today." Charles smiled. "I am certain these gatherings are good for the congregation." Mr. Conway nodded. His gaze returned to the dwindling crowd. Women cleared away the remaining plates and bowls, as families gathered and bade one another farewell. The evening was winding to a close, and Charles's gaze found Amelia, seated again on the bench beneath the hawthorn tree, Hattie Green beside her. "How are you managing the estate now that your uncle has returned to the sea?" the vicar asked, his shrewd gaze tripping over Charles's face, causing him to feel bare. It was likely untrue, but Charles had spent most of his life believing that this man could see straight into his soul. As a child, he'd been convinced that Mr. Conway had the ability to read minds. Now, he knew better. Or so he hoped. "He left us some time ago," Charles said, "and I have managed well enough, I think. Surely your house feels empty now that Miss Sheffield married and left. She managed to abscond with the rest of the family." He shrugged, unsure where the vicar was leading with this. "It has become very quiet, but I am growing accustomed to it." "Do you have plans to fill the house once again?" Ah, so that was it. Charles pasted a smile on his face. He was certainly going to remain a bachelor for the rest of his days, and unless his uncle decided to leave the Navy and move home, Sheffield House would likewise remain quiet. If he could not even secure Miss Pemberton's hand last summer, what other option was available to him? None. "I am not sure what the future holds for me, Vicar. I suppose only time will tell." The man gripped Charles's shoulder. "I will continue to pray for you, Mr. Fremont. It is only a matter of time. Surely she will come around." She? Mr. Conway could not mean Amelia, certainly. He suppressed an irritated scoff. Did the entire town watch Charles and Amelia for entertainment? Even the vicar? Discomfort pooled in his gut. He wanted to leave. "I should be getting home," Charles said, returning Mr. Conway's smile with no little effort. "I will see you Sunday. Be careful on your way home. There are gypsies camping in Donning Grove. Heard it from Mr. Tucker myself. I shall be on my guard, he said, though truthfully the matter did not frighten him. Gypsies had camped in those woods before, and had done nothing to bother him or his land. Goodbye, then, Mr. Fremont. Charles stepped away, lifting his hat in farewell. He skirted the edge of the dwindling crowd, stepping down the street to where he'd left his horse earlier that day. He needed a bruising ride. Too bad it was much too dark for such a thing. Swinging up into the saddle, he settled into his seat and gripped the reins tightly. A carriage passed him on the street, and he lifted his hat to the coachman, giving the conveyance ample room to pass. He was sure Mr. Conway was well-intentioned, but the man's questions had done nothing but drive home just how pathetic Charles's situation was, and how very alone he would be when he returned to Sheffield House for the night. Swinging his horse around, he directed it toward the inn at the end of the road. 1 drink, and nothing more. Just a little something to prolong his evening, to make certain he was dead tired by the time he returned home, that he might fall into bed half asleep and not lie awake for hours considering his pitiful life. Just 1 drink. Chapter 6. The foolishness of Hattie's plan wrapped anxious claws around Amelia in the chilly evening air, uncertainty closing in on her. If they were caught, they were bound to lose all credibility within the parish. Noises from the inn at the end of the street punctuated the stillness of the night, reminding them that they were not the only ones who had chosen to remain awake this late in the evening. "Are you absolutely certain no one will catch us?" Amelia whispered loudly, eliciting an irritated groan from her friend. Light from the half-moon shone down on them, glowing against Hattie's pale skin as she slid down from her horse.
"No, but I am nearly positive."
A muffled cheer rose up, floating through the open windows of the inn's taproom. Amelia slid from her horse, guiding him closer to Hattie. She glanced over her shoulder, unable to locate Julia in the darkness, though she knew her friend was there, stationed further down the road to keep watch. Amelia's job was to stand guard in the churchyard. Hattie took the reins and tied them to a branch on the hawthorn tree in front of the church.
"The only people awake are either completely foxed, or they work in the inn and thus have no reason to leave it, especially not to come to a churchyard at midnight."
"Very well. Let us get this over with. Do you have the hemp seed?" Hattie grinned, her teeth shining against the moonlight.
"Indeed I do."
"Then let's get on with it." Amelia felt 14 again, sneaking out late at night to meet with her friends at the Green's old pond for a late-night swim. If her mother had ever found out she had done that, she would have been banned from leaving her house for the following year at the very least. But this was nothing like that. She was a grown woman now, and if she wanted to hang about a churchyard at midnight, she no longer had a mother, or a husband, to stop her. Excited energy pulsed from Hattie, and she pulled a small woven bag from her reticule, tugging at the drawstrings to widen the opening. She clicked open the watch that hung on a chain around her neck, angling it toward the moon. With a decided snap, she tucked the watch into her bodice and glanced up.
"Wish me luck."
"You don't need luck," Amelia said, unable to help herself. "You have magic." Hattie nodded, resolute. Turning for the church, she pulled out a handful of hemp seed and began to walk around the building.
"No, Hattie,"
Amelia called, trying to keep her voice down.
"Clockwise."
Hattie jumped.
"Oh, right."
Pivoting, she turned the other direction and walked the perimeter of the church, scattering the hemp seed as she walked, her voice reciting the poem in a soft murmur.
"Hemp seed I sow, hemp seed I grow, let him who is my true love."
Her voice disappeared as she rounded the corner, and Amelia swept her gaze up and down the road to check for intruders. The eerie stillness of the empty street heightened her nerves, and she wrapped her arms around her chest to stem their shaking. Hattie's voice grew louder again as she appeared, shooting Amelia an excited smile as she continued with her process. She needed to go around the church 3 times. Only 2 to go. Voices from the inn's taproom grew louder, another cheer roaming through the night. Surely they were not so rambunctious every evening. But then again, it was midsummer, and a quarter day. Light spilled from the inn as the door opened and a man called his farewells to the occupants inside. Oh dear. Hattie appeared around the corner once again, spreading the seeds as she walked. Her tiny pouch could not contain very much, so she certainly must be quite sparing in her spreading. If only she would walk a little faster. Horse hooves clopped down the lane behind Amelia as Hattie disappeared around the corner once more. She only had one more circulation to go and she could be finished with this madness. Perhaps the man who left the inn would be too foxed to notice them as he passed. Slipping further behind the hawthorn tree, Amelia stepped on a twig, and her horse turned its head sharply at the snap. She shut her eyes in consternation. They could potentially remain hidden in the shadows of the tree and the church, but 2 horses tied off the side of the lane were a dead giveaway.
Let him who is my true love.
Oh, Hattie, please finish quickly. Amelia peeked between the branches, her hands shaking as her friend finished her incantation, slipping around the side of the church and out of sight. The horse hoof slowed, and the man atop the horse turned his curious face toward the church, his eyebrows drawing together. Amelia groaned. Charles. Could no other man come upon them at midnight? Must it be Charles? She scowled at him from her hiding place, hoping he would turn about and go home. A high-pitched scream rent the air, shaking Amelia from her trance. Hattie. She turned toward the church when the horse Charles rode whinnied, rearing back and throwing his rider to the ground. Charles's body landed on the grassy edge of the churchyard with a thud as his horse bolted down the street. Charles! She called, rushing to his side and falling to her knees beside him. He groaned, his hand coming up to rub his other shoulder, and she caught a whiff of something stale. Had he been drinking? Shifting, he tried to get to his feet. Do not hurt yourself. The scream, he said, his gaze searching the shadows beside the church. Amelia's heart dropped to her stomach. She'd forgotten Hattie's scream when Charles's body had been flung before her. Rising to her feet, she lifted the hem of her gown and bolted toward the back of the church, nearly running directly into Hattie. Oof! Hattie leant back against the church, chest heaving. Amelia gripped her shoulders. Are you well? What happened? Nodding, Hattie's eyes were wide.
It worked! I saw a face!
Amelia could shake her friend for causing her such a scare. Her pulse thudded in her ears as she surveyed Hattie and determined that she seemed well. Whose face?
Well, it wasn't human.
Charles rushed around the corner of the church, and Amelia swiveled, grabbing his sleeve and putting up her other hand to stall him. She is well, Charles. She isn't hurt. Or should she amend that Hattie was not in danger? Seeing a non-human face perhaps did not count her as entirely well.
Mr. Fremont,
Hattie said, her eyes growing wider.
This is not as it appears.
I'm not sure I know how it appears, he said, stumbling forward a step before righting himself. His gaze shifted between the women as he tugged down his waistcoat. So perhaps you may tell me what is going on here. Are you in danger?
No danger,
Hattie said, shaking her head. That was a relief. Then why did you scream? Amelia asked. Hesitation flickered over Hattie's face, her round eyes jumping between Amelia and Charles.
Perhaps later,
she said, through her teeth. Amelia slipped her gloved hand around Hattie's shoulder. If you are safe, then let's find Julia. She is undoubtedly worried. They fled the shadows behind the church for the moonlit churchyard, Charles trailing closely behind them. Amelia leant in, lowering her voice. Why did you scream?
I saw a fox,
Hattie whispered, her eyes bright with excitement.
I'm not certain what it means, but surely it carries some significance.
A fox?
Indeed, isn't it delightful?
A light scoff lifted from Amelia's throat. In what way was looking for her husband and seeing an animal delightful? Only Hattie would find something humorous or good in this situation. If it was so wonderful, then why the scream? Hattie squeezed her arm, drawing closer.
I did not actually expect to turn and find eyes staring back at me, Amelia. I may be more of a believer than you are, but I am not wholly mad.
At present, that claim felt somewhat debatable. Julia reined in, her horse coming alongside the other women's horses. "What is it? What's happened? I heard a scream."
"I was merely frightened, nothing more."
"Did it work?" Julia asked, eyes bright. Amelia scoffed. Was she the only reasonable woman in Devon? Hattie nodded.
"Yes, well, sort of. I shall tell you more later."
Julia seemed to notice Charles, and she lifted a gloved hand from her horse's neck. "Good evening, Mr. Fremont." Directing her wide-eyed gaze back to Hattie, she indicated the man with a nod. Oh dear. Now Julia was certain to assume Charles had appeared to Hattie after her incantation, implying he was the man she was going to marry. Good heavens, the two of them could not be more ill-suited. "Mrs. Pepper," he said, delivering a lopsided bow. His hand swirled in the air, languidly indicating the church behind him. "You are part of this mischief also." Amelia blinked. Charles was acting strange. How much had he drunk? "What mischief?" she asked, sounding far too innocent. "I was merely riding by and found my friends chatting in the churchyard." It was true, but not the whole of it, and judging by Charles's raised eyebrow, he knew that well. "It is getting rather late, though, and Nick shall wonder where I am." She shifted in her saddle, her nose wrinkling. "I am not feeling at all the thing. I do think this will be the last time I venture to ride until I am myself again." Hattie's voice grew concerned.
"We must get you home."
"Yes," Charles agreed. He burped, then belatedly brought his hand up to cover his mouth. "Midnight is rather late to be out riding. May I see you ladies home?" Oh. He stared down the street, then shifted his gaze to his boots. Dropping Hattie's arm, Amelia stepped toward the road, the quiet only broken by the horse's impatient hooves. "Your horse is gone." "Just my luck," Charles mumbled, scrubbing a hand down his face. "Mrs. Pepper, did you happen to see an errant horse take off down the road?" "No, though I did hear it run. It must have gone the other way." "Blast." "We will get you home," Amelia said, taking the reins of both her horse and Hattie's and untying them from the branch. Charles eyed her warily, but seemed to accept her determination. Just how she meant to manage it, though, had yet to be discovered. Hattie raised an eyebrow.
"How do you propose to do that with 4 people and 3 horses?"
Amelia pulled her horse away from Hattie's. Charles had saved her when she was stuck in a mucky stream. She could return the favour and save him now. It meant nothing, and surely it was something a friend would do. They could be friends, could they not? Lifting her chin, she met his eyes. "You will ride with me." Charles's heart stuttered, and he stepped back. The world tipped slightly to the side, and he shook his head to correct it. He did not often drink, and never more than 1 mug of ale. It was just his luck that the night he allowed himself to ease his loneliness in such a way, he would need his wits about him. But Amelia's words had sobered him quickly. Her chin was determined, her eyes unwavering. Was the woman mad? No, she appeared serious. She actually proposed that Charles should ride on the back of her horse. "I do not think it is necessary," he said, taking a step back. He could return to the inn and borrow a hack, surely. Then he wouldn't be forced to press his attention on Amelia. Though, he was not pressing, was he? It had not even been his idea. Was there some Midsummer's Eve magic afoot that had turned things topsy-turvy? Miss Green spoke, her voice growing wary. "I really must get Julia home." "Let's be off. Come, Mr. Fremont. We cannot very well leave you here, can we?" Amelia turned her attention to her saddle. "If I mount first, you may hop on the back. Will that arrangement suit?" She couldn't seem to meet his eyes, but he found his arguments dying swift deaths on his tongue. He might have chosen to avoid the woman, to become her friend and nothing more, but she was offering him a chance he did not have the strength to pass up, and it certainly beat walking all the way home from Grayton. If only Amelia would stay upright and cease tilting to the side. He swallowed against a dry throat. That just might work. Amelia nodded once, her defined jaw set as she stepped on Charles's laced fingers, allowing him to boost her into the saddle. He offered Miss Green the same courtesy before wiping his hands down his pants. Amelia scooted forward as best as she was able, but still couldn't leave much room for him. Charles gripped the saddle, his pulse thrumming as he slipped his foot into the stirrup. He was mighty glad he'd stopped himself after the third drink. He wasn't used to imbibing even that much, but the temptation to remain at the pub and busy himself with losing his wits had been strong. As Mr. Conway had so kindly reminded him, what had he to return to but an empty, quiet house? His desire to fill his days and work alongside the men on his land had toned his muscles in a way that made swinging into the saddle little effort at all. But remaining on the horse without falling off its rear was going to prove burdensome. The horse was a beauty, majestic, dark, and sleek, but it made for a slippery seat. When he was fully settled behind Amelia's saddle, his arms went around her, needing somewhere to hold to anchor himself atop the beast. "Forgive me." Charles lessened his grip, but not before fully cataloguing the feel of her within his arms. He must shove that thought aside for the moment. It would do him no good now to consider just how perfectly she fit into his embrace. "There is nothing to forgive," she said. "You need to hold on, Mr. Fremont, so you don't find yourself unseated from 2 steeds in one night." Ah, of course she would ride a steed, and not a docile mare. Amelia herself might appear gentle and composed, but he knew she was anything but. Charles hesitated, holding to the horse's sides despite Amelia's offer. They rode through the silent, dead town, the noise from the inn's taproom fading the further they drew from it. The moon shone brightly above them, lighting the road and shimmering off the metal bits of the horses' bridles. Charles jostled on the slick, bare back. He could not seem to grant himself permission to hold on to the woman before him, but if his hands did not find purchase on something other than the horse's smooth rump, Amelia was right. He would fall. Again. "Just hold on to me," Amelia whispered, turning her head enough so her quiet voice might reach him and not her friends, or he assumed that to be her motive. Her voice was near, and their position intimate, jostling him to awareness like a quick splash of stream water. "I've been married, Charles. A man's hands do not frighten me." That was not an image he enjoyed. The idea of any man's hands on Amelia was enough to sour the drink where it sat in his stomach. He swallowed back the irritation gathering in his throat. He needed to get a hold on this unruly jealousy. Gads, the woman had merely mentioned hands. And currently, she welcomed his. Sliding his arms around her waist, he secured his hold. No longer feeling as though a trot would toss him from the back of the slippery horse's hide, he expected his shoulders to relax and the rigidity to abate. Only the opposite seemed to occur. How had he managed to live so long without knowing the sweet feel of her in his arms? Get a grip, Charles. This was a rescue effort and nothing more. In fact, she was merely repaying his actions from the day he pushed her gig free of the mud, if he'd correctly taken her measure. Friends. They were friends. "Better?" she asked, barely turning her face in his direction. The moonlight shone on her angular jawline, glinting on the thin buckle on her hat. Blood. This was harder than he expected. "Yes, much better." Miss Green slowed her horse, worry creasing her brow.
"Amelia, I really must get Julia home."
"Go on," Amelia said. "I can see to it that Charles and I are both safely returned to our houses."
"But if you are seen together, surely—"
"We won't be," she said, with confidence. "It is too dark to see much of anything anyway." Miss Green didn't look convinced. Her small nose scrunched, her mouth turned down in a frown.
I suppose no one will be the wiser, will they? Who could possibly be out this late?
Amelia didn't argue the point. We shall be fine.
Very well.
Miss Green and Mrs. Pepper rode away, leaving them in the still darkness. They could have continued on together until the split in the road, but that would have meant speeding the horse, and that would be a danger to Charles. One jostle, and he was sure to fly off the back. He watched the other women's horses disappear down the lane, leaving him completely, utterly alone with the woman who haunted his dreams, both asleep and otherwise. If you would like to go directly to Falbrooke, I can ride home and return your horse tomorrow. No, I can see you to Sheffield House. What was the reason for this stubbornness? In the case that we are spotted, it would be better for... For whom? She asked, glancing back at him. The way she sat side-saddle before him made it easy for her to look his way, and he found he liked the proximity when she did so very much. I am a widow, Charles, thrice over. I should think I am beyond reproach. No one is beyond reproach, but the fact remains that a young woman in such an intimate position with a man would not remain... Do not argue that you must save my reputation. Her voice was dry, her light scoff floating on the cool night. I cannot very well argue anything if you continue to cut me off like that. She stiffened in his arms. Had he gone too far? He meant it as something of a jest, though it certainly held the truth. They followed the curving path from the road, slipping onto the lane that led to Charles's house. Branches from tall beech trees hung over one side of the lane, cutting off the moonlight and lessening their visibility. I think I hear something, Amelia said, her voice faint as she pulled on the reins of her horse, slowing him. The quieter hoofbeats made it easier to hear, but still, Charles heard nothing but the faint sounds of rustling leaves and the silence that only night could bring. I don't... Shh. She twisted on her side-saddle to better face him, her finger lifting to his lips. He could not decipher her face well enough to determine her expression any longer, but her eyes shone, and they were fastened on him. I really do think I hear something. Swallowing, Charles released one of his hands from her waist to grip her wrist instead, pulling her finger away from his lips. He strained his ears for the sound she referred to, but all he could hear was his heavy pulse thrumming in his ears. I hear nothing, Mrs. Fawn. But what if it's the gypsies? The ones Mrs. Naylor spoke of tonight. What did Mrs. Naylor say? Likely the same thing Mr. Conway had said to Charles, but he wanted to know, nonetheless. She mentioned that we ought to be on our guard, that a group had made camp near the creek on the edge of Donning Grove. Is this not Donning Grove? Indeed it is, but I am not concerned. I should think I would have learned of it first if they were dangerous. My estate borders the trees. Even in the darkness, the branches blocking what moonlight they had, Charles could sense the repressed irritation on Amelia's face. She had often behaved that way around him, though, so he'd come to expect it in her company. Not if there was an oversight, or if they haven't yet done anything dangerous. Surely we ought to be careful, regardless. Her voice had a bite to it, a challenge. Charles felt no need to meet her challenge, to further set up her back in any way. Let us not argue. It can do no good presently. To his surprise, she sighed, her breath curling toward him and tickling the exposed portion of his neck. Yes, of course. I have the nasty habit of growing defensive too rapidly. If you'll forgive me, I would be much obliged. You are forgiven. So easily. He opened his mouth to respond, when a rustling in the brush sounded just beyond them, setting the hair on the back of his neck on end. It could not be due to the wind, but surely it belonged to an animal, preferably a very small animal. Amelia leant back further into his chest, and his grip around her waist tightened on impact. Can you hold on? She whispered. I will bolt toward Sheffield House if you think it can be managed. He scooted as close to the saddle as he could, holding securely to the slender woman's waist and nodding against her hat. The rustling sounded again, and Charles's stomach dropped. He'd heard awful stories of what gypsies had done to people, but never before had he encountered anyone so dangerous. And in truth, he'd struggled to believe half of the stories he'd heard, when the gypsies who'd stayed nearby in the past had never so much as taken a chicken from Sheffield House. But in this moment, Charles felt no need to confirm his disbelief, especially not with such precious cargo before him. "Be on your guard," he whispered against her ear. A slight tremor shook her shoulders. "Are you ready?" she asked. He felt as secure as he was able to, given the situation. If he was to fall, he would let go of Amelia. If there was any danger in these woods, he would do his best to keep her from it, regardless of the cost. "Yes." Amelia whipped the reins, shouting an order to her horse to flee. A man stepped from the trees, directly into their path, shrouded in darkness, and the horse balked, rearing back on its hind legs. Charles's instinct was to let go. Releasing his grip around Amelia's waist, he started to fall, when the horse slammed down on its forelegs, propelling Charles into Amelia's back. "Ugh!" She righted herself, and the horse took off, skirting around the man in the road, only to shudder to a stop and whip to the side. The horse's head jerked around, and Charles and Amelia flew from its back. Charles landed on the soft ground, his head smashing against the grassy earth to the side of the road. He looked forward, and the road tipped sideways before him, Amelia's prone form laying just out of reach. Harsh laughter broke into his consciousness, and he fought the darkness that crept into the edges of his vision until everything went black. Chapter 7. Amelia lay on the unyielding earth, her chest heaving as she searched the darkness for Charles, but it was impossible to see anything with the branches blocking most of the moonlight. Her back ached from hitting the ground, but she did not feel any other pain. Thank heavens she was thrown to the grassy patch on the side of the lane. She'd felt one moment's relief that both she and Charles had remained seated, before they'd flown through the air. The man who'd yanked Howard's reins from her hands had appeared from nowhere, sending her horse into a pivot and forcing her to fly from his back. "Charles," she whispered, pushing up on her elbows as the sound of a horse neighing reached her ears from somewhere in the distance. She swiped loose hair from her eyes, scanning the darkness. Great. Now Charles was not responding, her horse was gone, and they were alone on a deserted country lane. Or she hoped they were alone. Swallowing, she lifted up further, pushing against the ground and getting into a seated position. "Charles!" He groaned just a few yards away, and she scurried to his side, crawling on her hands and knees, heedless of the pebbles and rough ground she traversed. Clutching his shoulder, she leant down. "Are you hurt?" He groaned, shifting onto his back. "I believe my pride hurts worse than my body." "Howard is gone, Charles. They've taken him." He pushed himself into a sitting position, and Amelia had to lean back to give him room to sit beside her. "Howard?" he asked. "My horse. They've taken him. I heard the men laughing, but they are too far to hear now. We must go after them." Emotion welled in her breast, but she shoved it down. The horse had once belonged to Arthur, her second husband, and had done more to soothe her melancholy after his passing than any other beast or human had the capacity to do. She needed to retrieve Howard. There was no other option available to her. "There was more than one man, Amelia. By the time we locate whoever has done this, they could very well have made it back to their camp, and we could be severely outnumbered. Maybe tomorrow, in the light of day, we can see what we can do. But it would not be safe to chase after them now." His voice was soft, but it hardened Amelia's resolve all the more. Howard deserved better than that. He needed her now, not tomorrow. Amelia got to her feet, wiping her hands on her skirt. She sucked in a quick breath, her left palm stinging. Charles rose beside her, gently taking her wrist. He pulled her across the lane and lifted her hand toward the moon, angling it to see better. "You must have scraped it when you fell." I think it happened when he yanked the reins from my hand. He glanced up, his fingers pressing gently against her skin. Did you see the man's face? No, it all happened too fast. Amelia pulled her wrist free, avoiding Charles's eyes. Her skin tingled, and she rubbed it where Charles had caressed her, hoping to remove the residual feelings left behind. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his hair. Stilling, he turned and looked over his shoulder. Did you see where my hat went? Amelia scanned the ground, but it was impossible to see a black hat among the shadows. I'll watch for it. She started down the lane, in the direction the men had taken her horse. You cannot go after them, Charles called, chasing after her. I refuse to allow Howard to suffer at the hands of those barbarians. They will likely treat him well, Amelia, and no good can come from chasing horse thieves in the dead of night. Frustration built within her. Likely treat him well is not enough for me. Charles took her unhurt hand, gently pulling her to a stop. He tugged her back to face him and dipped his head to better see her eyes. His voice was gentle. It's late. We are on foot and we have no light. None of this is conducive to a successful rescue mission. Return to my house. Allow me to see you home, and I promise you I will do everything in my power to see this right tomorrow. Hesitation wound around her, but Charles's earnest stare soothed the edges of her prickled pride. Tomorrow? Yes, he said, his voice low. First thing in the morning. Amelia nodded, grateful to have a plan in place. His idea did sound much safer. She could return home, sleep, and then help Charles retrieve Howard. His elbow lifted, and he offered her a crooked smile. Can I escort you to my estate? Please. She tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow, and they started down the lane as though they were going for a stroll, and not smarting from a fall. Amelia's heart slowed as they walked, the excitement from earlier seeping from her. The quiet between them was full of things unsaid, the night bursting with too many wild, astonishing moments for her to settle on just one. She'd like to question him on the reason he'd acted strangely at the church. She hadn't considered Charles a drinking man before this evening, but evidently that had changed. Not that she could fault him for changing. Amelia would be the first to admit that people did not often remain the same. She was certainly not the same young, carefree girl she'd been before marrying her first husband, and she could not expect Charles to be the same person he'd been in their youth. He seemed less bland now, more thoughtful and chivalrous. While she had previously failed to notice his broad shoulders and pronounced jawline, that was nothing to his gallant generosity, or the humour she'd witnessed between him and Andrew earlier. Though not everything appeared altered. He had the same blue eyes, though they twinkled now, and didn't settle on her so frequently. She'd yet to decide if that was something she liked or not. A breeze swept over them, sending a chilly shiver down her arms that made her shoulders shake slightly. Charles paused, slipping his arm free of hers. Unbuttoning his coat, he shrugged it from his arms and held it toward her. Had he read her thoughts and wished to display his generosity now? She could not make out much except for the man's unrelenting gaze. Here, take this. We are close to Sheffield House, are we not? Amelia. He allowed her the choice, patiently waiting for her to accept or deny his offer. She had long ago made it a rule not to accept anything from this man. She'd been afraid of falsely leading his feelings. It was only the breeze. It is a rather mild evening. Another breeze rustled between them, fluttering the loose hair around her neck and pressing against her skin, as if the element itself wished to edge her closer to Charles. Just let me be a gentleman, Amelia. I'm not asking for your hand in marriage. It's only a coat. She froze, her lips parting in surprise. He had a point. Maybe the juvenile rule she'd created in her youth was no longer necessary. She had only just decided how different both of them were now, hadn't she? At some point, she needed to draw the line between allowing her pride to rule and being reasonable. Swallowing, Amelia turned her back to Charles and put out her arms. She could be civil too. I thank you for your consideration. You are most welcome. He slid the coat over her arms, his fingers brushing her bare skin. A chill swept her body, and she shuddered again. Charles, what of Hattie and Julia? What if they did not make it home safely? They turned the corner, and the lights from Sheffield House came into view, a window on the ground floor glowing orange from the fire behind it. Safety cocooned her from the familiar sight of an estate she trusted, and she relaxed her shoulders. They did not take the lane that ran past Donning Grove, so we have no reason to believe they are not safe, if it was indeed gypsies who attacked us. That was a small comfort, but only just. Tugging on his forearm, she brought him around to face her. How can we be certain, though? Charles's face was lit by the faint glow coming from the house, and it was the first time all evening Amelia was able to fully look at him. He had the same Grecian nose, same chestnut hair, and same blue eyes. But something about him was different. Something more than his more defined jawline or cheekbones. Was it something in the bend of his lips, or the glimmer in his eyes? She could not quite put her finger on it, but it was there, and it was calling to her, begging her to figure it out. I had already planned on riding past their homes to ensure they made it home safely, Amelia, even before this wretched evening took an awful turn. Of course he had, because Charles was just the sort of thoughtful gentleman who would do something so charitable and not expect a word of praise, for he had never intended to tell her of his plans. His goodness was an absolute rain on her smouldering fire of interest, putting it out at once. He was too good, too wholesome. It made her stomach turn over. I will rouse my grooms and harness the horses, he said, smiling. It should only take a minute. Amelia nodded, and Charles walked ahead of her, quickening his stride as he crossed the gravel drive toward the stables. His walk was so sure, so similar to Henry's, that she couldn't help but be riveted by it. Her mind flashed to those moments in her early courtship with her first husband, when she had been so young and naive, believing her life would fit into a perfectly situated box. She was meant to fall gloriously in love after a swoony courtship, marry her dashing darling, then live out her days in happily wedded bliss, chasing around tiny little red-headed girls and boys. But life had had other plans, stealing her husband from her after a scant few weeks of marriage and wrecking her perfectly laid plans. Charles had never been part of those plans, and he in no way resembled her Henry, except for his walk. When she watched Charles's confident stride, she was thrown back to her days with Henry, and the joy she'd felt then that had eclipsed all other joys for her. The joy of a woman who hadn't felt much sorrow, who didn't know pain. Now she knew them both, intimately. 8 years earlier. Amelia Brown had only been married for 22 days, when Henry's cousin, Arthur Williams, stood in the doorway of her private sitting room, his hat clutched in white-knuckled hands, and a frown written on his face. Her embroidery needle stalled over the fabric, surprise freezing her motion. "What is it, Arthur? You look as though you've seen a ghost." His throat bobbed, his eyes downcast and serious. "I must speak with you." Dread solidified her breakfast into a rock, weighing down her stomach. When she spoke, her voice hardly reached above a whisper. "Is it Henry?" How she knew that she could not fathom. But for Arthur to arrive without her husband was odd in and of itself. The two of them were hardly separated. He nodded, crossing the room and lowering himself onto the seat beside her. He possessed himself of her hand, setting his hat on the empty cushion behind him, and entreated her with sorrow-filled eyes. Eyes that were so deep and green they struck her as beautiful, even in the most difficult moment of her young life. They were made even more beautiful by the grief which made them glisten. "There was an accident this morning. He'd only meant to race, and we travelled nearly to St. Albans with the intent of making it safe. The road was indeed deserted, but a hound ran in front of Henry's curricle, and he could not control the horses. They crashed, Amelia." He paused, swallowing. "Henry is dead." Those words speared her heart like 3 tiny daggers, slicing repeatedly into her and tearing her apart one small syllable at a time. Henry was dead. Her husband. It could not be true. They were young. They had yet to reach 1 month of marriage. "That cannot be. You must be mistaken." She rose, her pulse thrumming so hard she could not bear to remain seated any longer. "Please, take me to him. I do not mind if he is injured. I can nurse him. Surely I can learn how." Arthur rose, following Amelia to where she stopped beside the cold hearth, her shaking hands gripping one another. "Amelia, I confirmed it myself. He is not returning." Tears would not do justice to the grief that filled her like a quick-moving fog, rolling over her and claiming every crevice in her body. She swayed, her vision blurring before her. A strong arm swept under her knees, and her husband's cousin carried her to the sofa. Laying her down gently, he stroked the hair from her face. "My heart is broken as well." Arthur stood, leaving her alone in the drawing-room as he went to fetch her maid. The familiar scent of cook's roast duck permeated her sitting-room, and she found herself staring at the vase on the mantel, the one gifted to her on her wedding day, and holding a bouquet of flowers Henry had brought her just yesterday. Fresh tears gathered, and she buried her face in a cushion. It was kind of Arthur to attempt empathy, but he was wrong. Amelia's heart was not just broken. It had shattered. It would never be whole again. Chapter 8. When everything in life pressed against her, Amelia only felt more determination to fight back. Standing in the well-lit entryway to her home, the chandelier above her reflecting light from the sun streaming through the tall windows, she stared at her brother as he looked back with no comprehension in his clear blue eyes. Andrew squinted, tilting his head to the side. "You mean to tell me that you were set upon by gypsies, that you lost your horse and Charles's, for different reasons, walked to his house in the middle of the night, then returned home and slipped quietly into your room without informing me of any of it?" "Well, yes. What would informing you have accomplished?" Amelia asked, repressing the desire to shake clarity into her brother. "Waking you in the dead of night to speak of my misfortunes would have only put you in a dark mood when it was not safe to go after Howard at that time anyway." He rubbed his chin, his mouth hanging slightly open. "I just cannot." He looked up, his blue eyes pale in the morning light. "What of your friends? You met with Hattie and Mrs. Pepper." "I wrote to them this morning and am now awaiting word that they had no mishaps on their journey home. And Charles went to check on them both after seeing me home last night." He nodded, digesting this information. Looking up, Andrew narrowed his gaze. "And you say you are meeting with Charles now to go after your horse?" "That is the plan we devised. He proposed we go at first light." "With Sir Percival fully aware of the situation?" Amelia paused. "I hadn't thought of that, but it would likely be a wise move to inform the magistrate." Andrew barked a laugh. "Well, yes. You cannot face gypsies on your own. Merely speaking to them could land you in jail." Amelia scoffed. "That is not an idle threat," Andrew said, moving toward the stairs. "You must be careful. In fact, perhaps it is better if you refrain from going at all. I can assist Charles if you will remain here and look after Mrs. Halpert." Amelia pivoted, her mouth hanging open. "You do not trust me to do this, do you? Andrew, need I remind you that you are neither my father nor my husband? I am my own mistress." He paused midway up the stairs, exasperation evident in the lines on his forehead. "I am not trying to step into either of those roles. I am merely stating that this situation could be dangerous and I would like to help Charles retrieve your horse. But one of us must remain here because Mrs. Halpert is unwell." A flicker of unease stole her breath. Torn, she searched his anxious gaze, his pleading eyes reaching her heart. "You feel a responsibility for Howard," Andrew said, as the root of her stubbornness had just occurred to him. "I do. I will do everything in my power to return your horse to you." He genuinely meant that. Amelia nodded, stepping back. Very well. I will see to Mrs. Halpert. But if you insist on going in my stead, you must do 2 things. What are they? Inquire about Hattie and Julia. I should like to know they were safe last night. He nodded. I can do that. The second thing? You must not scold Charles. I make no promises in that regard. The dry look he cast her way before he mounted the remainder of the stairs was mixed with exhaustion, and she followed him up to the next floor, pulling her gloves free from her hands before untying her bonnet. She assumed her friends had made it home without mishap. She likely would have heard from Charles by now had he discovered anything ominous the night previous. But she had written to each of them that morning anyway, to explain her own misadventures, and to hear from their own words that they were truly well and whole. She was certain they would each write back eventually, but a confirmation from her brother wouldn't go amiss. Setting her gloves and bonnet on a table in the corridor, she knocked on Mrs. Halpert's door as Andrew disappeared around the corner. Come in. Amelia slipped through the open doorway, surprised to find the woman sitting up in bed and leaning against a pile of pillows, her head resting against the headboard. When she caught sight of Amelia, she moved to sit up further, and Amelia rushed to her side. Do not rise on my account. She lowered herself onto the edge of the chair beside the bed, as Mrs. Halpert leant back against her pillows again. You have more colour in your cheeks this morning. I feel as though that should be the case. Her smile was wan. I feel better today. I am so glad to hear that. But it was not what Andrew had said, was it? Had he been stretching the truth to keep Amelia home? It was a likely scenario, and it rankled. Her stomach swirled, meeting indignation with reluctant understanding. She couldn't fault him for wanting to protect her. He'd watched her suffer a multitude of trials over the previous decade, and cared about her. Even still, sometimes it was difficult to be a woman. Did you enjoy yourself at the feast last evening? Mrs. Halpert asked, her voice wavering as she adjusted herself against the pillows. I did, though I shan't bore you with those details. The last thing she wanted to do was say something that would require her to divulge the whole of the adventure with Hattie at the church. Altering the conversation, she said, Tell me of yourself, instead. Where did you spend your childhood? Mrs. Halpert settled into her pillows comfortably, as though she was warmly recalling her childhood. Wisps of dark hair framed her face, having escaped the braid that fell over her shoulder. Even frail and sickly, Mrs. Halpert was pretty. Amelia could see what drew Charles to this woman. She was lovely, yes, but there was something more. She was courteous and kind. In London, actually, Mrs. Halpert said. My father was in shipping and we had a house in Cheapside. Is that where you met your husband? She nodded, a soft smile curving her lips. I met him while he was on leave, and we were married before he had to return to the Navy. It was a difficult few years while we were apart, but we were able to better come to know one another through our letters. When he was hurt during a storm, we didn't know what we were going to do. But Captain Sheffield offered us a home here if George was willing to work, and my George certainly was willing. How fortunate you were to find love, Mrs. Halpert. The woman took in a shaky breath, her hand resting on her rounded belly. Indeed. Where did you meet your husband? Amelia's chest tightened. At a ball, in London, in fact. I attended the season at a young, impressionable age and fell madly in love with a dashing gentleman. He was not one to do anything by halves, and we were engaged and married within 5 months of meeting. Henry was a little wild, and he died racing his carriage just 3 short weeks after our wedding. Oh, you poor dear. Mrs. Halpert's delicate fingers rested against her lips. How difficult that must have been to endure, and at so young an age. Amelia's smile was tight. It forced me to grow up quickly, and it certainly didn't help that I lost my own parents just a few short months later from influenza. Heavens, she breathed. Amelia needed to draw back, to turn the course of the conversation. It was likely not Mrs. Halpert's intention to receive a full accounting of Amelia's losses, and it was not Amelia's desire to deliver one. Living through the 5 losses of her parents and husbands had been hard enough to bear, She certainly did not relish the pity that accompanied sharing her past. "But enough about me," Amelia said, brightly. "I should love to hear more about your Mr. Halpert. I admit I never had the privilege of an introduction, but I do recall seeing him at church." "Then you'll recall that he was tall and handsome," Mrs. Halpert said, with a twinkle of amusement glittering in her eyes. "He won you over with a smile, I take it." She shook her head. "I saw him stop in the street to help a woman into a hackney, while the driver just sat there and watched her struggle. George's chivalry endeared me to him at once." Amelia's chest warmed. "I understand you perfectly." "Oh? Was your husband the same?" She sucked in a quiet breath. She could not lie, and neither could she avoid answering. "Not my first husband, but my second was." Mrs. Halpert's eyes widened. "I hadn't any idea you were married twice." "3 times," Amelia corrected. She hesitated, afraid that her honesty, her tragic story as most considered it, would be too much for Mrs. Halpert's fragile state of mind. Afraid she would be pitied by her new friend the way others saw her. That Mrs. Halpert, too, would assume Amelia to be blighted by a curse. But the woman's beseeching gaze settled her mind, and she continued. "My second husband was similar to yours, chivalrous and thoughtful. He was a balm and support during my grieving period after my first husband died, and I grew to love him dearly. My third husband was simply a business arrangement. He knew it as well as I, and it was an amiable relationship, but we both had need, so we struck a deal." "That sounds heartless," Amelia chuckled. "It wasn't. Among other things, Mr. Fawn wanted a young, pretty wife. I wanted a home, so I wouldn't put my brother out. Andrew lived in a small cottage that hardly fit himself at the time. We practically stepped on one another's toes." She could have expressed her other reasons for agreeing to marry Mr. Fawn, but they were raw, and it was difficult to think on, let alone give a voice to them. Tucking that piece of her heart back away into the dim recesses of her soul, she fixed a smile on her face. "The brother you speak of is Dr. Mason?" Amelia nodded. "I lived with our other brother, Frederick, for a time, but he is married with a family, and Andrew and I have always been much closer. He has more than his share of humility. It took a lot of convincing to persuade him to move to Falbrooke after my husband's death, but in the end I managed it. Andrew cannot refuse me anything." She pictured his stern, nervous gaze from that morning, and cleared her throat. "Anything within reason, of course." A dreamy expression fell over Mrs. Halpert's face, her lips curving while her hand absently rubbed her belly again. "I've always considered myself beyond fortunate that I was able to find love in my life. I know so many who marry for other reasons, good reasons, usually, but not love, and I counted myself blessed to obtain a love match. When George died, I wondered... Well, to be perfectly honest, you've given me hope that I could find it again. I'm grateful for this babe, of course, but I don't wish to be lonely." At least there was hope for one of them. "If you seek it, I believe you can find love again." "I do. No man could ever replace my George, but I do not think he would want me to remain alone either. I do not feel he would expect that of me." Amelia tucked her hands together on her lap and stifled her melancholy. She pasted a smile on her face and turned toward the table beside Mrs. Halpert's bed, where a leather-bound book rested. "Shall I read to you?" "Please do. That would be lovely." Sliding down from the uncomfortable saddle, Charles gripped the reins and surveyed the trampled ground, grass pressed flat with the imprints of wheels and hoof-prints spotting the vacant woodland. He rubbed his thigh, where the unfamiliar leather of his uncle's saddle had rubbed, wishing his horse, Maximus, had not run off last night and failed to return to him. Charles had hoped to find Maximus somewhere nearby that morning, but a quick ride around his property and down the main road in town failed to produce his horse. There was no way to know if the gypsies had found Maximus and taken him as well, but Charles was operating under that assumption until proven otherwise. By the look of this land, the gypsies had certainly camped here at one point, but they were now gone. They'd probably left directly after returning from their escapade on the road the previous evening. Charles could kick himself for allowing them to go, for not going after Amelia's horse directly after it was taken. How would she feel when she learnt of this development? She'd lost so much already, and now her horse, too. Blast. Andrew pulled his horse around, facing Charles. I don't know what I'm going to tell Amelia. Charles scrubbed a hand over his face. You don't have to tell her anything. I was the fool who promised I would retrieve her horse. She will understand. Andrew was a good man, but even he did not look convinced as those words left his mouth. Charles dropped his hand and speared his friend with a look. She wanted to chase after them last night, on foot, and I stopped her. And you likely saved her life, or at least her reputation, by not allowing her to follow that senseless idea. The truth sat before him plainly, but his stomach flipped despite the logic. He hated to disappoint Amelia. There had to be something he could do. If only he hadn't had those drinks last night, then... That was it. Jolly, the innkeeper. Maybe I will go into Grayton and question Jolly. I'll come. If anyone knows anything, it would be him. Charles sighed, sliding his hand over the horse's thick mane. Yes, but getting that information from him will be tricky. He mounted his horse and turned toward town. Andrew pulled up alongside him. Depends on how much blunt you have on you. Chuckling, Charles rubbed the back of his neck. I've got some. I was afraid the gypsies would require payment. Not that you should have complied if they had. Perhaps not, but I'd rather avoid a dangerous confrontation when possible. They left the wooded grove behind and joined up on the road. How do things go with Mrs. Halpert? I cannot help but feel responsible for her in some ways. Andrew lifted his hat to rub at his forehead before placing it back over his bright red mop of hair. I understand why you feel that way. It was your uncle's charity that brought her to Grayton, was it not? But you may rest assured that bringing the woman under my roof has not been a hardship. My sister has grown fond of her, and I fear it is part of my profession that I cannot know of an ailing person without doing my utmost to assist them. Your words should put me at ease, but I feel the burden of responsibility nonetheless. There could be worse things than being a man with a conscience. Charles laughed. Perhaps, but life might be easier without one. They pulled onto Main Street and weaved past a carriage waiting in the middle of the lane. The inn yard was bustling with men going about their work, and Charles and Andrew paused at the entrance before sliding from their horses and tossing their reins to a stable boy. Charles tucked an extra coin in the boy's hand, winking when he received a grin that was missing 2 front teeth. Where the outer yard was alive with activity, the taproom was quiet and slow, mid-morning sunlight streaming through the open windows and highlighting swirling dust particles as they floated lazily about. A half-eaten meal remained on one table, a man slumped forward on the other side, his head resting against his outstretched arm. Sounds came from the kitchen, the bustling of pots and women speaking, and a low voice carried from another room on the other side of the long bar. Just information, Jolly. All I seek is information. Andrew leant closer, dropping his voice to a whisper. It looks like we aren't the only ones here on business. If I hear of anything, you will be the first to know. Jolly's voice, deep and smooth, reached Charles's ears and deflated his shoulders. The man didn't seem to be in a sharing mood. Mr. Green stepped from the back room, settling his hat over greying hair, his lips pinched. He paused when he noticed Charles and Andrew standing near the door. Good day, Dr. Mason, Mr. Fremont. Charles dipped at the waist in a small bow. Is there trouble, Mr. Green? The gentleman's mouth tightened further, his brown eyes glittering in anger. My blasted horses were taken right from my stables last night. 2 of my prime hunters. Any idea who stole them? Andrew asked. None, Mr. Green said, though I heard tell of a band of gypsies in Donning Grove. He raised his voice, so no one in the building would be able to miss it. I did hope to find more help here, but I think old man Jolly is losing his touch. The nickname was a bit humorous, when one considered that Mr. Green was likely the same age as Jolly. But regardless, that was no way to provoke Jolly to helpfulness. The man was greedy, nothing more. In Charles's experience, and that of his friend Nick Peppers, The only thing to stimulate helpfulness was money.
"We've lost some horses too,"
Andrew said, his voice lowered.
"We came here for information."
Mr. Green scoffed, slapping his hat against his leg.
"Good luck. If you hear anything, pass it on. I promise to do the same."
Andrew nodded as Mr. Green passed them. They waited for the door to shut behind the man, the taproom growing quiet once more.
"Shall we make an attempt?"
"We ought to try,"
Charles said, leading the way to the back. Jolly stepped through the doorway before they could call for him, resting his large hand on the frame, his wide moustache quivering over a grin.
"What can I do for you boys?"
He glanced at Charles.
"Back for another round?"
Charles's cheeks warmed. It was a testament to how little he drank when even the innkeeper noticed his measly 3 drinks. Or was it 4?
"No, we're here on other business."
Jolly's smile wavered.
"If you're asking about the horse thieves, I know nothing about it. I told Green the same thing just a minute ago."
"We heard." Andrew's mouth pressed into a grim line. Jolly's broad shoulders lifted in a shrug.
"I guess you're out of luck."
"It would appear that way," Andrew said. "Thank you for your time." Charles stepped forward, unable to leave things so unsatisfying. Jolly was too quick to shrug them off, too quick to let this go. He had to know more than he was letting on, but the question was why.
"You will let us know if you hear anything, yes?"
"We will gladly pay for information." He dug into his pocket and took out a small sack of money to prove his willingness to part with it.
"And handsomely, at that."
Jolly's round cheek clenched, his shrewd gaze passing between them and the money before giving a final nod.
"I'll send word if I hear of anything. One of our missing horses is rather dear to us,"
Charles pressed, hoping his tone sounded as cold and steel-like as he was attempting.
"I do not plan to give up the search easily."
A moment of silence passed over them, the words laying thick in the musty air before Jolly nodded.
"I'm a man of my word. I will send for you if I learn anything worth sharing."
Charles had to refrain from laughing. A man of his word? No, not in the least. But Charles could at least count on Jolly's greed working in his favour, or so he hoped. They left the inn, retrieving their horses and riding away from Greyton. When they got far enough from town to feel safe from prying ears, Andrew shifted in his seat to look at Charles.
"You didn't believe him?"
"Not in the least. He was hiding something."
"Yes, but what?"
"That's the rub,"
Charles said.
"I haven't any clue. The only thing that would keep Jolly from giving us information would be if he had a stake in the outcome of keeping his knowledge to himself. But why would he? He'd tell 10 men the same thing if they each paid him."
"You are probably correct, then. He must have a stake in it,"
Andrew said.
"He wasn't stealing the horses himself. He was in the taproom last night, and so was I."
Even if Jolly had managed to slip away in time to lie in wait on the road to Sheffield House, he was not the man who'd snatched Howard's reins. Charles only saw the figure for a brief moment, but it had been long enough to see that the man did not have Jolly's girth.
"It looks like we have more investigating to do."
"It certainly does."
Charles swallowed, the tips of Falbrooke Court's chimneys coming into view above the trees.
"Now, who's going to tell your sister?"
Chapter 9. Amelia pierced the thin, fine cotton lawn with her needle, drawing the pure white thread through the white fabric with measured calm. Given the expressions worn by Andrew and Charles as they stood before her, contrition written on their downcast eyes and drawn eyebrows, it was evident that they had not been successful in their endeavour. "Who is going to tell me the awful news?" She lifted her gaze, looking between the men. Andrew stepped forward. That was only fair, she supposed, but she felt a flicker of disappointment that Charles's lips remained closed.
"The gypsies are gone."
Her stomach clenched, her fingers going still.
"You are certain?"
Charles nodded, pulling her attention to his regretful eyes. A strong desire rolled through her chest to soothe his discomfort, and she set her embroidery in her basket, tucking the needle into a piece of scrap cloth, and rising. She clasped her hands before her lightly. I am grateful to you both for doing what you could. Andrew stepped forward again. We know the significance of that horse, Amelia. It is admissible to be distressed by this. No one would fault you for it. She remained calm, her voice firm. I am not distressed, because I have every intention of getting my horse back. The men stared at her. Andrew shook his head. You must not have understood me. The camp is empty. All of Donning Wood is empty. They've left. And they certainly cannot be difficult to track with all those wagons, and now with an extra horse or two. Charles scoffed. Maybe not, but it would be too dangerous to venture. Did this man not know her at all? What did he expect? That she would climb into her gig and chase down an entire band of law-ignoring people whom she knew nothing about? She tried to keep the irritation from her voice. There are people one can hire for this sort of thing. I do not intend to do it myself, Charles. He stepped forward, his blue eyes bright, his mouth set in a firm line. No, do not spend your money yet. I promised that I would do everything in my power to get your horse back, and I am a man of my word. She shook her head, though she did appreciate his sincerity. You've done your part. Not yet. He glanced back at Andrew. We may have a lead, and we certainly have enough information to continue our search. Andrew's eyebrows rose. If I remember our morning correctly, we hit a wall, Charles, not obtained a lead. Then you and I saw this morning differently. It is really no trouble to hire a man, Amelia said, and I have one in mind already. It would be quite easy for me to write to him. Surely you are busy enough with your own estate to spend any more time on this. You forget that I have a horse at stake, too. It was on the tip of her tongue to argue that his horse, if the men truly had found it roaming free and taken it as well, was easily replaceable, that it had not once belonged to his deceased spouse as hers had, that it had not once saved that spouse's life. But that would be petty. Who would it serve to argue the depth of their appreciation for their animals? And how much would it truly hurt to allow him a little more time? Perhaps he would find Howard, and save Amelia the trouble of begging help from a man she very dearly did not wish to see. Very well, I will give you a week, but then I will write to my man. Your man? Andrew asked, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at his sister. Of whom do you speak? Done, Charles said. Amelia ignored her brother, holding Charles's gaze. She wanted to knock the determined set of his mouth awry, but held her tongue. She could give him a week. Any longer than that and she would lose any possible chance of tracking the gypsies, surely. But a week she could manage. Charles turned his attention on his confused friend. While I am here, may I look in on Mrs. Halpert? Certainly. Perhaps I should ascertain whether she is in a position to receive guests, Amelia said. As the town doctor, Andrew saw everyone at their worst. He would do good to remember that not every man was welcomed into sick rooms as easily as he was. Though, given Mrs. Halpert's conversation about finding love and marrying again, she would likely welcome Charles easily. Amelia made her way upstairs and knocked at Mrs. Halpert's door. Footsteps approached, and the door creaked open enough for the maid, Tabby, to poke her nose through the gap. When her eyes fell on Amelia, she stepped back, opening the door a few inches wider. Is Mrs. Halpert available to see guests? Mr. Fremont is here.
She isn't, ma'am. Mrs. Halpert is just now in the bath.
She glanced behind the maid to find the tall fire screen had been shifted, likely to block sight from the door. Amelia lowered her voice. She didn't wish to disturb the woman during her moment of peace. I shall send him away, then, and ask him to come again another time.
Very good, ma'am.
When do you think Mrs. Halpert will be finished with her ablutions? I should like to come read to her this afternoon if it suits.
She won't be long now. Another half-hour, I should think.
Thank you, Tabby. The maid bobbed a curtsy and closed the door. Amelia slowed her pace as she made her way back to the drawing-room, considering the developments that had occurred that morning. If she could avoid contacting Mr. Boyle again, she would like that, but she had a feeling she would be writing the man a beseeching letter in a sennight anyway. If Andrew could not even recall what the supposed lead was that Charles had referred to, then clearly it wasn't a very strong one. The men rose upon her entrance, and and she took a seat opposite them on a chair so they might be seated again. "Mrs. Halpert is not available to see visitors at the moment. Perhaps it is best if you return another time." "Is she unwell?" Andrew asked, straightening in his seat as alarm crept onto his brow. "No, merely busy." His doctor's conscience would not let this go easily, as his forehead only seemed to crease more. Flicking a glance between the men, Amelia cleared her throat. If Andrew was alone, she could simply inform him of the bath, but she didn't wish to bring Charles any embarrassment. "Shall I see to her?" Andrew pressed. "In a half-hour, when she is available again, then you may." She tried to give him a pointed look, but for now she requires privacy. "Will you permit me to wait so I may visit as well?" Charles asked. "With the cottagers and the horse thieves to deal with, I am not sure when I will be able to return. I would like to check in with Mrs. Halpert." "Of course," Andrew said, relaxing back against the sofa cushion. He must have taken Amelia's meaning. "This works to my benefit. I would love to hear an accounting of the events which transpired last night." "I believe I have told you everything already, brother." Andrew grinned. "But I should like to hear it again, from another perspective." The cad. He merely wanted to embarrass her, surely. She hadn't gone into detail in her description. She didn't want Andrew to know that she and Charles had shared a saddle. In the harsh daylight, the fact seemed less necessary than it had in the middle of the night. In truth, it disconcerted her that she had even made the suggestion to begin with. She blamed it on the stress of participating in Hattie's midnight mischief. Although anyone looking on would likely assume the idea to share a saddle had come from Charles. Hopefully, Andrew would believe so as well. Either way, Amelia did not plan to remain in the drawing-room long enough to find out. Rising, she avoided Charles's gaze, afraid her cheeks would heat at once if she looked at him. It hadn't been difficult sharing the saddle when she couldn't clearly see his face. Now, with the sunlight streaming through the windows, and his clear blue eyes so vivid and serious, it was difficult to hide from them. "I will leave you to it, then." "Oh, come, Amelia," Andrew laughed. "Surely you want to add your 2 bits to the story." "You've already heard my 2 bits. For now, I have things to attend to." Charles rose, and Amelia caught his gaze, a soft smile curving the edges of his mouth. Was he remembering the horse ride as she was? Drat. Now her cheeks were warming. She needed to leave before they reddened further, for she was sure they were headed that general direction. "Good day, gentlemen." Leaving before they could say anything more to waylay her, Amelia fled the drawing-room, turning down the corridor to the music-room at the back of the house with haste. She slipped through the French doors, catching herself on one of the columns lining the portico, and spinning to sit on the banister beside it. Resting her palms against her cheeks, her chest rose and fell in rapid succession. It was the fleeing that had caused her heart to race, and not the gentleman in her drawing-room, or the way he had looked at her. It had to be. Charles Fremont did not have such an effect on her. He never had before, at least. Only 2 men in her life had caused her to feel this way, breathless and light-headed. And they were gone. 6 years earlier. Amelia perched on the edge of the window seat in her brother Frederick's London townhouse, watching rivulets of water chase one another down the bubbled glass window pane. Frederick had gone out with his wife, and Amelia remained behind. Her sister-in-law had tried to be welcoming when Amelia had first come to live with them 9 months prior, but Amelia could sense how the woman wanted her gone from their home. She understood, for she wanted the same thing. She simply had nowhere else to go. Andrew had written to invite her to stay with him in Grayton, but his house was hardly large enough for 1 person. She would not press herself on him, not when Frederick had ample space and a willingness, albeit reluctant on his wife's part, to have her as a guest. It was too bad he hadn't married someone who cared less about her social engagements and more about her family. A creak sounded as the parlour door edged open, and a smile sat comfortably on her mouth when she laid eyes on the gentleman filling the space. "Am I intruding?" Arthur Williams asked, his dark green eyes peering at her with resolution. She straightened on her seat. "Not at all. Do come in." Arthur let himself inside and closed the door behind him before using his cane to cross the floor with slow, measured steps. His injury from fighting on the peninsula would never fully heal, but he was able to get around. She could only be somewhat grateful for his bad leg, for it had kept Arthur from joining his cousin, Henry, on the wretched curricle race that had cost Henry his life. Shoving thoughts of Henry aside was an easier feat when not facing his cousin, a man who shared her deceased husband's wavy black hair and dark eyes, as well as the same tall, broad bearing that had passed on to them from their mother's father. Arthur was different from his cousin in every other regard, but he looked so similar, it often jarred her.
"Is Frederick home?"
Arthur asked, lowering himself onto the bench beside Amelia and resting his cane between his legs. "No, he's gone out. I believe they were headed to a garden party, I'm not certain where." Arthur glanced to the rain pattering against the window, a smile forming on his lips.
"Mayhap they've changed the course of their event."
Amelia grinned. "I should hope so."
"Can I let you in on a secret?"
A thrill ran through her, and Amelia stilled. In the years since Henry's death, she had come to rely heavily on Arthur for support. But while she had been grateful for his assistance and friendship, she had never felt such a strong thread of attraction before now, and it frightened her. Leaning back against the recessed wall, she clasped her hands on her lap. "That would depend on the nature of the secret, I suppose." Arthur seemed to sense her shift in demeanour. He cleared his throat.
"I am glad your brother is out. I wanted to speak to you about something important. Alone."
"Oh?" She tried for nonchalance, and likely failed. His dark eyes fastened on hers in earnest.
"I care for you, Amelia. I always have."
Shock rippled through her chest, but she forced herself to remain still. She had suspected his feelings for some time, of course, but hadn't anticipated that he would speak the words aloud. Not yet, at least. They'd seemed to have an unspoken agreement between them before now.
"When Henry—"
He glanced up, and the pain in his gaze reached her soul.
"When he died, he made me promise to look after you. Will you let me look after you, Amelia?"
What did that mean exactly? Was the man not already doing just that, in the ways he was able? I have Frederick. You needn't concern yourself with any obligation." He reached for her hand, wrapping his large fingers around hers, and his voice came out quiet but firm.
"There is no obligation. I've grown to care for you, and I wish to make you my wife."
But could she take a husband that she did not love? She cared for him, too, was certainly attracted to him. But love? Arthur deserved the truth. "I am not certain I shall ever feel for any man the way I felt for Henry." Lines fanned the edges of his eyes as he smiled softly at her.
"I understand, and I do not require anything from you. Just let me love you."
Escape sat just before her, beckoning her to accept. Escape from her grief, from her loneliness, from her brother's house. Arthur Williams was a good man, and he would do right by her. She could rely on him for that. "Very well." His hand tightened on hers.
"Yes."
She nodded, butterflies flapping about her stomach as her heart raced from his touch. She never thought she would feel this way again for someone who wasn't Henry. But the attraction pulsing within her was unmistakable. "Yes." Bringing her hand up to his lips, Arthur placed a lingering kiss on her knuckles, his eyes never leaving hers.
"You will never be alone, Amelia. I will not leave you wanting."
Amelia closed her eyes and leant her head against the column on the portico, remembering the moment Arthur had proposed and the hope she'd felt then. She'd believed him when he said he would never leave her wanting. She'd trusted him to be a man of his word. If only life had allowed him to keep his promise. Chapter 10. Charles lifted the tin cup to his lips and gulped the cold stream water before dipping it back in the bucket for another drink. Sweat beaded on his brow and ran down the back of his neck, his shirt sticking to his damp skin.
"Building this cottage has turned out to be far more work than I agreed to,"
Nick said, accepting the cup from Charles before dipping it in the bucket.
"But is it keeping you distracted?"
Charles asked, with a quirk of his brow.
Nick grinned. Yes, and Julia appreciates it. She wanted me to thank you for occupying my time. That sounded like something Mrs. Pepper would say. You must tell her it has been my pleasure. And anyway, I'd wager we're past the halfway point with this cottage. Then will you have another project you need help with? I'm all yours until Julia allows me home again. Charles paused. Allows you home? Nick dipped the cup for another drink, before hanging it on the side of the bucket. He shot a dry smile at Charles. Until the baby comes, I am not allowed in the house during daylight hours. I fret too much. He hesitated. She says I hover about her like a mother hen when I'm home. Charles barked a laugh. Those were her words, but I don't disagree with her, Nick said. Charles cupped his friend on the shoulder, and here I was feeling awful that I hadn't offered to pay you for your trouble. It sounds as though I have indeed done you a favour. You have, though it is clearly Julia who is most indebted to you. Nick picked up his discarded coat and swung it over his shoulder. So we meet back here tomorrow at sunrise? Charles rubbed his jaw. I've been considering riding into Melbury tomorrow for some business, but I could meet you here at noon. Nick perked up. Are you helping to organise the cricket? No. Is there to be a match? Charles hadn't heard of this, but he wouldn't be surprised. The men of Melbury and Greyton often challenged each other to friendly competitions. Nick nodded. I believe it is a fortnight away. You will be on our team, I hope. Picking at his shirt, Charles fanned it out to give his skin some relief. Yes, but I'm warning you. I haven't played cricket in years. You'll do great, Nick said, slapping Charles on the back. They waved to Jennings as he crossed the vale toward his own cottage. Then they headed for the edge of the trees where they'd left their horses. What business takes you to Melbury? The missing horses. I've made no headway in my search. I want to question the innkeeper there and find out if he's heard anything. If the gypsies went through Melbury, he'd know. And Charles really hoped the man would have something to share. He was growing anxious over his lack of progress. Have you asked Jolly? Charles scoffed. Yes, and he claims to know nothing. Nick's mouth bent in a grim line. Did you offer him enough money? I thought so, but maybe not. The bag he had jangled had been on the smaller side, but he'd thought he made himself clear. They untied their horses from the low-hanging branches at the edge of the wood and mounted their saddles. Nick pulled his horse even with Charles. For enough money, Jolly will always talk. That's what I thought, so maybe I didn't offer enough. Perhaps I should return and jingle more coins in front of him. Nick rubbed the neck of his horse. I'll join you, if you don't mind. In Melbury, or at Jolly's? Both, he said, his expression dry. I have to leave the house at sunrise, remember? Charles laughed. I'll be glad of the company. There are only a few more weeks until I won't be leaving my house at all, regardless of what Julia threatens. There is no earthly way I will miss the birth of my baby. Envy, pure and unadulterated, seeped into Charles's chest and wrapped around his heart. He would willingly give his right hand to be in Nick's shoes, to have a wife who loved him and a child on the way. It was everything Charles was missing in his life. He would even be happy to fret so heavily that his wife was forced to send him away for a reprieve. He might already have that, if he hadn't wasted the last 10 years bouncing between his estate and town, doing his utmost to find a meaningful purpose, and had instead focused on finding a wife. Swallowing against the bitterness rising in his throat, he forced a smile. Oh, that will be a blessed day indeed. They parted ways at the road, and Charles waved farewell before urging his horse into a canter. He wanted a brisk ride and a cool breeze to offset the stifling sun. But lacking the breeze, the ride alone didn't seem to work. His horse Maximus had a little more gumption. Comparatively, this steed was lackluster. Pulling off the lane, he directed the horse through the grove. He ducked under wayward branches and followed the stream toward the pond he knew to be at the heart of the wood. The refreshing cold water he'd enjoyed before leaving the vale was still fresh in his mouth, and cool relief called to him. The pond was not technically on his property, but he'd never encountered another soul there before. The bubbling sound of water trickling over rocks and down the stream met his ears, and he knew instant relief when he moved into the shade of the chestnut trees.
Sliding down from his horse, he pulled the reins over the horse's head and tugged his borrowed steed along the path downstream, weaving through trees as he made his way toward the small, shaded pond. Dappled sunlight sprinkled the ground before him, but the dim woods were a balm to his overheated body. Charles wasn't a horrible man. He truly was glad for Nick Pepper and his wife, that they had found love and would soon become parents. Watching them together, it was impossible not to sense the overpowering love they shared, and they were lucky to have it. But he also felt like he'd been punched in the gut, so badly did he want those things for himself. It did not lessen his happiness for the Peppers. He only had to remember that it was possible to be genuinely pleased for his friend's joy and contentment, while desiring the same thing for himself. Perhaps Charles had been too quick to dismiss the idea of going to London for the season earlier that year. He had thought he needed more time to heal from Miss Pemberton's rejection the year before, and his clear preference for Amelia still. But now it felt as though he had only postponed finding a wife even longer, and London seemed like the best chance he had of doing so. He wasn't likely to meet a woman if he remained in Devon, not when he knew every woman here already. Reaching the pond, he tugged at his cravat, pulling it free from his neck and tucking it under where his coat was thrown over the horse's neck. Sitting on a small boulder, he pulled off his boots and stockings and tossed them to the side. The pond was only waist deep, but it would be exactly what he needed to cool off after the long, hot day. The cold shocked his feet as he stepped over mossy stones, but the water refreshed him immediately. He stood a moment, acclimating to the freezing water and breathing in the damp, earthy air. Perhaps if he just made it to the centre, the water would reach his knee and it would be sufficient. A frog hopped in front of him just before he stepped again, and he lost his footing on the slippery stone, falling into the stream with a resounding splash. Water seeped up through his clothing, and a volley of shivers ran over his skin as he adjusted his position. The cold was a shock to his system, and he craved more. This was exactly what he'd needed. "In for a penny," he said to himself, and he dove forward in the shallow pond, submerging himself in the cold water before standing up again and slicking the water from his face. There was no breeze, but the cold water had done its part, and he felt, "Charles?" He froze. No, it could not be. Fate would not be so unkind. Opening his eyes, he suppressed a groan. Amelia stood on the bank opposite him, her horse's reins in her hands as she trailed her gaze down his person, her blue eyes wide. Was it prideful for him to be glad he'd spent the day wielding a hammer? At least his arms wouldn't look inadequate under her scrutiny. Water ran down his forehead, dripping into his eyes, and he smoothed a hand over his hair to slick the droplets away. Amelia remained standing before him, unmoving, and he didn't know if he should approach her or slip back under the water and wait for her to disappear. "Charles," she said again, her mouth gaping. "I did not expect to find anyone here."
"Nor I."
"Are you—" She cleared her throat and glanced away before looking back. "That is to say—" Amelia evidently did not know what to say. Her mouth hung open as her words trailed into the air and dissipated. Her gaze dipped over him again, and it occurred to Charles that it was he who needed to walk away. He'd accomplished what he'd come here for. But what had she come here for? Hesitating, he asked,
"Is there something I can do for you?"
Amelia's eyes, though he would have previously thought it impossible, widened further. "No, I need nothing from you." Those words fell on his ears with grating reality. Of course she didn't. He had nothing to offer her, after all. Closing his lips into a grim line, he turned his back on her and trudged out of the pond, careful to avoid slipping on the mossy rocks once again. He'd originally intended to let the summer heat dry his clothes somewhat, but now he only wanted to retreat. Water ran down his ankles, soaking his stockings the moment he pulled them over his feet. "Charles?" Amelia called to him, her soft red eyebrows pulling together. The distance between them felt so much greater than the mere length of the pond. "Have I done something to offend you?" Was the woman in earnest? Of course she hadn't offended him. And if she had, why would it matter? She'd never before seemed to mind rejecting him out of hand. He wanted to deliver a snappy remark, but her concerned eyes were too much for him. He hated seeing her uncertainty.
You haven't done anything to offend me.
He offered her a reassuring smile before reaching for his boots. He shoved his feet into them, his toes squelching in his wet stockings. He tried to squash his desire to flee quickly. She was the one who came upon him, interrupting his post-labor dip in the pond. If anyone should feel the need to beat a hasty retreat, it should be her. I am glad to hear that. She played with her horse's reins in her gloved fingers, but made no move to leave. The horse was smaller than the one Amelia usually rode, the dark one that had been stolen from her. Charles looked at her sharply. This was the grove where the gypsies had made their camp, and an inkling of why she might be in these woods nipped at him.
You're here looking for your horse, aren't you?
Amelia scoffed. The gypsies are gone. Why would I be looking for my horse here? Ah, she was holding something back. He could tell by her plain attempt to appear offhand. He held her determined gaze.
That is a very valid question, Mrs. Fawn. Why, indeed?
She lifted her chin. Well, I am not saying that I am looking for Howard, but if anyone had a right to search for clues as to his location, it would be me. Howard is my horse. For such a smart woman, she could be awfully stubborn.
And you agreed to give me a week to search first. That was only 2 days ago.
I gave you a week before I would engage another man to help. I agreed to nothing else. Charles gaped at her. So she was here in search of her horse, which was a foolish, reckless thing to do alone. Charles was a man, with the ability to defend himself to a degree, and even he did not venture to find the gypsies alone. He crossed the stream in 3 large steps, water splashing up his boots as he went, his wet shirt clinging to his chest. What did that matter, though? He was already soaked.
Does your brother know what you are up to?
He doesn't need to. Her delusion knew no bounds.
Say you are successful and locate the men who stole your horse, but you are alone. What then?
Then I fetch Sir Percival and Andrew and—
So the men find you first. You come upon their camp with every intention to fetch help, but— Oh no, they've spotted you.
He lowered his voice, stepping closer. His clothes dripped with pond water that pooled around the leaf-strewn dirt at his feet.
You don't have time to run for Andrew, because the brutes have grabbed your horse's reins much like they did when they stole Howard. What now?
Amelia's eyes burned, her cheeks and the tip of her nose turning red and matching her hair. She was usually so calm, collected and elegant, that watching her lose her temper was certain to be inordinately satisfying. Charles was tempted to do just that, to push her until she could no longer control her anger, but Nick's advice ran through his mind, stalling him. Love her from a distance. With hardly a hand's width between them, he wasn't doing a very good job of that now, was he? Stepping back, Charles put some distance between himself and Amelia, and released a breath, his chest heaving. Her lips were pinched, her eyes wild. She appeared to be refraining from speaking her mind, and he wished desperately to know what she was thinking. Regardless, he needed to backtrack. He had no right to assert any authority over her, even if his only goal was to protect her. He had no right to do even that.
If you insist on searching the grove, at least permit me to escort you. Please,
he asked. He knew it would be fruitless. He'd searched these woods himself thrice over. But he could not part ways now without at least trying to help. You are sopping wet, Charles. Hardly fit for riding.
Yes,
he said, a hint of amusement seeping into his tone. He could see now the sweat glistening on her brow, and noticed that she'd removed her bonnet. Not that he blamed her. He was overheated in shirt sleeves and trousers. Amelia must be stifling in her unforgiving black gown. Oh, how he longed to see her in pale colours again. In white, in green, in anything but black.
I had the desire to cool off on this hot day. Perhaps you understand.
Her lips twitched as if she fought a smile, and she wiped at her temple with the back of her wrist. Perhaps I do, but I never would stoop to something so low as splashing about in a secluded woodland pond. She indicated the water with a wave of her hand.
You might change your tune if you gave it a try.
Why could he not stop himself? She laughed, shaking her head. He was being ludicrous, and needed to change the subject.
My offer stands, he said. I can ride.
No, I thank you. I looked around the area I believe they were camping in, but found nothing.
You could not take your brother's word for it? Or mine?
I wanted to be certain. She paused, lines forming between her eyebrows. I need to get my horse back. I cannot let anything bad happen to him. Ah, that was right. Andrew had mentioned something that day in the drawing room at Falbrooke about the importance of this horse, but Charles had no inkling of what he'd meant by it. He understood caring about an animal, for he missed his Maximus immensely. This felt different. He wanted to know more, to question her, but he bit his tongue.
I plan to go to Melbury tomorrow and ask around, he said. Nick thinks it's a good idea to question Jolly again, too.
Will you be sure to tell me anything you learn?
Happily,
Charles said. He looked down at her and caught her gaze, her eyes so full of light they matched the clear blue sky peeking through the branches above them. Was it any wonder he was in love with this woman? She cared about things so deeply, remained so loyal. He could just imagine how thoroughly wonderful it would feel to be loved by her. And now he needed to give her space.
Until tomorrow, then.
Charles turned, crossing back over the stream, and pulled his horse free of the branches. He dipped a bow to Amelia before turning down the path toward his home, his heart beating wildly. He could have stayed there all day and spoken to her, but she was not his. For his own sake, and out of respect to her, he would do better to keep his distance. Chapter 11. Amelia was utterly confused. She lowered herself onto the stone bench off the garden path and turned her attention to Hattie.
You mean to tell me that you plan to marry a fox? As in a furry little animal?
Of course not,
Hattie laughed, plopping onto the bench beside Amelia and leaning down to pluck a lavender stalk from the ground. Hattie's garden was teeming with lavender, her mother's favourite flower, if Amelia recalled correctly. Shoots of purple blossom spread out around their bench and before them, circling the fountain at the middle of the garden which centred the house behind it perfectly. Interwoven with meadowsweet and tormentile, the garden was brimming with violet, white and yellow flowers during the summer months. Hattie sat up, focusing on the green stem bursting with purple petals, her freckles vibrant in the bright sunlight.
But that is the face I saw when I looked over my shoulder on Midsummer's Day. It stands to reason that my one true love is most assuredly like a fox.
Amelia eyed her friend dubiously. In what way? Hattie glanced up from her flower, her voice flat.
Your scepticism in no way tempts me to tell you my thoughts on this matter.
That was a fair statement. Sorry, Hattie. I don't mean to disbelieve, but what you are saying is
difficult to believe.
Hattie smirked, turning her attention back to the lavender and bringing it up to her nose. She inhaled before looking at Amelia, her brown eyes hopeful.
I realise that. You needn't believe it for it to be real, though. And just because you are sceptical of something, that does not make it false.
But faith alone does not make it true, either. Did Hattie not realise that she was believing in an ancient incantation? This was ludicrous. Magic was a thing for stories. This was real life, and they were not children anymore. She was not doing herself any favours by pretending otherwise.
Why?
Hattie countered.
Why can't faith make something real? I have faith that I will find true love someday, that you will find contentment, that the sun will come up tomorrow. I have faith that my father will retrieve his blasted hunters those gypsies stole, and that the seeds from this lavender will spread more flowers about my garden so it will smell even lovelier next summer.
And if those things do not occur? Amelia had once had blind faith too. She'd believed she would grow old with Henry. When that possibility was shattered irreparably, she had allowed herself to believe she would find lasting contentment with Arthur. Neither of those things had come to pass. Her contentment with Arthur was fleeting. Both of those husbands were gone. Silence sat between them, thick and heavy like the scent of the lavender surrounding their bench. Picking another purple petal, Hattie tossed it into the soft breeze and watched it dance away, spinning before skipping over the path.
Then it is not for lack of faith.
Amelia forced her lips into a smile. I am envious of your faith. It is not a skill I possess. Not any more, at least. Hattie turned her head to the side, her freckled nose wrinkling in thought.
I rather think it was something I was born with. I can't remember a time when I didn't possess it.
Amelia could only hope that her friend would never endure trials difficult enough to cause her to lose her faith. She tried for a lighter tone, making an attempt to steer the conversation away from the heaviness engulfing them and weighing on her heart. And you believe your future husband, whoever this man is, will possess the qualities of a fox? I am eager to hear how he will manage that. A knowing glint lit Hattie's chocolate-brown eyes, but she bent her head toward the flower in her hand, picking petals off one at a time as she spoke.
He might be cunning and smart like a fox.
Or maybe he'll have a pointed nose, Amelia said, warming to the game and the healing it would bring to their disagreement. She appreciated her friend's willingness to speak her mind, despite how it differed from Amelia's on this matter. They did not need to have the same opinions to love or care for one another, clearly. Hattie nodded.
Perhaps he's evasive and sly, and easily slips out of uncomfortable situations.
Like fox hunts. I'm certain he couldn't like to hunt.
Hattie mocked a front. Definitely not. Which only means one thing.
What is that?
I haven't met the man yet. I don't know a single gentleman who would refuse a hunt.
Hattie tossed her naked lavender stalk into the garden and plucked another from the ground. She looked up, her eyes narrowing as she tilted her head to the side.
Or maybe he has a reddish tint to his hair. Perhaps the similarities are subtle.
Are there many red-headed men in Greyton?
Your brother is one,
Hattie said, thoughtfully. She narrowed her eyes.
I have never considered him in that light before, but perhaps I have done myself a disservice in discounting him.
Amelia reared her head back. You may be taking this too seriously if you are honestly considering the idea that you and Andrew would suit.
Well, I never said that.
Hattie laughed, but her wistful expression gave her away.
Very well, I concede this one. Andrew is far too sensible for me.
He will make a good husband some day.
Hattie grinned. And he would be miserable if he were mine.
Amelia chuckled. Indeed, Andrew would not appreciate Hattie's antics. There was a reason she hadn't told him the details of why she'd returned to the church on Midsummer's Eve, or what Hattie had done there. He would not understand her playful nature, her relentless hope, or her ability to find fascination in the oddest of things. Things like the cunning woman, and her ridiculous notions for discovering what lay in the future. A gunshot ripped through the air, jarring Amelia from her musings.
I don't mind that,
Hattie said, carelessly reaching for another lavender stalk. At this rate, she would depetal her entire garden before dinner.
My father did warn me that he planned to shoot today. I wager there will be gunshots for the next hour. Shall we go inside?
For the sake of the flowers, Amelia nodded. Hattie's voice turned thoughtful.
Or perhaps we ought to stay out here.
I'm not certain your garden could survive it, Amelia said, nodding to the petals littering the stone walkway before them. Hattie shot her a wry smile before turning back toward the lawn.
But another red-haired man is coming our way.
Amelia glanced up quickly to find Charles and Nick Pepper striding toward them on the lawn, Hattie's large square house looming behind them. The sun shone down on them, highlighting Mr. Pepper's blonde hair and Charles's brown locks. Mr. Fremont is not a red-haired man.
I would call his hair chestnut, Hattie said. Brown, yes, but there is certainly a reddish element. Much like a fox, in fact.
Do you think you are perhaps grasping for something where there is nothing?
No, Hattie said easily. I am making a connection I hadn't made before. That is all. And if I form an attachment to Mr. Fremont, it would surely help you. Then the man would finally leave you be.
The men noticed them, and Charles lifted a hand in greeting. Though Hattie's meaning was clear, Amelia was startled by the direction her friend's thoughts had gone. Hattie leaned closer, lowering her voice.
Besides, Mr. Fremont was the first man I saw after the incantation. That must mean something.
And he was foxed. Hattie grinned, rising from the bench.
Another point in favour of him being my fox, then, perhaps.
Amelia suppressed a sigh. Rising behind her friend, she followed her to greet the men.
"If you are looking for my father," Hattie said, "he is just on the other side of the house, shooting targets. It shouldn't be dangerous if you approach from the house."
Charles nodded.
"Thank you, Miss Green. We did come in search of your father."
He turned toward Amelia, and she felt the inclination to take a step back when his eyes met hers. She could not look at this man without imagining him rising from the pond, his shirt clinging to his chest as he sluiced water from his face. She had immediately averted her eyes, but that did not mean his well-sculpted torso had not imprinted on her mind before she was able to look away.
"How fortunate that I should find you here, Mrs. Fawn,"
he said, his face impassive. Could he so easily have forgotten the events of yesterday? She could not. They were seared on her mind. "Do you have news for me?" she asked.
Charles nodded. "We travelled to Melbury today and questioned the innkeeper at the White Hare, but he knew nothing of the gypsies."
"We can assume they travelled toward the coast, then?" she asked.
Mr. Pepper shook his head. "Not entirely, no. They might have done that, or they merely travelled past Melbury before sunup and went unseen. But the trip was not entirely useless,"
Charles said, a hopeful edge to his voice.
"The innkeeper was able to inform us of a horse auction taking place on Thursday next, and we were able to get a look at some of our competition for the cricket match," Mr. Pepper added.
"How useful,"
Hattie said.
"Will you give my father the details of the auction?"
Charles nodded.
"I assumed he'd like to know."
"He is spitting mad over the horse thieves. It was quite impertinent of them to take our horses directly from our stables, was it not? I'm certain father will wish to attend the auction with you."
Hattie tilted her head to the side, narrowing her gaze at Charles.
"Are you sly, Mr. Fremont?"
His eyes widened.
"I'm not sure."
"Or cunning? I'm convinced you'll need to be cunning if you are to track down these fiends."
Charles looked astonished, his blue eyes round and flicking between Hattie and Amelia. Hattie continued.
"Do you possess the ability to slip in and out of places unseen?"
"I think we ought to be returning to the house now," Amelia said, clutching Hattie's arm and pulling her away from the gentleman before she could make a fool of herself. Judging by Charles's furrowed brow, he was one inquiry away from pegging Hattie as utterly mad. Not that Amelia would blame him. She was in the same line of thinking herself.
"Good day, ladies,"
Mr. Pepper called, lifting his hat. Amelia cast the men a smile, hastening her stride. Hattie scurried to keep up, her confusion almost endearing.
"You were in quite a hurry to leave them, and here I thought you were softening toward Mr. Fremont."
Amelia halted in her tracks, pulling Hattie to a stop beside her. "Why do you say that?" Lifting one shoulder in a shrug, Hattie glanced toward the men on the other side of the flower garden, crossing toward the side of the house where Mr. Green was shooting.
"There is no definitive moment in which this stood out to me, but I have sensed something changing recently. Was I very wrong?"
She wasn't wrong, but Amelia had no inclination to admit this now. To say that she was softening toward Charles indicated that her feelings were changing, which was simply untrue. Amelia was growing to understand the man differently, perhaps, and she could certainly see the value in his friendship, but her romantic feelings toward him were unaltered, non-existent. Not entirely. I no longer worry that carrying on a conversation with Charles will give the man reason to believe me interested in him. Hattie nodded, and they continued walking. They reached the back door of the Greens' house, and Hattie rested her hand on the door handle, but didn't proceed to open it. Turning, she settled her contemplative gaze on her friend.
"You've believed yourself to be protecting his feelings by rejecting him so consistently, haven't you?"
"Yes." Hattie's smile was simple, her eyes wise.
"It will benefit the both of you, I think, for you to let go of the notion that every man you speak amiably to will believe you wish to marry him."
"Look at the record of my past, Hattie. The only men I've carried amiable relationships with did become my husbands."
"Mr. Pepper? Mr. Fremont?"
"Mr. Fremont has been around so long that he cannot count, and Mr. Pepper and I could not exactly claim an amiable relationship until after he married Julia."
"Maybe," Hattie conceded, "but recall that what I said stands true. And anyway, Mr. Fremont soon might be married to someone else."
Amelia could not contain her shock entirely, but she was somewhat discomfited by Hattie's remark, and that she could not decipher whether her friend was in earnest or playing a joke.
Besides,
Hattie continued, letting herself into the house and grinning over her shoulder,
I must marry a fox, and poor Mr. Fremont might be as close as I can get.
That Hattie Green is a character,
Nick said, chuckling with good-natured amusement as they crossed the lawn toward the shooting range.
I do wonder how such opposite people as she and Mrs. Fawn are can be such dear friends.
A smile crept onto Charles's mouth. He glanced over his shoulder and snuck a look at the women as they stood by the back door of the large house, discussing something earnestly.
They've been friends as long as they've been alive. I do think relationships created in childhood have a lasting effect.
Nick nodded.
Undoubtedly.
Charles pushed them from his mind, doing his best not to consider that Amelia was probably watching him walk away right now. He was a man with a mission, and he would pour every ounce of energy he possessed into searching for these horses until he found them, because thinking of horses was far easier to endure than pining for Amelia. At least the horses would show him some bit of affection once he retrieved them, and he would get them back. He was committed. Rounding the corner of the house, Charles drew in a steadying breath. He needed to put her dainty nose and vibrant eyes from his mind and focus on the matter at hand.
"Good day, Mr. Green,"
Nick called, startling him. Mr. Green stood a few yards off, his gun in hand and his feet planted firmly on the green grass.
You've brought good news, I hope.
Charles crossed the space between them.
Nothing much from Melbury, unfortunately, but there is to be a horse auction in Brimblecombe Thursday next. We plan to go,
Nick said,
if you'd like to join us.
Mr. Green nodded, his mouth drawn down as his serious eyes seemed to work out the development.
You can count on me.
They discussed the parameters of their plan and how many servants they would need to bring to the auction before bidding the man farewell. Locating their horses in the front of the house, they went their separate ways. Charles waved to Nick, turning his horse toward home, distracted by the flock of starlings leaving the safety of the tree ahead of him on the lane. He directed his horse to the other side of the lane so any remaining birds wouldn't be disturbed. He was grateful for Nick Pepper's help, but it was only a matter of time before the man would not be able to assist him in this search any longer. Not that Charles had much more time. Indeed, he'd promised Amelia she could reach out to her man after 1 week, and that week would be up well before this horse auction. If only he could convince her to give him another week. He should have asked for a fortnight from the beginning. Rounding the bend, Charles pulled his horse to a stop when he spotted the gig up the lane, and the lone, black-clad feminine figure sitting in it. This was a familiar sight. He recalled the moment he'd come upon Amelia in a similar situation just a few weeks ago. Only now, she didn't appear to be stuck in any mud, and neither did the wheels of her gig look broken. Was the horse giving her grief?
"Mrs. Fawn,"
he called, guiding his horse forward. She glanced at him over her shoulder, and his heart stuttered. The black brim of her bonnet shaded her face, but her eyes were as clear as ice. Pausing beside her, they were nearly the same height. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, for this angle allowed him to easily look into her face.
"Can I be of any assistance?"
He didn't know why he'd asked. She'd undoubtedly refuse. Shaking her head, Amelia offered him a small smile. "Nothing is wrong, Charles. I was lost in thought." Her cheeks pinked, and she chuckled softly. "To be perfectly honest, I hadn't realized that I'd stopped my gig in the road until you called to me."
"In that case, would you care to unburden your mind?"
"It is only more of the same," she said. Shifting in the saddle, he drew in a breath. Of course she worried for her horse, and he wanted to be part of unburdening her trials.
"Can you bear to give me a few more days? Our lead, the auction in Brimblecombe, isn't until Thursday next, as I mentioned earlier. There isn't much I can do before then."
Her voice was soft, reasonable. But if that is a good lead, perhaps I should have my man on it as well. More eyes could only be more help, surely.
Or it could be a waste of this man's time. I'm not sure what he would be able to learn from the auction that I could not, particularly with Mr. Pepper and Mr. Green's help.
Unless Julia has her baby before then.
"Yes,"
he agreed, a smile tugging at his mouth.
"That would put me down a man. But even then, I expect your brother might be interested in joining us."
"He likely would, but I just think that the quicker I write to Mr. Boyle—"
"Please."
Charles said, knowing it was pointless, but determined to try anyway. Would this woman ever find him a worthy man, even just as a friend with a deep desire to be of assistance?
I am only trying to help, to be a good friend.
Something in Amelia's countenance changed. She paused as if reconsidering. Very well. Charles froze. She had agreed to give him more time. Truly. No need to appear so shocked, Charles. I am not an unreasonable creature. No, she was an incredible creature.
Thank you, Mrs. Fawn. You shall not regret it.
Now he only had to make sure that was true. Chapter 12. More than a week had passed since Charles had gone to the Greens' residence and spoken to Amelia on the country lane, and he had not seen her since. Currently, with the sun beating down on him and the horses kicking up a dust cloud, he was convinced he wouldn't ever have a chance to do so again, for he was positively going to expire in this heat. Nick, Mr. Green, and Charles had spent the better part of the morning searching the horse auction and questioning the locals about the gypsies or any suspicious horse activity, but had come up empty. No one had seen the travelling family, nor had they heard whispers of stolen horses or odd behaviour among the breeders.
Plumb waste of time,
Mr. Green muttered, bouncing in his saddle on the dusty country lane. His lined, wrinkled face creased into a frown, his eyes glossing over as he surveyed the road before them.
Not for all of us,
Nick said, glancing over his shoulder at the holstered groom leading the horse he'd acquired. A smug smile sat on his lips, and Charles chuckled.
At least it was worth Nick's time,
Charles said. In truth, he was growing more anxious by the minute. He'd managed to convince Amelia to give him more time to find her precious Howard, and he had nothing to show for it, except postponing her ability to ask for help from someone who would likely make progress. He'd foolishly held on to the hope that he could use this as a chance to prove to her that he'd changed, that he was no longer the love-lorn youth who would follow her about and press his attentions upon her. Now he had matured, and he kept those thoughts and feelings buried deep inside. He merely wanted the opportunity to show her. He'd imagined it over and over again, finding Howard, returning the horse to Amelia, then walking away with a smile and nothing more. He would show her that he expected nothing, that he was only doing what any friend would, that she needn't be concerned with him asking for anything from her in return. But he'd failed. They all had. The auction was a blasted waste of time for everyone except Nick and his new steed. If anything, Charles ought to have bought Amelia a horse to replace Howard. Not forever, of course, but until Howard could be found. If Howard could be found.
Cheer up,
Nick said, lowering his voice as Mr. Green fell back to speak to his groom. They'd brought enough servants with them to be covered in the case that they needed to transport the 4 missing horses home. They'd been rather optimistic that morning. Charles shook his head.
It's never pleasing to return empty-handed. She won't blame you,
Nick said.
No, I convinced her to give me another week, and now I've squandered it. Her investigative man likely would have found the horse and returned it by now. I was just so blasted hopeful. And now I own the blame for losing the man any sort of lead he could have garnered. They reached the outskirts of Greyton, and passed Jolly standing on the street outside his inn's door, his ruddy face conjuring up a grin as he lifted his cap, his shiny forehead glistening in the sunlight. Jolly's unrelenting gaze and smug smile said something. But what? The men returned his gesture with waves, but didn't pause to speak to him. Charles wasn't sure he'd be able to keep himself in check if he did. There's something he's not telling us,
Charles said, his stomach tightening.
I don't know what to think,
Nick said dubiously.
Unless he's hiding some horses in his back stables, I'm not sure what he could gain from not telling us whatever he knows.
Charles straightened.
And what if he is?
Nick shrugged.
Surely we'd know if he was hiding any. People are in and out of the inn constantly. Someone would have seen something and informed us.
Mr. Green pulled up alongside him again, glancing between the men.
What is it?
The older man asked, his grey eyebrows pulling together.
We're questioning how much Jolly knows, and what he is not telling us,"
Charles added. Mr. Green waited until they'd left the main road in town before speaking again.
"Shall we have a look about the place, then? See if we can discover something ourselves?"
"Uninvited?"
Charles asked, his chest constricting. It was one thing to search for their animals in the light of day, in places they were legally welcome, the woods, the auction. But going into Jolly's stables uninvited was breaking the law and fell thoroughly outside Charles's realm of comfort. Mr. Green clearly did not share these scruples, if the fire blazing in his eyes was any clue.
"Why not? He took them without invitation."
"We have no proof of that."
"Yet,"
Mr. Green said, effectively closing the subject. Charles and Nick shared a look. They bade Mr. Green farewell at the split in the road, and Nick followed Charles towards Falbrooke Court.
"Do you think we have reason to be concerned?" "I think Mr. Green may do what he wishes. He's a grown man, and we needn't worry over his choices or actions."
Charles puffed out his cheeks, shaking his head.
"But I will not be breaking the law. If he would like to do that, he must look for help elsewhere."
Nick nodded, pulling his horse behind Charles as they turned on the path, Falbrooke Court coming into view in all its sandstone glory.
"Let's relay the bad news. It is nothing she isn't used to already,"
Charles said, the reality of his words slipping bitterly from his tongue. He would like, only once, to have good news to deliver to this woman. They left their horses with Nick's groom in the front drive and stepped into the drawing-room. Amelia sat on her settee, the bright windows framing her perfect posture as she sat poised with her needle mid-air, the delicate white fabric on her lap spread with white embroidery. Her copper hair was flawlessly drawn back into an elegant knot. She appeared fragile, though he knew she wasn't. Her severe black gown was at odds with the rest of the image she portrayed, but she was perfectly lovely, nonetheless.
"No luck,"
Charles said at once, eager to deliver the bad news and get out of the expansive house. His arms were shaking with irritation, his spirit burdened with a distinct feeling of inadequacy. Amelia lifted her gaze to meet his, locking on him unflinchingly. It was foolish to hope, perhaps, but I did. Giving the men a dainty shrug, a small smile flicked across her lips. "I do appreciate your efforts."
"It was nothing,"
Nick said.
"You will write to your man now, I presume?"
Charles asked, unable to help himself. He could hear the challenge in his voice, the bitterness of failure colouring his words. Amelia's sharp gaze missed nothing. "I did tell you of my plan." Charles nodded.
"I had hoped to save you the trouble."
"Amelia, would you sit in with—" Andrew tore into the room, halting mid-step when he spotted the men. "I didn't realize you had visitors."
"We were just leaving,"
Nick said.
"We only came to relay our lack of luck at the auction today."
"Pity," Andrew said. "No horses?"
"No gypsies,"
Charles corrected.
"Plenty of horses, but none of them ours, though Nick found one to his liking."
Nick's grin was unrepentant, stretching broadly over his face and creasing the sides of his mouth.
"We did ride all the way out to Brimblecombe. I'm glad it wasn't completely useless. If we learnt anything valuable, it was that the evasion tactics of gypsies are not to be undervalued,"
Charles said, rubbing his chin.
"I'm at such a loss."
Amelia rose from the sofa, after tucking her embroidery into a basket and setting it under the table at the end of the couch. "Are you managing without your horse, Mr. Fremont?" Holding her clear blue gaze, he swallowed.
"Yes. My uncle acquired a steed on his leave last summer, and I've been using him. I will be glad to have Maximus back when we find the missing horses, but there has been a small benefit to this ordeal. My uncle did ask that I make sure his horse is regularly exercised."
"Then you are doing him a favour, no doubt." The amusement which crinkled the edges of Amelia's eyes hit him like a punch directly in the gut, while simultaneously warming his chest. She was jesting with him. That was not something to which he was accustomed. He found he rather liked it. Tearing his gaze away, he took the moment to regain his equilibrium. "You needed me, Andrew?" Amelia asked. Andrew placed a hand on his sister's elbow. "I fear Mrs. Helpert is not doing well today. I was hoping you would come and sit with her." Concern creased her forehead, and she flicked her gaze toward Charles before looking back at her brother. Of course. I will go up directly. Thank you, gentlemen. Delivering a curtsy, Amelia promptly left the room.
Is there anything I can do?
Charles asked, listening to Amelia's retreating footsteps until they quieted, muffled by the carpeted stairs. Andrew scrubbed a hand over his face, sighing. Help me figure out what to say to Amelia. I'm afraid, well, to be perfectly blunt, I'm afraid there isn't much more I can do for Mrs. Helpert. The breath left Charles's chest in one large swoop.
I didn't realize things were so severe.
Andrew, shaking his head, moved toward the grouped furniture and dropped into a chair, rubbing at his temples. Dark circles pooled under his eyes, shading his face with exhaustion. Neither did I. She has slowly declined in the weeks since she joined us, and she didn't come here in the best of positions to begin with. I wish she would have made her struggles known to me months ago.
Would you have done anything differently?
Nick asked. Andrew looked pained, uncertain. I suppose not. Just more of the same. But I would have had longer to try. We fed her the best of diets, broths and jellies, and everything I would recommend to my dearest loved ones were they in similar circumstances. Amelia spends quite a lot of time at her bedside, reading or otherwise occupying Mrs. Helpert, and when she is unavailable, I sit in the room with her. The woman is never left alone. She's received everything I can think of, but nothing has helped. Nothing.
And your friend from Oxford?
I received his letter just a few days ago, but he had nothing helpful to add. He rubbed his forehead and leant back against the cushion. I had already implemented each of his ideas. There is nothing else. Charles and Nick joined Andrew in the seating area and took the sofa opposite him.
Do you mind terribly if I make a suggestion?
Nick asked, warily. Andrew scoffed lightly. At this point I am open to nearly anything.
Have you consulted Mrs. Fowler?
The widow who lives on the edge of town? Andrew asked, his copper eyebrows pulling together. I have never had reason before to speak to her. Nick sat back, lifting one ankle and resting it on the other knee. His blonde hair was carelessly swept away from his face, but his eyes reflected the seriousness of the situation.
I'm not sure of her marital status. Miss Green has used her services as a... I'm not sure of her marital status. Miss Green has used her services as a cunning woman, or so I've been told. But Julia mentioned the other day that Mrs. Fowler is also a midwife.
He cleared his throat.
I was instructed by my dear wife to familiarize myself with her whereabouts in the case that her time comes and you are unavailable.
Andrew nodded, his face betraying nothing. Your wife is wise to have a plan in place. His lips cocked a faint smile, though I would not have pegged her as one who would worry. I'd have put my money on Mrs. Pepper having more birthing experience than even me.
She has some experience in assisting,
Nick said, grinning.
But she's a smart woman. She knows she can't do it alone.
Which is why you are here, instead of home with her, Andrew said. Nick raised both hands.
I fret too much. The moment she feels her first pain, I am permitted to remain at the house.
And Lord Hart? Nick grew serious.
Her uncle is the only reason I feel comfortable leaving the premises at all. He hovers over her worse than I do. Only the house is his, so she can't very well force him to leave, can she?
Andrew chuckled, his gaze drawn up to the ceiling. I need to meet Mrs. Fowler, I think, though I am hesitant to leave Falbrooke. I would have come to help at the auction today, but I was afraid... His voice trailed off, his swallow visible as his throat bobbed.
I can remain here,
Charles offered.
And I can take you to Mrs. Fowler's cottage,
Nick said, rising.
I was there myself just a few days ago, so I can perform the introduction.
That would be inordinately helpful. Thank you, both of you. Charles nodded. He didn't want the praise. He wasn't doing this for Andrew alone. He needed to assure himself that Mrs. Helpert was receiving every bit of help she could have. He owed it to George. When the man had known he wasn't long for this world, He'd extracted the promise that sat heavily on Charles now. The promise he'd made that Mrs. Halpert would be taken care of. Chapter 13. Amelia swallowed against a dry throat, her eyes smarting. When Mrs. Halpert had joined them nearly a month ago, she hadn't radiated good health, but there was some colour in her cheeks. Now she was pale and drawn, her cheeks sunken and gaunt. Her delicate shoulders rested against a mound of pillows, her gaze flicking from Amelia to the doorway behind her. "Can I sit with you a minute? I can read if you'd like, or I'd be happy to sit here in silence." She should have brought her embroidery with her. With a little diligence, she could have finished the white-worked baby cap by the end of the evening. Mrs. Halpert nodded, though it appeared to take great effort. "Shall I fetch another book?" Amelia asked. Mrs. Halpert's gaze moved again to the space behind her, and Amelia looked over her shoulder. Charles stood in the doorway, shock written on his features, his eyebrows lifted and mouth slightly agape. The dim corridor behind him proved the fading daylight. The sun had well and truly receded to the other side of the house. Surely the servants would be along shortly to light the wall sconces outside the bedchambers. "Mrs. Halpert," he breathed, stepping into the room. He cleared his throat and glanced between the woman in the bed and Amelia, uncertainty tugging at his blue eyes. She needed to put his fears to rest as best she could, but she didn't know how to manage it. The drastic change this woman had suffered in just the last week would be enough to jar anyone. "We have 2 chairs here, if you'd like to join us," Amelia said, indicating the seats at Mrs. Halpert's bedside. She waited for Charles to come forward, his hesitant steps slowly carrying him into the room and approaching the ill woman. Her round stomach bulged under the quilt, one thin, bony hand resting on top of it, the other strewn casually over the bedclothes. "You've come," Mrs. Halpert said quietly, a smile colouring her words. She gazed at Charles with appreciation as he sat in the chair nearest her bed. "I would have come sooner, but I've been so distracted with the tenant houses and looking for the missing horses. Please forgive my negligence." He shook his head, and guilt swept through Amelia. She was the reason he hadn't been nearby, and she saw it clearly, that she had earned the blame for his failure to visit. He did not care overly much for his horse. He had only been trying to locate Howard for her. She should have made a greater effort to convince him to let it be, to allow her to write to Mr. Boyle and put the matter in the hands of a man who likely did not have other, more important things to attend to. And now, watching Charles gaze at Mrs. Halpert with compassion and heartbreak etched on his face, it hit her like a bolt of lightning in the chest. There was absolutely no mistaking the deep appreciation in Mrs. Halpert's gaze, or the reciprocation in Charles's. This man had to care for this woman if the way he was looking at her was any clue, and Amelia was only getting in the way. She felt out of place, discomfort pressing upon her chest. She did not wish to be in the room while this couple grieved their situation, but she could not leave them be either. Or could she? Mrs. Halpert was a widow, much like Amelia, and Amelia had long ago ceased worrying about chaperones. But then again, Mrs. Halpert was abed, helpless and ill. This situation was different. She could not feel comfortable leaving them entirely alone, but that didn't mean Amelia couldn't give them a modicum of privacy. "Would you mind terribly if I left you for a moment?" Amelia asked, gathering Charles's attention. He startled, as though he'd forgotten she was even there. Well, that was a lowering thought. He looked back at Mrs. Halpert with uncertainty. Amelia continued, "I need to write a letter before the daylight has well and truly left us. I shall just be at the desk beside the window." She gestured to the other side of the room, where a small writing table sat nestled between 2 tall windows. "Of course," he said. Lifting a hand to stall her, he stepped closer. "Your brother has gone to consult Mrs. Fowler. He shouldn't be long." Nodding, Amelia stepped away. She might not put a lot of store in the cunning woman's methods of finding a husband or discerning the future, but her skills as a midwife were surely as valid and real as the moon, that was now slipping into view through the window behind a puff of dark clouds. The soft murmuring of Charles's voice nipped at her as she took a seat at the writing desk, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper. She prepared the pen and opened the inkpot. With a deep breath, Amelia began her letter. 5 years earlier. Widow's weeds were meant to both deepen and lengthen one's grief by their severe, consistent reminder of why one wore them. Or so Amelia had decided. When she'd put off the stark black gowns after Henry's death, she'd believed it would be for the last time. Had she known she would need the black clothing again, and so soon at that, she wouldn't have donated them to the servants. But alas, one could not predict that they would be made a widow twice over, before their 1st and 20th birthday, could they? And she was not the only one to take note. After overhearing whispers referring to her as the Black Widow outside of church just last week, she'd been mightily tempted to return to church in any colour but black. But Arthur deserved better than that, and her pride aside, she would complete a proper period of mourning for him. A knock preceded her butler, and Amelia straightened in her chair when he announced Mr. Boyle. She hadn't wanted to engage the services of a shabby character like Mr. Boyle, but with Arthur's family doctor hesitant to explain the cause of Arthur's death, what choice had she been given? Amelia deserved to know what had taken her husband from her so soon after their marriage, especially when the same gossiping biddies had been heard to warn a young, eligible gentleman away from Amelia and her deadly cursed touch, as though she would actually consider marriage again. Pressing aside the bitter reality that had become her life, Amelia allowed her good breeding to take control, fixing her posture and placing a guard over her bruised and tender heart. Whatever Mr. Boyle had to tell her, she could handle it. The short man stepped around her butler, tapping his worn cap against his trousers as he sauntered inside, and closed the door behind himself, so they were alone. She tried to send the man a confident look. She was not afraid of Mr. Boyle. Though he appeared to need a bath, he'd served in the army with her late husband, Arthur, and Arthur had trusted him, which was enough for her, however distastefully he smelled. "What have you learnt?" she asked. She would have invited him to be seated, but her sofa was a light cream, and he had the potential to dirty it. He gave her a gap-toothed grimace. "You aren't going to like it." She bristled at the gall of this man to predict anything about her, but owned that he was likely correct. She'd sent him on an errand to discover how Arthur had died. If Mr. Boyle had been successful, then he was probably correct. She was not going to like hearing what he'd learnt. All the same, I would rather get to the point. "No fooling around then, eh? All right then, ma'am. I'm no doctor, you understand, but I did think there was something unnatural about it all. I looked into your husband's dealings the last few months, and I learnt that he was sending his man out to procure laudanum regularly." Amelia nodded. She knew this, of course. It was a necessity. He needed it in order to fall asleep, she explained. The war had done horrible things to Arthur's sleep. He was fine in the light of day, but sleep was a necessity, and laudanum, in small quantities of course, was the only way he had been able to come by it. She could hardly fault his use of the substance. Who would? "Perhaps you don't know then, ma'am," Mr. Boyle said, squinting one eye more than the other. "But too much of the stuff has been known to kill men." "Arthur was quite careful," she said defensively, feeling the tide of protectiveness rising within her. "He would not have taken too much." "Not on purpose, perhaps," he said carefully. "But I spoke to his valet, and I spoke to the man he bought it from, and they were supplying Arthur with more and more laudanum by the month. His valet was going out for weekly bottles the last few months. That's worrisome, Mrs. Williams." Yes, it was. But Amelia was not about to reveal how readily she agreed with Mr. Boyle on this point. She did have some pride. Mr. Boyle shrugged. "You wouldn't be the first man to accidentally consume too much medicine. It could happen to anyone." Amelia scoffed, because that was certainly a comfort. "Arthur probably made a mistake in his dosing," Mr. Boyle continued. "Perhaps he took his dose and forgot and gave himself another one. There is no way to know." "No, there isn't," she said crisply. I do thank you for your help, Mr. Boyle, but if that is all—" He nodded, but his shrewd gaze didn't miss much. Hitting his hat against his worn trousers again, he pinched his lips together and appraised her quietly.
"You ought not to blame yourself, ma'am."
She didn't blame herself. Not directly, of course. But her own brother was a doctor, for heaven's sake. She would certainly be checking these facts against his knowledge before she took Mr. Boyle for his word. She was not about to easily accept the idea that Arthur's death was such a simple accident. She stood. "If that is all?" He stared at her for another hard moment before nodding.
"If you need anything else, you send for me. I can't read the mind of a dead man, but I'm good at sorting most things."
Nodding, Amelia saw the short man to the door. He'd just delivered some of the worst news of her young life. She most assuredly would not be reaching out to him again. Putting the finishing touches on her letter to Mr. Boyle, Amelia wondered faintly if he would even be willing and available to travel to Devon for this matter. He had been eager for work when they had last spoken, but that had been somewhere around 5 years ago now. Perhaps Mr. Boyle had found himself a better position, or, far more likely, she presumed, landed himself in jail. She paused, her gaze stolen by the bright moon, and reminded herself that if anyone understood the significance of Howard, it would be Mr. Boyle. He'd been there with Arthur when he had acquired the horse. Sanding the letter, she folded it, sealed it, and turned it over to pen the direction on the front. She should have written this a week ago, but Charles had been so persistent, his eyes so pleading when he'd spoken to her on the lane outside of the Greens' house. She, for once, had not been able to refuse him what he'd asked of her. A point that had not occurred to her until this moment. Crossing the room, Amelia paused at the door and lifted her letter, gathering Charles's attention. Tabby had come in the room at some point during the last few minutes, which made it possible for Amelia to slip out for a moment. "I will return shortly. I must get this off as soon as possible." He dipped his head in acknowledgement, kindly refraining from asking her why she didn't simply hand it to Tabby.
"Of course."
Or perhaps the thought hadn't occurred to Charles. He clearly had more important things to worry about at present, like the woman opposite him and her dire circumstances. Slipping into the corridor, Amelia ran her finger over the pointed edges of the folded missive. She needed to obtain a handle on her emotions. The thought plagued her, that at some point Charles had grown into a thoughtful, caring man, and Amelia was dying to understand if the changes had occurred recently, or if he'd always been this way, and she'd merely been too blind to notice. It was a moment's work to locate a footman and safely deposit the letter into his hands. When she returned to Mrs. Halpett's room, however, she paused before the door, her fingers resting against the wall. She was unable to bring herself to enter it. The glances she'd witnessed passing between Charles and Mrs. Halpett appeared to carry more weight than earnest friendship. She'd wondered earlier if there was an attachment between them, but now it was without question. He clearly cared for this woman. But how could he do so when all his time of late had been taken up by the pursuit of her stolen horse? Had Charles stayed away from Falbrooke Court, from Mrs. Halpett, because of Amelia? Her chest went cold, and she rested her back against the wall outside Mrs. Halpett's room, the reality of the situation weighing heavily on her heart. She had dug herself into an uncomfortable hole by refusing Charles so often over the years. By dismissing him so carelessly, she had put distance between them, yes. But she'd also sacrificed the possibility of a friendship with the man. And the more she grew to know him, the more it occurred to Amelia that she had made a big sacrifice indeed. He was just the sort of gentleman she would like to call a friend. But was it too late now? A gentle throat cleared to her right, and she clutched her hands together behind her back when her eyes fell on Charles, his fingers resting against the doorframe. "Is Mrs. Halpett—"
"She is asleep," he said quietly. "I didn't know if I should wake her or let her be."
Amelia shook her head. "This happens often. I did wonder if my reading voice was bland, as it frequently incites her naps. But if your conversation had the same result, I will hold off on letting the thought feed my insecurities." A smile tugged at Charles's lips. His eyes rested so steadily upon her that she had the urge to slice the tension between them with a shocking remark. But the tension was likely only felt on her side. Charles surely had no trouble thinking of anything besides himself saturated with pond water. She, on the other hand, could hardly think of anything else. "Do you think we have reason to trust this Mrs. Fowler?" she asked, hoping to turn the conversation to neutral land and help her mind focus on something else. "After Hattie's antics in the churchyard,
What has that to do with Mrs. Fowler?"
she is the cunning woman who gave Hattie the formula for her ridiculous plan." His eyes narrowed in consideration as he came to lean beside her in the dim corridor. The servants had finally lit the sconces that lined the wall, but they were still in shadow. This line of questioning was clearly not going to distract her mind if it continued to bring Charles closer. She had been trying for a little distance. He nodded slowly.
"I can certainly see why that would worry you. But I believe the tricks she sells and her midwifery must be two separate things. If Mrs. Fowler has knowledge which might help us, then we ought to be grateful for it."
Amelia agreed with this logic, but was nervous, nonetheless. It seemed to her that if there was anything they could do for Mrs. Halpert, Andrew would have learnt of it in school.
"You've written to your man, then?"
Charles asked. Amelia shifted, crossing her arms over her chest. "My man? Oh, Mr. Boyle. Yes. I don't know that he'll be available to come help, but I thought I ought to try."
"Can you forgive me for making you wait an additional week?"
he asked. Surprise snaked up her stomach, pausing her breath. It was my choice to wait. He gave a disbelieving flick of his eyebrows.
"Which you could hardly refuse after I pathetically begged for more time, could you? It was a kindness you offered by allowing me to cling to my pride and try. I should have known my limits, however, and not pressed the issue."
"Hardly." She hadn't thought his begging for more time on the lane in front of the Greens' house had been pathetic or embarrassing in the least. She had found it endearing. Amelia had never struggled to deny Charles in the past, but this had been different. She had wanted to say yes. "Besides, I feel you are too hard on yourself. You are not further from learning the truth than Mr. Green or Mr. Pepper. You needn't put this pressure on yourself. I certainly haven't."
"No, you haven't."
She waited for him to say more, but he remained quiet. Gazing at his face, Amelia took in the angle of his jawline, noting how it shifted as he clenched and unclenched it. His nose, she once thought of as Grecian, now seemed dignified, his blue eyes dark in the corridor and resting steadily on the wall opposite them. The way he'd stood from the water in the pond had immediately sent a flood of attraction through her, only to be shocked into submission when she recognized who he was. The realization had been startling then, and had steadily plagued her since. Charles was kind, thoughtful, and strong. He was eager to give of himself, and she had been quick to shut him down over and over again. Had she been too quick? Not that it mattered, at present. It was too late for a change of heart to mean anything, now that his affections had shifted. And then there was the matter of her curse. She couldn't very well expect him to put his life at risk by aligning himself with her.
"I feel rather helpless,"
he said softly, pain lacing his eyes. He must be referencing Mrs. Halpert. It was difficult to watch others struggle, let alone a person one cared for. Amelia had felt similarly, watching Arthur combat sleeplessness and nightmares, resorting to laudanum to obtain a decent night's sleep. She'd wanted to help, but could do nothing, and the worry it had caused her had been taxing. Amelia smiled. "I understand. I've hardly felt anything else since Mrs. Halpert came here. I am not cut out for caregiving, I've decided." He looked at her quickly.
"You are wrong. I don't know anyone more capable or thoughtful than you."
Amelia chuckled mirthlessly. She was a foolish, foolish woman. Could all the heartache she'd endured over the previous decade have been for naught? Had she only accepted Charles's attentions when they were younger? No, that was too far. She'd loved her husbands, even if she had not been in love with all of them. Though, sweet as each of the men had been, she could not love the heartache. Regardless, this sort of wallowing was certainly not going to help. "You think too highly of me," she said, trying for a light tone. Charles looked as though he wanted to argue, his hand reaching for her before pausing and dropping back to his side. Her heart leapt to her throat at how badly she wanted him to take her hand, to touch her. The intensity of her longing frightened her, and she fought the impulse to reach for him instead. He was such a kind man, his thoughtfulness shining in his eyes, so innate it was. She was struck by his easy ability to think of others. A commotion sounded in the entryway as footsteps and voices travelled up the stairs and toward Amelia and Charles. Andrew was home, it seemed, with Mr. Pepper, and the tension between Charles and herself dissipated at once, sweeping from the corridor and leaving them void. The men would be upon them in under a minute, and Amelia preferred not to be caught alone in the corridor with Charles. Stepping around him, she kept her head bent and went into Mrs. Halpett's bedchamber. She seated herself on the chair at Mrs. Halpett's bedside, grateful the woman remained asleep so Amelia could take a moment to gather her wits. Her heart raced from the unfinished conversation and where it could have led. She was nearly certain that Charles had wanted to take her hand, but had stopped himself. And either she or Mrs. Halpett, or both, more likely, were the reasons for his hesitation. The hair at the back of her neck stood on end when Charles crossed the floor and came to sit beside her. She drew in a steadying breath before turning toward him, but the look of pure concern in his eyes as he gazed at the sleeping widow stopped her cold. She was a fool. Her feelings, changed or otherwise, were absolutely irrelevant now. "We must save her," he whispered, pain lacing his tone. Amelia nodded, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the man beside her. A man who was clearly in love with Mrs. Halpett. The idea tore into her, searing her with truth that felt like fire. She was developing feelings for Charles, and it was too late. Chapter 14. Amelia was acting odd, but Charles had no idea why. When Dr. Mason entered Mrs. Halpett's room, he had come alone, Nick likely having returned to his wife after their visit to Mrs. Fowler. Amelia had immediately retreated to the window when her brother entered the room, watching and listening from a distance. But what caused her sudden need for distance was entirely a mystery. Charles had felt like they were making progress in their friendship, like she was beginning to confide in him, and they were holding more meaningful conversations. She would never love him. He was not fooling himself into imagining otherwise. But the more time they spent together, the more it felt like they were gaining depth in their relationship. That she was maybe growing to appreciate him. Just a little. But now, judging by the way she hovered near the wall, pretending to look out the dark window though her ear was cocked in an obvious effort to hear every word her brother said, it was clear Charles had absolutely misread the situation. He suppressed a sigh. He'd been so close to reaching for her in the corridor. He'd yearned to take her hand. But it was a good thing his insecurities had stopped him. She clearly would not have welcomed such a thing. "Does that not go against everything you believe?" Amelia asked suddenly, proof that she was listening to Andrew explain the cunning woman's advice. "I've been instructed to bloodlet in cases such as these, so yes, a lowering diet is somewhat contrary to what I've been taught. Mrs. Fowler mentioned ginger tea, and I do think that is worth trying. But a lowering diet?" He glanced at his sleeping patient, softening his voice. "The diet seems irrelevant when she fails to keep anything in her stomach for long." Charles grimaced. "That is a valid point. And quite a bleak one, at that." "But what choice do I have?" Andrew asked, raking a hand through his bright copper hair. It had grown longer over recent weeks and flopped back over his forehead. It is at least worth trying this woman's advice. "What about bread?" Amelia's voice, calm and quiet, reached them from the other side of the room. She crossed to be closer to the men but kept a good deal of space between herself and Charles. Andrew frowned at his sister.
Lowering diets typically consist of fruits and vegetables, things that are lighter in nature. Bread can be light. I'm only recalling the last time I was ill. Her cheeks pinked, and she kept her gaze fastened on Mrs. Halpert, but her quiet voice reached the men well enough. I couldn't keep anything down either. I know it wasn't a baby causing me to feel that way, but as I was healing, the only things I could stomach were small pieces of bread. We could try that, Andrew said, shrugging. At this point I would try nearly anything. Even bloodletting? Charles asked. He had never been fond of the idea, and he'd been under the impression that Andrew felt the same way. But now he didn't know what to think. The man was clearly desperate. Andrew's lips turned up in a tired smile. No, everything except that. I've never known it to help a patient yet. I will go down and speak to Cook about the diet changes, Amelia said, clasping her hands lightly before her. Ginger tea, you said? Yes. Andrew nodded. And request the bread. It certainly cannot hurt. Thank you, Amelia. She dipped her head and left the room, her shoulders tight as she stiffly made her way out. If only Charles could discover what he'd done to make her uncomfortable, then he could possibly rectify the unease between them. He ran his mind over the events of the afternoon, but nothing jumped out at him. I have no idea what to do, Andrew said, shaking his head slowly. I've written to every man I can think of, and they all gave me the same response. His eyes widened as he ran another exasperated hand through his hair. At this rate, he was going to bald himself by the end of the night. Mrs. Fowler, too, said the same things. None of it was helpful. What did they all have to say? Andrew looked up, stricken. That there isn't anything left to do. I've exhausted my breadth of knowledge on the subject. Mrs. Halpert shifted on the bed, and Andrew closed his mouth, his attention stolen by the woman lying ill, though she remained asleep. And if she has the babe soon? Charles asked, fearing the answer. George had charged him with ensuring Mrs. Halpert was not destitute, that she would not be left wanting after his death. The man had been on his deathbed and begged his landlord in a frenzied plea to watch over his wife. Of course, George hadn't expected more of Charles than to simply ensure he would not evict Mrs. Halpert from the cottage. But Charles could not know that this woman was alone in the world, without feeling more responsibility than what had been expected of him initially. She had no one else, with her husband gone. If she were to lose the baby now, too. Charles was unsure if he could cope with that prospect. Andrew's eyes were troubled. We must hope she can regain some of her strength before it comes time for that. Charles nodded, understanding. Mrs. Halpert was probably not in a position to birth a baby in her state. He glanced at her rounded belly, discernible even through the blankets. We ought to pray that the ginger tea or Amelia's bread will cause some alteration in Mrs. Halpert's situation, Charles muttered. Andrew clapped a hand on his friend's back and gestured toward the door. Indeed, we shall. Now, it's getting late. Can I persuade you to stay for dinner? Charles paused once he reached the corridor, noticing the small maid who had risen when they left and crossed toward her mistress. The offer to remain at Falbrooke for dinner was enticing, but would it be wrong of him to accept? He would hate to make Amelia uncomfortable. Indeed, if being around him caused her distress, it would be far better for him to leave. I should be getting home. Oh, come. You cannot stay for 1 hour. Charles's voice was dry. Dinner in this house is hardly going to last less than 2 hours, particularly if you are hoping to finagle a game of chess out of me. Andrew smiled, starting toward the stairs and preceding Charles down. You know me too well. Can you blame me? Amelia hasn't been interested in playing in some time. Well, I hardly blame her. You are a formidable opponent. They reached the entryway, and Andrew chuckled. I cannot say anything to persuade you to stay. To dinner? Amelia asked, stepping from the corridor behind them. The wall sconces had been lit, and light jumped about the walls from the dancing flames. It appeared as though she had just come through the door which led down to the servants' stairs. Mr. Fremont, you must stay. Allow us to show our gratitude for all you've done for us these last few weeks. I would hate to be an imposition.
Amelia's voice was firm. "I was just downstairs speaking with Cook, and I happen to know that we have plenty to share. So you must come up with a better excuse." Charles chuckled. He couldn't help himself. The impish, playful smile on Amelia's face pierced his chest and warmed his heart. This woman, this kind, happy Amelia, was someone he'd like to be around always. But he could not ignore the sudden alterations she had made that evening. It was enough to make his head spin, and he knew he could not inquire why her moods had shifted so readily. Not when he was doing his best to love her from a distance. But this invitation to dinner would not be breaking his resolve, surely. And with Amelia's entreating expression, her soft gaze and heart-shaped lips turned up just at the edges, it was difficult to deny her anything. Smiling, he nodded. "Very well." Amelia's chest had constricted the moment Charles had agreed to stay for dinner when they had spoken earlier in the entryway. Was she an absolute glutton for punishment? Yes, she most certainly was. Puffing up her cheeks, she blew out a breath through her teeth, her gaze searching the ceiling of the drawing room. Dinner with Andrew and Charles had been a long, tedious affair, and her original idea to question Charles on the nature of his relationship with Mrs. Halpert had not been as easy to accomplish as she had let herself believe it would be. In fact, getting a word in at all had been difficult to manage, with Andrew droning on about the upcoming cricket match and their drawn-out discussion of who was best suited to take the role of umpire. Poking her needle through the delicate white lawn fabric of the baby cap she'd been working on, Amelia drew the white thread through the edge and pulled it tight before her gaze strayed to the other side of the drawing room once more. The men were quiet, absorbed in their game of chess, which afforded her the opportunity to watch them discreetly. Charles reached for a white piece and moved it on the board, before sitting back in his chair, an amused glint in his eye. Andrew, scowling down at his black pieces, leaned forward in his seat. Amelia ran the needle through her fabric again, completing the edging design she'd added to the cap, before tying off the thread and snipping it with her small, swan-handled scissors. Angling her work toward the fire, shadows and light danced over the delicate white fabric as she analysed it for consistency. She hoped Julia would like the simple outfit for her baby. Amelia had considered adding blue or green embroidery to the cap, but white work was elegant and suited her tastes. Circling the baby cap in her hands, she thought of the woman residing upstairs and her precious babe. If consuming small amounts of bread or ginger tea did not work, what would they do? Amelia remembered well the illness that had led her to believe herself pregnant shortly after learning of Arthur's death, and how distraught she had been to discover it was not due to a babe that she'd cast up her accounts, but merely an illness. The devastation of realising her womb remained empty had nearly eclipsed that of losing her husband. The impounded grief had sent her into a dark place from which she had barely managed to escape when returning to Devon to reside with Andrew. That Mabel and Hattie had been close by had been a healing balm to her brokenness. The support shown to her in that horrible, upsetting time had helped her pull through the darkness and find a way to manage her life. The daily rides on Howard had also been a large part of her finding joy again, and she owed him a debt of gratitude. But the very deep recesses of her mind would not easily forget the acute pain and devastation she'd lived through, after realising that she had not only lost both of her darling husbands, but any chance at children again. It had been a lonely discovery. Who could fault her, at that point, when she'd succumbed to the temptation of potentially filling a nursery and accepted Mr. Fawn's offer? He wanted posterity and a wife to pass away the time with. She wanted security, a home, children. It had been business, and nothing more. A failed business, she considered ruefully. Mr. Fawn contracting pneumonia had not been part of her plan. Though she had received a comfortable home that provided for her and her brother, comfort and security were no small things. "Gads, man, I did not see that coming," Andrew said, perplexed, startling Amelia from her musings. He blinked at his friend, and Charles shrugged. Andrew turned his attention swiftly to the board, and Amelia suppressed a laugh. Her brother was a saint in most regards, but pit him against a worthy opponent in any game, and he lost all politeness, possessing not even a modicum of decorum, which was exactly why she had refused to play chess against him any longer. Charles glanced up and caught her eye. He offered her a small smile, amusement playing on his lips. Had he always been so steadfast and uneasily ruffled? She couldn't recall. All Amelia knew was the deep yearning she had to provoke the man until he was well and truly ruffled was almost overwhelming. His steady gaze turned questioning, and Amelia shook the thought. She needed to cease staring so he would not wonder next if she was ill. Was she ill? She certainly felt quite all right, but the paths her thoughts had taken this evening were jolting in their strangeness. Andrew looked up, following Charles's gaze to Amelia. When both men's eyes were fixed on her, she stood, dropping her embroidery into her sewing basket and wiping her hands down her black dinner gown. "I think I shall retire." Andrew nodded, standing, and Charles followed suit, his chair legs scraping against the polished wood floor. "Mr. Fremont, I thank you for joining us this evening," she said. He dipped his head, his grave smile resting on her with uncomfortable constancy. Amelia turned away from them, pausing as the door opened before her, her butler standing to the side. He allowed her to pass, a salver on his hand with a folded sheet of paper atop it. She waited a moment, but as he made no move to offer her the salver, she continued into the corridor. Passing the foot of the staircase, Amelia made her way down the corridor and slipped quietly through the French doors to the back portico. The night had cooled slightly, bringing relief after the overheated day, and she left the doors open to allow the breeze to flow into her house. Resting her shoulder against one of the smooth stone columns that punctuated the balustrade, the cold marble seeped through the long sleeve of her gown, cooling her arm. A horse whinnied in the distance, and footsteps sounded in the house behind her, but she kept her body still, and her gaze fastened on the darkened, rolling lawn in the distance. She had told cook she would come by before bed to collect a brew of ginger tea for Mrs. Halpert, and a chunk of bread, in case the woman wanted to give it a try. She had tried prior to dinner, but Mrs. Halpert was sleeping, and Andrew had thought it best to let her rest. "It is a chilly night," a deep voice said behind her, startling Amelia. She knew it to be Charles at once, and prickles ran down her spine. "Shall I have someone fetch you a shawl?" She glanced over her shoulder, and found him standing in the open doorway, the corridor empty behind him. Shaking her head, she said, "I am comfortable. The breeze is welcome after the stifling heat in the drawing-room." He seemed to absorb this, hesitating in the doorway as though unsure if he ought to retreat or not. They walked a delicate line, the two of them, both seemingly wishing to strengthen their friendship, yet wary of what it could mean or how it would be received. She regretted the actions she'd taken to lead Charles to such hesitation, but she could not alter the past. She could only move forward with more kindness and consideration, and apparently a healthy dose of patience. It would take some time, she believed, but she hoped she might count herself as one of Charles's friends, eventually. "Where is Andrew?" she asked. "He received word from Mr. Green that one of their servants has fallen ill. He left to see to the situation." "Gracious!" She hoped it wasn't a ploy on Hattie's part to lure her red-headed brother into their home under false pretenses. Though she did not truly feel her friend capable of deceit, Hattie's recent behaviour had caused her to question her sanity at times. Did they mention the nature of the illness? Charles shook his head, stepping across the portico until he stood at the balustrade beside her, his hands clasped lightly behind his back. "I am unaware of the particulars, but he did not look too worried." "That is good. Andrew can't help but show his feelings across his face. I believe if there was cause for concern, you'd have seen it." Charles smiled, dropping his voice. "Quite unlike his sister, who hides every emotion, small and large, behind a very elegant front." Amelia's heart pounded in her chest. She didn't know if she was more pleased with his assessment of her elegance, or that he seemed willing to give her a compliment after his recent distance. Some things are better left unsaid, or Unshown, rather.
And sometimes not knowing what someone is feeling can drive a man mad, he muttered.
Does... She swallowed, gathering her courage, and turning so she sat upon the balustrade, her back resting against the column and her ankles crossed to the side. Do you wish to know what I am thinking right now? His gaze flicked to her, before turning back to the darkened countryside. Clouds had rolled over the moon, making it impossible to see beyond the faint glow coming from the windows behind them.
Yes.
If you guess, I will tell you if you are correct or not. Charles's eyes lit with interest, and he lowered himself on the balustrade beside her, turning slightly so he faced her.
Very well. You are thinking...
He raised his voice an octave, to affect a feminine tone.
This man is utterly mad for remaining at Falbrooke when it is clearly about to rain.
Her eyebrows drew together, and she leant her head back, softly colliding with the marble column. It is not going to rain.
You can't smell the rain?
He challenged.
It's coming. It shall be here any moment.
She made a point to inhale deeply, then shook her head, fighting a small smile.
All I smell is smoke from the chimneys. Then what you are saying is that my guess was wrong.
Undoubtedly, she chuckled. Try again. He rubbed his jaw, raising his eyes to the ceiling of the stone portico in thought.
Perhaps you are thinking of your brother having to ride out in the impending rain.
Her smile broadened, amusement dancing within her, and causing her body to simmer with energy, though she did her best to sit calmly and maintain a reserved facade. Since I don't believe it is going to rain, Charles, that cannot be what I was thinking either. He nodded, his lips turning up at the edges.
Very well. I give up. What were you thinking about?
I was thinking of the pond in Donning Grove, and how utterly shocked you were when you noticed me standing on the bank. And how immensely handsome he looked. But she would keep that part to herself. It was too dark to notice if Charles had blushed, but given his expression, she thought it likely. His rueful eyes swept over her face.
I hadn't expected to come upon anyone, naturally, or I would not have removed my waistcoat.
Oh, you shock me. I had thought you simply lie in wait for unsuspecting neighbours to walk by before you spring out of the water to surprise them. She kept her tone even, her voice cool, though she felt anything but. Charles said nothing for a moment.
No, Mrs. Fawn. That is an embarrassment I saved particularly for you.
For me, or for you? He barked at a laugh.
Well done, madam. I suppose it was for me. You had no cause to be embarrassed. You were completely dry.
He had no cause to be embarrassed either, by her standards, and Amelia's standards were nothing if not particular. Do you often swim in the pond in the woods, when you have one on your own property?
No, not often, though...
He smiled, his expression mischievous.
It was not the first time I have done so.
For some reason, this surprised Amelia. She was too quick to make assumptions where Charles was concerned, and would do good to remember that she did not know him as well as she thought. Do you make a habit of trespassing on other people's property for a quick swim? Ought I to warn the Green residents to guard their lake? He shifted on the balustrade, resting his hand between them.
Miss Green can rest assured she will not find me in her lake. You may recall that the day you came upon me was excruciatingly hot, and my pond does not have the shaded coverage as the one in Donning Grove. I was passing it and sought relief.
Thunder rolled in the distance, and the cool air curled around her, prickling the exposed skin at her neck.
No rain, do you think?
Charles asked, his grin wide, showcasing his gleaming white teeth. I can admit when I am wrong, she said, a chuckle colouring her voice. And clearly I was wrong about the weather. I suppose you ought to be going. Rain began to fall on the other side of the portico, dropping onto the dark lawn and shimmering against the light spilling from the house. It brought with it another cool gust of wind that was at odds with the heat they'd had that day. He could not leave now, or he would be soaked before he reached the main road. She inhaled the scent of rain and looked to Charles. "Do you think it is only a passing storm?" He sighed.
"I surely hope so. We are bound to play cricket on a sodden pitch. The men won't be too keen on that."
She'd forgotten their match was only a few days away. "You don't believe Melbury will reschedule due to the weather if this persists?" Charles shook his head.
"And show weakness? Certainly not."
He caught her eye.
"Will you come to watch us play?"
The uncertainty in his voice pulled at her heartstrings. "I plan to." Her gaze strayed up to the window on the floor above them, and imagined the woman lying ill within the bedchamber there. She could not very well leave Mrs. Halpert if her condition failed to improve. "But I suppose we'll have to see." The rain fell harder, water droplets straying toward them and dampening Amelia's shoulder. She rose from her seat on the railing, and Charles stood beside her, both stepping away from the edge of the portico to avoid the rain.
"You are being awfully talkative tonight,"
he said, his voice bemused. "By which you mean that I'm not pushing you away." Even in the darkness, Amelia could easily see that she'd shocked him. "You may speak the truth."
"No, you've never been afraid of being honest, have you?"
he asked. Drawing in a breath, he turned and blew it through his cheeks. When he set his gaze back on Amelia, it was steady and piercing, enough to send a volley of shivers through her body.
"I suppose I did wonder why your mood has shifted on multiple occasions this afternoon and evening."
Well, that was not something she could answer truthfully. What could she say? That she had found herself jealous of the ill, pregnant woman who Charles seemed to have feelings for? Or that speaking to Cook about Mrs. Halpert's illness had been the reminder Amelia needed to sort her priorities and quit sulking? She would have to deliver at least part of the truth. The way he watched her now, so earnestly, she couldn't very well lie to him. Clearing her throat, she fought the impulse to flee into the house and forced herself to hold Charles's gaze. "I was worried for Mrs. Halpert, and for those who care for her. If we lose her—" Amelia's voice cracked, and she cleared her throat. "I am only worried. That is all." He nodded in understanding, and reached forward as though to take her hand, but stopped himself, and Amelia's heart constricted again. Twice in the same evening, Charles had moved to touch her, but had refrained, and her body pulsed with a longing to take his hand in hers. It had been so long since a man had held her hand, and she missed the feeling of large, warm fingers wrapping around her own, of the safety and the comfort it provided her. Unable to curb the temptation, Amelia reached forward and slipped her fingers into Charles's hand. He was only still for a moment before reacting, his fingers curling and closing around hers. He looked up, his eyebrows drawn, his eyes glittering. Water poured down around them as the rain intensified along with the warmth in her chest, beating steadily against the ground and the stone steps leading down to the lawn, encasing them in a curtain of torrential rain.
"What?"
Charles looked down at their hands, and back at her. "I swear to you, Charles, that I will not rest as long as I can be of assistance to Mrs. Halpert. I will devote myself to her well-being."
"You needn't trouble yourself."
"It is no trouble," she said, shaking her head. She'd taken so much from him. She couldn't help that he had loved her so long. But now that he finally had feelings for another woman, Amelia would do everything in her power to ensure that Charles found the contentment he undoubtedly deserved. He was a gentleman of distinction, a kind-hearted man who deserved a chance at lasting happiness with a woman he loved. Slipping her hand free of his, she wrapped her arms around herself as the cold finally seeped through her gown and chilled her skin. "I will call the carriage for you. You cannot ride home in this."
"That is kind of you."
"If you wouldn't mind directing the carriage to the Greens' house after it takes you home, then they can retrieve Andrew."
"Very good."
His words were clipped, sounding strangled. Reaching forward, she laid her hand on his forearm and gently squeezed, forcing herself to ignore the tense muscle underneath her bare fingers. You may rely on me. Chapter 15. Amelia forced herself not to gloat. It wasn't ladylike, and after all, she was far more satisfied that Mrs. Halpert was able to eat something than with the simple matter of having been the one to discover what had finally helped the woman. Apparently, bread could be a beautiful, magical thing. The breakfast table was laden with dishes, and Amelia cut a small piece of ham and speared it with her fork. Tall windows lined the wall opposite her, and the cream fleur-de-lis patterned drapes were swept to the sides and fastened in place, allowing morning light to stream into the room. "I am ashamed the idea did not come to me first," Andrew said, blowing softly on his tea before carefully taking a sip. Smacking his lips quietly, he reached for a triangle of toasted bread and paused just before it reached his mouth. Gazing at it with wonder and appreciation, he shook his head. "Bread," he said, as though it was a marvel. Amelia swallowed her smile as best she could, but she understood Andrew's feelings. Only 2 days before, they had stood around Mrs. Halpert's bedside and scratched their heads over what they could possibly do to help her. And now she had eaten enough small portions yesterday to constitute a meal. It was a success by all accounts. "Do you think I should remain home and look after her?" Amelia asked, her promise to Charles from the rainy evening a few days prior ringing in her mind. They were set to leave in 1 hour for the cricket match in Melbury, and she was equal parts eager to go and hesitant to leave Falbrooke. "There are plenty of servants here, Amelia. I've already spoken to Tabby, and she will keep a diligent eye on our patient. You should come." He paused, looking again at his toasted bread. "I truly believe Mrs. Halpert has a chance. She will come about." He could not know this for certain, but Amelia did agree with him that things were beginning to look quite a bit more promising for Mrs. Halpert. It was a blessed thing to realize that one's patient was on an upward trend. She had enjoyed the ginger tea, claiming that it had settled her queasy stomach a little, and nibbled on bread. Quite a lot of bread when compared to what she'd been able to consume before, and entirely the opposite of what the cunning woman had suggested. But it had worked, and the siblings were not about to argue with something which was working. "Are you nervous about the match?" Amelia asked. Andrew tore his gaze away from the bread, shoving a bite into his mouth and smiling at her. "Quite the opposite, in fact. I am eager to let off some of my frustration. I'm certain we stand a solid chance at winning, and according to what I heard at Jolly's last night, there's a lot of blunt riding on Melbury winning, so I'd like to make certain they lose." "You mean people have placed bets on cricket?" Andrew looked bemused. "Certainly. Most people are more concerned with winning the bet than the actual match." Her nose wrinkled. How unsavoury. Red crept up Andrew's neck, his cheeks mottling, and he returned his focus to the toast dangling in his fingers. "Do not say that you too have betted," she asked. "Of course I have," he said defensively. "What kind of man would I be if I did not put money on my own men winning?" "A sane man. A good one," she scoffed. "Good heavens! People lose their fortunes from gambling like that." She snapped her fingers to reiterate her point. "And you just partook in the scheme like a common simpleton." "It was harmless fun, Amelia, and I needn't remind you that I have my own blunt, and what I choose to do with it is my concern." Yes, it was. She would do good to remember that. But she was merely frightened. Good men fall victim to the delights of gambling, Andrew. I watched it happen with Arthur, and I'm nearly certain the same would have occurred with Henry, had he lived long enough to lose his fortune. It frightens me. But you are right to correct me. I shouldn't have chastised you. Andrew's eyes softened. He reached across the table and took her hand in his, squeezing it gently. This kind, affectionate, brotherly gesture did not send her heart pounding hard enough to jump from her chest as Charles's hand had. But it did make her feel better. "I am not reckless. I do not play cards and wager, as some of my friends might. There were quite a lot of bets in Melbury's favour, and I could not let us play with the wagers tipped so heavily toward them. We are more skilled than they are, and we will win." Now it was Amelia's turn to feel foolish. She squeezed her brother's fingers and pulled her hand away, decidedly not comparing it to Charles any longer, and directing her attention to cutting the sliced ham on her plate into smaller bites.
"I'm hoping we do stand a chance this year," he said, taking another sip of his tea. "Charles and Nick rode ahead to ensure the ground was not too waterlogged."
"Would you cancel the match if it was?" she asked,
wondering if Andrew's answer would differ from Charles's a few days prior. Andrew clicked his tongue. "Probably not. But it's good to be prepared, I should think."
She should have expected that answer, particularly from her mildly competitive brother. "You take this quite seriously."
He looked mockingly severe. "It's cricket, Amelia. More than that, it is a match against Melbury."
Silence sat upon them a moment, her brother's gaze piercing her. Well, perhaps his severity wasn't entirely mocking after all. "And you are prepared, so you need not worry. Perhaps it is a blessing your friends have been working on that additional cottage in Charles's Vale, yes? They are fit to run and catch the ball to advantage now."
He looked at her oddly. "They've always been fit to catch the ball. We came quite close to winning last year."
"Yes, well, I only meant that their labour has likely helped build their athleticism. Surely that can only be an added strength today."
"Neither of my friends were vastly improved by their exertions with the cottages."
She was not convinced. Not Mr. Pepper, perhaps. But Charles? He's never been one to exude an aptitude for athleticism.
Andrew shot her a funny look. "I'm not sure where that idea formed. Charles has always jumped at the opportunity for sport. Shooting, fishing, riding, cricket. Charles is not a lazy creature by any means."
Then why did she have the impression that he was? Casting her mind back to their childhood, she struggled to remember a time when Charles had participated in their games without annoying her. His need to follow her around and offer to assist her, to beg to be on her team. She'd never seen him participate heavily in any sport. The only sport he'd seemed to engage in was doing his utmost to catch her. "All I remember is Charles following me around," she said.
"Of course, that is all you'd recall. He was mad for you. Heaven knows why."
He gave her a cheerful, jesting smile.
"But you never saw him when you weren't around. When it was just the boys."
She brought her fork to her lips and stalled it before taking a bite. Andrew's words penetrating her memories and causing them to waver. How had he been when she was not around? When the object of his childhood infatuation was not there for him to direct his attention toward? It occurred to her that she hadn't ever really known Charles the way others had, because he hadn't given her the opportunity. By forcing her to constantly rebuff him, he had effectively placed a wall between them. Well, they had built the wall together. If anyone was more at fault for the wedge driven between them in childhood, it would be Amelia and her immaturity. All this time, Amelia had believed she knew him so well. But that could not be true. She knew the boy who had overwhelmed her with his devotion, but not the person he was when she wasn't around. Now that his affection had shifted to Mrs. Halpert, was Amelia coming to know Charles as he truly was, as everyone else was able to know him? Andrew stood. "I will see to it that Mrs. Halpert has everything she needs. Will you be ready to leave at 1/4 till the hour? I can check on her instead, so you can prepare for the match."
"No," he said, backing toward the door. "I would like to see her before we leave."
She nodded, chewing her ham, and Andrew left the breakfast room, his boots thudding mutely over the large carpet. Amelia was halfway through her plate of ham and toast, contemplating the aspects of Charles's character she'd likely missed in her youthful fixation on being rid of him, when the door opened and Hattie flounced into the room, swathed in green muslin, with a cream-coloured Spencer jacket. Taking the empty seat Andrew had recently vacated, Hattie leant back and levelled her friend with a look, her cheeks pink and eyes glittering. "Good morning. I have just had the most bracing ride, and I cannot wait to watch Melbury lose today. It does seem most promising, does it not?" "I wouldn't know." Hattie reached for a roll from the plate opposite Amelia, and tore a small piece from it before popping it into her mouth. "I think it is most promising. Father says the Melbury men don't stand a chance." "The betting book at Jolly's would beg to differ." "It isn't so much a betting book.
as it is bets on this one match,"
Hattie corrected. Amelia swallowed her shock that her friend knew such particulars, though she should not have been surprised. She wouldn't put it past Hattie to have placed a bet herself.
"My father was tempted to bet against our team, but his pride won out,"
Hattie continued, picking away at her roll.
"He couldn't bet against Grayton men, not when he is one of them."
"Will he play today?"
"No, but he will certainly watch. He's gone early to make certain the pitch isn't too soggy."
The rain had stopped at noon yesterday, but the sun had refused to peek out from behind a mass of clouds for most of the day, so chances of mud on the field were rather high. Hattie finished her roll and took another. She took a bite and paused, her eyebrows drawing together in concern.
"How is Mrs. Halpert faring?"
"Better, I think. She is able to eat small quantities of bread, and tea prepared with ginger has been helping to settle her nausea." Hattie's freckled face broke out in a wide smile, her brown eyes rounding in delight.
"I am so glad to hear it, Amelia."
Would she be equally glad to learn that this woman was who Charles had finally given his heart to? No, Amelia. It was an uncharitable thought, and one that would make no difference to Hattie. Her designs on Charles had been purely in jest. "Do you have any developments on your fox?" Amelia asked. Hattie's delicate features pulled into a frown.
"No, nothing. I should probably send my maid to Mrs. Fowler for another incantation. Surely there is one which might reveal how long I must wait before I get to meet this man."
Her eyes rounded, bulging with terror.
"What if this fox isn't red, but he's silver? What if I must wait until I am older before I find my true love?"
"Then you will likely be glad to finally have met him," Amelia said, unable to tamp down her mirth. "Hattie, it will all happen when it is meant to. I should think that bothering Mrs. Fowler with this will not lead you anywhere good."
"Because you don't trust her?"
Amelia hadn't planned to say so aloud. But yes, Hattie was correct. Instead, she wiped her mouth with the corner of her napkin and set it on the table beside her plate before rising and stepping away from her chair. "I must fetch my bonnet." Pausing, she registered that her friend's pretty green gown was not a riding habit. Hadn't Hattie travelled over on horseback? Amelia had no interest in riding as far as Melbury on a horse that wasn't Howard. "I did plan to take the carriage today." Hattie appeared unperturbed by this.
"May I leave my horse in your stables? I would prefer to go with you."
"Of course." Amelia started walking from the breakfast room, Hattie close by her side.
"You cannot fob me off so easily, you know."
Hattie always had claimed a frightfully good memory.
"Why don't you trust Mrs. Fowler?"
They made it to the entryway, and light poured through the open door as a footman opened it, swathing them in warmth. Amelia flicked her hand through the air to indicate that she did not need to go outside yet, but her footman remained where he was, door open. He looked between her and the front steps, hesitating. Was someone arriving? It is not in my nature to trust in things that are unexplainable. I simply cannot believe it. Except that wasn't entirely true. But Amelia wanted it to be.
"Fine, I won't press you further. But someday when I do fall in love with a fox of a man, I will prove you wrong."
A chuckle burst from Amelia's chest. "I do hope that is the case." Footsteps mounted the outside marble staircase, and Amelia shifted, her breath rising and stalling in her chest. When Andrew stepped into the entryway, her shoulders deflated. Foolish woman. Had she truly believed Charles was about to come through the door? Andrew paused, glancing between the women.
"This is a nice welcome. I think you should do this more often."
Hattie laughed, the high, musical sound ringing off the walls and echoing around them.
"I should think that most dull, to stand about waiting endlessly for you to step through the door simply so you might be greeted warmly."
Amelia's gaze slipped to the footman waiting against the wall, his white powdered wig making him look far older than she knew him to be.
"Indeed,"
Andrew agreed. He never had been one to sit around lazily or waste time in idle pursuits. Except chess, of course, but that wasn't entirely idle. The carriage should be ready in a quarter of an hour. Amelia nodded, turning for the stairs. "I need my bonnet." She paused halfway up the stairs when she noticed that Hattie hadn't followed her, but had remained in the entryway speaking to Andrew. A glint shone in her deep brown eyes, Her mouth creased into an amused smile. Oh, heavens! Was the woman mad? Just because Andrew had red hair, that did not mean he was her one true love. Shaking her head, and letting out a sigh that was equal parts exasperation and affection, Amelia trailed her hand up the banister as she mounted the stairs. If Hattie was bent on making herself up to Andrew, this was bound to be a very long day. Charles stepped onto the pitch, the soft muddy grass squelching with each footstep as the sun beat down upon them. Well, that was just great. The slightly muddy earth was not ideal for cricket, and would lend itself to an interesting, and likely messy, match, particularly when the men from Melbury weren't known for their fair play. Which was partially why the betting had been tipped so heavily in their favour, he assumed. At least the clouds of yesterday had abated, giving them full hot sun. Perhaps the ground would dry some by the time they began to play.
"What do you boys think?"
Mr. Green asked, slapping Charles on the back, his mouth turned down in a solemn frown.
"Do you think you can manage it on a sodden pitch?"
"We'll have to,"
Nick Pepper said, lifting his shoulders in a shrug. The sunlight shone on his blonde hair, making it look like golden straw.
"This is not the muddiest field we've been forced to play on. I think we'll do well enough."
Mr. Green gave them a look that spoke his feelings. His grey eyebrows lifted in opposition. He would not say so aloud for fear of being overheard, most likely. But it was a different sort of match to prepare oneself for, when one knew the opposition wasn't entirely above board in their behaviour or tactics.
"And with you calling our outs,"
Charles said, giving the older man an equally rueful smile,
"we cannot lose. Or so we hope,"
Nick added. He glanced to the table set at the edge of the pitch, his pregnant wife seated under a canopy shade and fanning herself.
"You could not persuade her to remain home?" Charles asked. "You cannot persuade my Julia to do anything she is not keen to do. She's blasted mad coming all the way out here for this wretched match. But she wouldn't miss it."
A loving smile tipped his lips.
"And I cannot deny her anything. At least Andrew plans to attend if the worst should happen,"
Charles said. Not that he expected it to, of course, but Mrs. Pepper looked quite round and uncomfortable. Shifting in her seat, she pressed against her stomach as though attempting to move the position of the babe within.
"That is a small comfort, yes,"
Nick said, dryly. He gestured toward his wife and the older man seated beside her, his shoulder-length white hair and scowl making the Earl every bit as off-putting as Charles always thought him to be.
"I truly don't believe she would have agreed to come if she was in any danger of beginning her pains, but it does ease my mind that Robert insists on remaining by her side."
"The Earl has a soft spot for Mrs. Pepper, eh?"
Mr. Green asked, nodding along as though in agreement.
"I understand. My Hattie is the light of my life."
People milled about the seating area, dragging chairs over from wagons, setting up tables laden with food and tents to ward off the blazing sun. A wagon rolled to a stop at the far end of the field, and a group of men jumped down from the back, brandishing bats, wickets, and bales.
"Melbury,"
Mr. Green said, darkly. The three men stood in a line at the centre of the pitch and absorbed the sight of their adversary. The Melbury men were tall, muscular, and wore carefree expressions, as if they knew they would win, and had no worries on the matter. Nick ran a hand over his face.
"We've got our work cut out for us today."
A carriage rolled to a stop behind the Melbury wagon, and a groom hopped from the back to let down the step and open the door. Andrew exited first, and turned to assist Miss Green and Amelia. Amelia stood beside her friend, shaking out her black skirt before smoothing her hands down the front, her angular jawline lifting as she surveyed the crowd. He watched her from a distance, and the moment she laid her eyes on him, she paused. Her face broke into a soft, elegant smile, and she dipped her head slightly in acknowledgement. Charles's heart hammered in his chest, Amelia's smile going straight to it and warming him from the inside out. He'd heard the references to her when he'd been in London last year. The Ton still insisted on calling her by their horrid nickname, the Black Widow. Given her clothing and history, it wasn't a very original nickname, but it had stuck, regardless. Its origin was unknown to him, but if Charles was a betting man, he would wager that the name originated from a jealous mamma and her fear that a freshly available, elegantly beautiful Amelia would sweep in and steal another eligible bachelor for herself. It was no wonder she left town and returned to Greyton to live with her brother after the nickname had spread. Charles was disgusted by society's careless joke, but he knew better than they did. Amelia was fiercely loyal, incredibly beautiful, and possessed a heart of gold. He dipped his chin slightly, acknowledging her, and held her gaze. Hattie said something to Amelia, drawing her attention away from him, but the moment had been enough. He was about to play cricket, and he was bent on doing his best to impress the woman. Chapter 16. If Charles had any hope of showing off, he was going to need to turn the tide of this match, and quickly. He stood on the pitch and watched the final Melbury man lift the bat, preparing to swing, and eyed Nick warily. Nick took the ball and backed up a few steps, lifting his arm to bowl it to the Melbury man, and Charles widened his stance. He was in the best position to go for the ball if this man hit meekly. But any sort of force, and he'd have to rely on Andrew or the butcher's son to get the ball back to Nick. He avoided glancing over his shoulder again, but even in his peripheral vision, Charles could make out Amelia's stark black gown amidst the sea of pale colours. Swinging his arm, Nick let the ball fly, and the batsman hit it with a resounding crack. It flew straight toward him, and he dove to the left, his hand stinging fiercely as it made contact with the ball. Jumping to his feet, Charles ignored the pain to the beautiful sound of Mr. Green calling, "Out!" That was Melbury's last batsman, and it was time to switch sides. They were neck and neck, and this final round of batting could either win Greyton the match, or it would be over with a loss. Charles jogged a few steps, tossing the ball to the fair-haired Melbury man that stood beside the wickets. He caught the ball and swung his arm as though preparing it to bowl, and Tim Tucker picked up the bat, rolling his shoulders in preparation to swing. Charles remained on the pitch, shaking out his hand. The stinging had yet to subside, but it had been worth catching the ball in order to get the man out.
"Are you hurt?"
Nick called, jogging closer as he took a position beside Charles to wait for his turn to bat.
"It stings a little, but I'm sure it will go away shortly."
Nick looked unconvinced, but turned his attention back to Tim, who was preparing to hit the ball. Tim Tucker's older brother stood away off from them, a serious look on his face, and his arms folded over his chest as he watched the man prepare to bowl. Charles had wondered briefly if either of the Tucker brothers would show up to the match. They were not always known for being men of their word, but they had come, and they'd given about as much effort as Charles had imagined they would, which was carelessly batting, bowling, and distractedly standing in the field. It appeared now, though, that James Tucker was interested, if the tick in his clenched jaw or the weight of his focus meant anything. The tall, fair-haired Melbury man took a running start and bowled. The ball arched, and James Tucker yelled, "Get it, man!" Tim looked up at his brother, distracted by the sudden outburst, and missed the ball entirely. It crashed into the wicket, knocking over a bail, and the umpire yelled, "Out!"
"What was that about, man?"
Nick yelled. James turned to him, an all-too innocent expression on his rugged face.
"Just cheering for my brother."
No, he was not simply cheering for his brother. There was something afoot here, and uneasiness swirled in Charles's gut when he noticed the spark in James Tucker's eye and the hint of challenge in his tone. He stepped closer to Nick and leant forward, lowering his voice.
"Keep an eye on him. I'll watch Tim."
Nick's eyes narrowed, and he gave a distinct nod before turning his attention back to the match. Andrew stood at the wickets now, bat in hand, and eyes on the tall blonde man who held the ball. He bowled, and Andrew swung, a crack renting the air as the ball flew toward a cluster of Melbury men. He ran to the other wickets before the ball made it back to the blonde man. Then it was James Tucker's turn to bat. Andrew stood across from him, waiting to run, and James picked up the bat. The blonde bowled the ball, and James moved his foot just enough to come between the ball and the wicket.
Out!
The umpire yelled. Nick's hands cupped his mouth as he called.
What was the meaning of that, Tucker?
James's eyes glittered in irritation.
Just doing my best to win.
No, he isn't,
Nick muttered, shaking his head.
He didn't even try to swing, and everyone knows that interfering with one's foot is a direct out.
Charles looked between the Tucker brothers, their actions from the rest of the game culminating in that moment.
They're doing their best to lose. But why?
Nick shook his head.
Beats me, and I have £5 resting on our win.
He scoffed.
Which doesn't look likely now. Just wait, Charles said. We still get to bat. Andrew isn't out yet.
Nick nodded, exchanging a glance with his friend, and squeezed his shoulder.
You're up.
Charles swept his gaze over the crowd of spectators, tripping over the ladies in their finery and the older, unfit men standing about, socializing. He'd considered putting £10 on Grayton, in a misguided effort to balance the books a little, but gambling had never interested him, and he didn't see the fun in it. And he was glad, for it would have been a waste of effort and a waste of blunt. He leant down and picked up the bat, getting into position before looking at the women once more. Amelia caught his gaze, and his body tensed. She watched him with interest, something which hadn't yet failed to feel like a novelty, and he didn't want to let her down. The blonde man looked at him, his blue eyes startlingly bright. A scar ran through one fair eyebrow, so half of it was missing, faintly distorting the skin above his eye. Charles hadn't noticed that from far away, but now it struck him as odd. Shaking the tension from his shoulders, he gripped the bat and waited for the man to bowl.
"This is all very exciting, isn't it?"
Hattie asked, all but bouncing in her seat with nervous energy. Amelia nodded, her gaze fixed on Charles as he waited at the wickets opposite her brother. The blonde man bowled the ball toward him. Charles hit the ball and took off toward the other wickets, passing Andrew before the ball made it back to the bowler.
Well done,
Lord Hart yelled from his seat on the other side of Julia. Amelia glanced at the older Earl, amused. He'd always been so irritable and contrary that seeing him now, in this new light, was oddly satisfying. He treated Julia more like a daughter than a niece, which was well and good in Amelia's mind. Julia deserved to be so wholly loved. Amelia leant over to whisper to Julia, when something about her friend's position gave her pause. Julia's hands were clasped over her round belly, her eyes closed, and her face bent into a slight grimace. "Julia?" she asked softly. She was afraid of what this meant, but did not wish to cause anyone alarm, particularly not Julia's uncle, who was rather unpredictable most days, but was even more so today with his striking resemblance to a concerned mother-hen. Julia did not move her face, neither did she respond. Bending her neck so all Amelia could see was dark curly hair wrapped around her head in a messy coronet braid, Julia took a slow, deep breath. Alarm built up in Amelia's chest. "Julia?" she asked, louder. Lifting her face, one of Julia's eyes popped open, but her eyebrows remained tightly drawn together. "Hush," she admonished. "It is nothing." That was certainly not true. "Tell me what I can do." "You can quiet your voice," she whispered harshly, "while I make it through." Gritting her teeth, she quieted again. Oh dear. Even Amelia knew this couldn't be good. Rising, she ignored her friend's request and crossed the pitch to where Andrew stood beside Charles, watching as Mr. Pepper moved into the batsman's position and Mr. Johnson waited at the wicket opposite him. The men stopped talking the moment she approached and seemed able to tell that something was wrong by the expression on her face. "What is it?" Andrew asked as she drew closer. "I am fairly certain that Julia is in distress." Andrew immediately glanced to where Julia sat, before sharing a glance with Charles. Both men turned and looked at Mr. Pepper. He stood before the wickets, his focus on the blonde man preparing to bowl, when he seemed to sense the attention he was receiving from his friends. Or perhaps something within Mr. Pepper told him that not all was right, for he glanced in their direction just in time to miss the ball to the sound of the umpire calling, "Out!" Mr. Pepper didn't seem to notice. He looked from the men to Amelia, and immediately his gaze flicked to Julia. Dropping the bat, he broke into a run, crossing the pitch with effortless speed. Andrew went after him, Charles and Amelia following shortly behind at a hurried pace. Amelia's mind quickly ran over the implications of the situation. By this point, a win for Grayton was nigh on impossible, but none of them seemed to care. Not when their friend could very well be having her baby right there on the pitch. Amelia glanced around, but the field chosen for play belonged to a farmer from Melbury, and there didn't appear to be a building in sight. She approached the group and slowed her pace. Lord Hart was turned to his niece, a horrified expression on his face, and Hattie had slid into the chair beside Julia, holding her hand and speaking softly to her.
"How long has this been happening?"
Mr. Pepper asked, clearly tempering his voice. Whether he was doing his best to cover concern or fear was anyone's guess, but Amelia rather assumed it was both. "Since some time in the middle of the night," Julia said apologetically, her dark eyebrows drawing together. Mr. Pepper's face contorted into one of shock mixed with disbelief.
"How could you not have told me?"
Julia glanced around the circle of friends that now surrounded her, and smiled sheepishly. "I did not wish to miss the fun today."
"Yes, this is simply buckets of fun,"
Mr. Pepper said, but a rueful smile met his lips, and he turned to Andrew.
"Can we make it home, do you think?"
Andrew looked to Julia, seeming to calculate the situation.
"I'm not sure."
She nodded emphatically. "I think—" Stopping, she pulled her lips between her teeth and looked up to the top of the tent covering her. They all waited in silence until she blew out a long breath. "Yes, I can do it. If we leave now." Lord Hart rose immediately. "I'll fetch the carriage." Amelia covered her surprise. She knew the Earl loved his niece, but an Earl fetching anything was still amusing to her. Mr. Pepper took the seat Lord Hart had vacated and slid his hand behind Julia's back.
"May I?"
She closed her eyes, nodding to him, and he swept her into his arms, carrying her away from the tent. "But our things!" she called, looking over Mr. Pepper's shoulder toward the chairs and tent, the table full of food. "We will take care of everything," Amelia called. The very last thing Julia needed to worry about was gathering her things. "Do not fret over any of this." Amelia was faintly aware of the umpire calling the match for Melbury, and cheers going up on the far end of the pitch, but no one in her immediate circle seemed to notice or care that they'd just lost. Andrew rested a hand on her shoulder.
"I will go with Nick and Julia. Can you and Hattie manage their things? I'm certain their servants will take care of it."
"Of course, go," she said, gently pushing him away. "We can make sure everything is packed away and return to Halstead."
"I will help the women," Charles said, meeting Andrew's gaze. "And I will see to it that they make it home safely."
Andrew, looking massively relieved, nodded once, and took off toward the area of parked carriages where Mr. Pepper had carried Julia. A footman standing nearby in the Hart livery had evidently heard all that had transpired, and began taking down the tent as a maid he had beckoned worked to clear the table and load the items into baskets. They watched the Pepper carriage roll away in silence, as Melbury men clapped one another on their backs, jovially celebrating their win. The tall blond man threw his head back and laughed over something his companion had said, and the sound niggled the back of Amelia's mind, ringing a bell of familiarity, though she could not quite place where she had heard the sound. She watched them a moment longer, but her stomach only soured further. Anxious for Julia, and frustrated for her brother and his friends that they were unable to finish their match, Amelia felt a sudden desire to quit the place altogether. Standing between Charles and Hattie, she indicated to the group celebrating. She was stunned by the turn the day had taken. "This was not how I anticipated the match ending."
"Nor I,"
Hattie agreed.
"though my father predicted it. He was certain the Melbury men had something dishonest planned."
"And to think it was our men who threw the match, and not the other side,"
Charles muttered. Both women turned to face him, and his neck went red, bleeding up to the tips of his ears.
"What do you mean?"
Hattie asked, narrowing her eyes. He shrugged. The Tucker boys did their best to lose when they were batting. By the time I noticed what they were up to, the match was nearly over. Who knows what they did to aid in Melbury's win before that point? I hadn't thought to look to Grayton men for the opposition.
"I know they aren't the most savoury characters sometimes,"
Hattie said, disbelief in the bend of her eyebrows.
"But do you truly believe they would purposefully lose at cricket?"
Charles shrugged.
I'm not sure, but I intend to find out.
He started toward the Tucker boys, when Amelia shot out her hand and clutched his sleeve. Not now, please. The last thing they needed was for Charles to get into an argument with the Tuckers and end up with a broken nose directly after Andrew had left the area. He looked down at where she held his sleeve and swallowed hard. She let go of his arm and slid her hand up her forearm, clutching her elbow and pretending her fingers didn't tingle. Pasting on a bright smile, she said, "There are happier things to concern ourselves with at present. Let's not ruin today with an altercation." His eyes glittered from the midday sun.
Very well. I'll hold off for now.
"Thank you," she said, and thoroughly meant it. Though it's a shame we didn't know of this before. Andrew could have saved himself the trouble of gambling.
Which is why I never do,
Charles said. Amelia paused. Never what, exactly? Gamble? He nodded.
Waste of time, waste of money. I've never seen the attraction to it.
And for some reason, that made him quite attractive to her. By the time they finished supervising the servants taking down the Peppers' chairs, table, canopy tent and food items, most of the pitch had emptied of its spectators, and the Pepper carriage was long gone, most likely home by now. Amelia was eager to get home so she might receive news of Julia's condition straight away, but she knew it was likely going to be hours before Andrew would finish up at Halstead Manor and return home. "It is too bad Mabel could not join us," Amelia said. She hadn't seen Mabel in at least 2 months, and her heart ached for a conversation with her dear, wise friend. "I miss her."
"She is wise enough not to travel when she's so near to giving birth,"
Hattie said. Charles laughed.
Or Mac isn't allowing her to do so. She has another 2 months, does she not? I do not think she is so close to her time as to avoid travel. Perhaps she would expire from the heat of prolonged riding in a carriage, though.
"Yes, about 2 months."
Hattie strung her arm through Amelia's.
"We must go and visit her soon."
"As soon as Julia can manage it," Amelia said. "I will write to Mabel and arrange the outing myself." Hattie sighed.
"Good. I long for the seaside."
They crossed the lawn, and Charles helped them into the carriage before climbing in behind them. He had ridden to the match with Mr. Pepper and Mr. Green, and now the extra horses were tied to the back of Amelia's carriage, though Mr. Green intended to ride alongside like a postilion. "Are you certain your father would not prefer to join us in here?" Amelia asked, looking out the window as they rolled forward on the pocked dirt road.
"He would rather ride when given the option,"
Hattie said easily.
I understand,
Charles said, looking out the window. Amelia straightened. "You still may. We need only to stop the carriage. Your horse is just there." He looked between Amelia and Hattie before settling his gaze outside.
Today, I would rather be in here.
Shifting his gaze back to Amelia, he cleared his throat.
Some views are far preferable to the rolling hills of Devonshire.
Hattie grinned, seeming to take his meaning completely, and the matter dropped. He'd meant both of the women, surely, and it had been such a blatant flirt as to be almost laughable. Amelia liked hearing the compliment just the same, though she wouldn't allow herself to settle too much weight on it. At least, she would try. Though the conversation moved to the cricket match, and they discussed the finer points of the Tucker boys' deceit, Amelia could not so easily shift her attention. Not when Charles had just sat across from her and called her beautiful. Well, both she and Hattie. But still. To make matters even more difficult, it was impossible to sit in such a confined space with Charles and not watch him. She was drawn to him, fascinated by both the man in front of her and the feelings she was developing for him. It helped that the conversation seemed to flow unceasingly, for it was natural to pay close attention to Charles as he spoke. When the carriage pulled into the Greens' drive and let Hattie out, Charles climbed out onto the drive and untied his horse from the back of the carriage. Amelia leant closer to the door in time to watch him mount it in one smooth motion, reaching up to secure his hat before turning the horse around. Hattie and her father bid them goodbye and turned to make their way toward the house. Amelia wished the day wasn't over, and that she needn't say farewell to him yet, but she was equally aware that it was her own fault for caring for the man too late. "Good day, then, Charles," she said, meekly. He looked surprised. "I planned to follow you home." She shook her head, but inside she felt a thrill, hoping he would press the matter. She was independent. She didn't need anyone to make sure she made it home safely, but she certainly wanted him to, nonetheless. "I told your brother I would see you home, Amelia. I don't expect to come in, but please allow me to see that you arrive safely." His pleading request was more than she could have hoped for, softening the iced edges of her heart. "Yes, that would be very kind of you. Thank you." The carriage rolled forward, and Amelia swayed with the steady rhythm of the motion, her mind darting between the events of the day. Julia could, at this very moment, be a mother to a small, soft, mewling babe. Yearning pooled in her stomach at the image her mind conjured, tensing her body. Perhaps if she went home and wrapped the baby cap and dressing gown she'd embroidered, she could take the gift, and would have reason to go to Halstead and await news there. Andrew had utilised her before in similar situations. He could potentially use her help now, and she would be able to help clean and swaddle the babe. The idea steadily grew more appealing, and by the time her carriage came to a stop before Falbrooke's front steps, she was buzzing with anticipation. Opening the door, she climbed out gracefully, before looking up and stopping dead in her tracks. Just in front of her carriage, flush against the house, was a long, drab-looking horse, dark chestnut-coloured and ageing, if she had her guess. Amelia had never seen this horse before in her life, and had no notion to whom it could belong. "Were you expecting a visitor?" Charles asked, coming behind her and leading his horse. Given the bulging saddlebags, whoever this person was intended to stay a while. "I haven't a clue. Perhaps it is a messenger." He lightly touched her elbow. "Shall I come with you?" Her heart leapt in her chest, her skin burning underneath his gloved fingers. She loved that Charles asked her opinion, instead of simply barking his demands. She appreciated his courtesy. When she failed to respond, he cleared his throat and removed his hand from her elbow. "While I am here, I would like to visit with Mrs. Halpert, if it is no trouble. Otherwise, I can always return another time." Chastised, she pressed her lips together. Of course Mrs. Halpert was the object of his interest. He would make a very courteous and attentive husband to the woman one day. "Of course you may come in, Charles. I have already told you that you may visit Mrs. Halpert as often as you wish, have I not? It would be silly for me to turn you away." She started toward the house, a decidedly purposeful step to her walk. "I need to see about this visitor, whoever they may be, and then I have some other matters to take care of. I will find my housekeeper to ensure that Mrs. Halpert is feeling well enough for a visit. Then perhaps you might see yourself out. I do realise it isn't very polite of me to ask that of you, but we can afford ourselves a little casualty between old friends. Can we not?" Charles's eyes were wide, his eyebrows hitching up on his forehead. Nodding, he seemed windswept by her gale of conversation, and she clapped her hands together. "Wonderful." Turning, Amelia stepped through the front door of her house and paused, Charles bumping softly into her back. There before her stood the short Mr. Boyle, in a hideous brown coat, threadbare at the elbows, and boots scuffed beyond repair. "Good day, ma'am," he said. Grinning, he lifted his cap from his head and offered it to her in something of a salute, his gapped teeth on full display. "Always a pleasure." She did not share that sentiment. Unable to tear her gaze away from his open mouth and gap-toothed smile, memories assaulted her of the first time she had met the man, of the time she had begged his assistance, and finally, when he'd brought her news of her husband's dependency on laudanum and how that had been responsible for ending his life. None of her interactions with Mr. Boyle were of a positive nature. Swallowing, Amelia shoved away the unpleasant memories. Mr. Boyle might be unsavoury, but Arthur had trusted him, and he'd been quite helpful the last time she'd needed assistance. She was doing this for Arthur, anyway. She needed to find the horse that had saved Arthur's life, that had brought meaning back to hers. She owed both Arthur and Howard that much. Indeed, she finally said, swallowing against a suddenly dry throat. Welcome to Falbrooke, Mr. Boyle. Chapter 17. Charles didn't know what to make of this short, thin character, except that he appeared better versed in London's rookery than he did Devon's woodland trails, particularly those travelled by a band of horse-thieving gypsies. How Amelia expected such a mangy man to find anything here was baffling. Though he did hope he would be proved wrong. He was tired of riding his uncle's spare horse. He wanted Maximus back.
"Thank you for coming, Mr. Boyle," Charles said. "We are in dreadful need of your help and expertise."
Mr. Boyle spared him a nod, before turning back to Amelia.
"Ready to sit down and give me the details, ma'am?"
Yes. She indicated the corridor behind Mr. Boyle. We can speak in my brother's study just down here. Charles watched them walk away, unsure if he was invited or not. He wavered a moment in the entryway under the large chandelier, before hesitantly following behind them. He had a horse at stake too, or, at least, he hoped so. No one had caught sight of Maximus since the creature had reared and run away on Midsummer's Eve, so Charles was nearly positive the horse thieves had taken him, but he couldn't be certain. Amelia paused at the study door and gave him an encouraging smile, relieving his insecurities at once. He held the door and indicated for her to precede him, then followed her into the room. Amelia took the seat behind the desk and gestured for the men to be seated. Charles lowered himself into the ladder-back chair nearest the cold fireplace and waited for Amelia to begin. Folding her hands together on the large desk in front of her, she wore a serious expression. What do you need to know?
Everything,
Mr. Boyle said, pulling a small notepad from his pocket and a stubby pencil.
Don't leave anything out, mind. Sometimes the smallest details make all the difference.
Charles sat quietly and listened to Amelia relay the events of the night her horse was taken. How Charles had lost his horse due to his own stupidity, not her words, of course, merely how he recalled the event, and how a man had jumped from the woods to grab at Howard's reins. It brought the memories to the forefront of his mind as vivid as though he was there, and his body warmed in response. No amount of drink would have made him forget the feel of Amelia in his arms. And that horseback ride was the most pleasant he'd ever had, the subsequent fall notwithstanding.
And these gypsies, you saw their faces?
Mr. Boyle asked.
Can you give me any defining features? Things that would set them apart, so to speak?
Amelia adjusted in her seat, but her gaze remained steadily on the man across from her. No, I did not see anything to identify them. It was too dark, and it all happened so suddenly. Mr. Boyle stood, his lips forming a grim line.
I'll return the moment I have anything to share.
Charles stood too.
The inn in town is run by a man called Jolly. If anyone knows anything, it's him, but I couldn't get him to talk.
He suddenly believed if anyone could, it would be this small, bald man. Mr. Boyle nodded, understanding what Charles was attempting to convey.
Even better. Now I have a starting place.
Amelia rounded the desk and led her guest toward the front door, Charles close behind them. Can I prepare a room for you here, Mr. Boyle? From her white-knuckled fists clenched tightly before her, Charles could tell that it had cost her dearly to make the offer, though he didn't know why. While Mr. Boyle was unkempt, The man certainly did not seem nefarious. Not that Amelia would employ a man she deemed irredeemably disreputable.
No bother, ma'am. I'll be putting up at that inn. Much easier for me, you know.
He tapped the side of his head.
Easier to keep my ear to the ground.
May I offer you something to eat before you go?
No, thank you, ma'am. I need a purpose for being in the inn, see?
Mr. Boyle slipped outside and strode toward his waiting horse with quick, sure steps. He was confident, most assuredly. Charles only hoped he was competent as well. When the front door closed behind Mr. Boyle, Amelia turned toward the footman standing sentinel against the wall. Do you know where I could find Tabby? I would like to know if Mrs. Halpert is awake.
She just went upstairs, ma'am.
Amelia turned to Charles. Shall we go up? I'm sure you're eager to see Mrs. Halpert.
Yes, please. I am quite eager,
he said. Amelia's face went blank, her expression flat. She turned, beckoning him to follow her, and he couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking. Why were women so difficult to discern? Why was there no book that could teach him how to understand what a woman meant by her expressions? Or, more specifically, what Amelia meant? Her skirts brushed over the marble stairs ahead of him, swishing with each step, and he marvelled at the fact that he had been granted the opportunity to spend so much time with her of late. It would seem, at least at this point, that Nick's advice from all those weeks ago had worked in Charles's benefit. He had done his best to give Amelia the distance she required, and it had improved his feelings. He hadn't realized that the answer to his prayers would be so simple, that to find contentment in a life of unrequited love, he merely needed to let the woman go, to simply be her friend. He'd tried to do just that last summer, when Miss Pemberton had shown an interest in him, even going so far as to offer marriage to Miss Pemberton, even when he knew his heart would never be engaged in the alliance. It had turned out to be a blessing indeed, when Miss Pemberton had chosen Mr. Wright instead, though the reflection, however welcome, still stung. But now Charles felt freer than he ever had before. Indeed, if faced with the choice, he would rather live the rest of his days in quiet contentment and fulfilling friendship with this woman than in a life void of her. When they reached the top of the stairs, Charles placed a hand on her upper arm, and she immediately stilled before turning to face him in the corridor. A deceptively cheerful smile lit her face, though it failed to reach her eyes. Is something the matter, Charles?
No, I only wanted to remind you that I am here to help, should Mr. Boyle require further assistance. I have as much at stake in this as you do, and Mr. Green, and I don't want you carrying the entire burden of this alone. Whatever financial agreement you come to, I would like to be included.
This is my affair, Charles. Mr. Boyle is my connection, and I am the person who wrote to beg his assistance. I feel it is only right that I take on full responsibility, though you can rest assured I will keep you informed of what he discovers or how you may further assist him, should he ask. He could see that she was not going to relent on this matter. He bit his tongue, swallowing any further rebuttal. If he knew anything about this woman, it was her stubborn ability to argue her independence. There would be time to sort through the financials later. Amelia let herself into Mrs. Halpert's room first, to ensure the woman was available for a visitor, and returned shortly to beckon him inside. Making his way toward the chairs set at the head of the bed, he was overcome by the progress Mrs. Halpert seemed to have made in just a few short days. Her cheeks, though still too gaunt for comfort, had some colour in them, and her eyes were brighter. Her stomach still bulged underneath the blankets, and he wondered how close her time would be, for he believed it would be quite soon. Surely they would have more warning than Mrs. Pepper gave, though. Good day, Mr. Fremont, Mrs. Halpert said, a smile spreading over her mouth as he sat beside her. She tried to push herself into a sitting position, but he lifted a staying hand, and she lowered herself back onto the mound of pillows. Amelia came to her other side and helped her sit up a little more, fluffing the pillows beneath her back so she might be more comfortable. And the cricket? Mrs. Halpert asked. Where is Dr. Mason? He has gone to Halstead Manor. Julia is having her baby, Amelia said, leaning over to fluff another pillow.
And the match ended a little early because of that same reason, Charles added. He pulled a face. Though Grayton would have lost, even had we been given a proper opportunity to finish. Amelia shot him an amused smile, and it occurred to Charles that he sounded quite put out. Mrs. Halpert's smile was commiserating. I am sorry for it. I was hoping Grayton would win. My George played last year, and Melbury beat Grayton by quite a large margin. He was distressed by it for weeks. I remember that, Charles said, smiling fondly. It was not too long after you arrived here. We were down a man, and George stepped in. Good man. Mrs. Halpert's eyes shone with the film of tears, reflecting from the sunlight pouring through the open window. Amelia crossed back to the side of the bed near Charles, and quietly claimed the seat beside him. He wondered why she was not speaking to the distraught woman before them, so he cleared his throat. We are all sorry that he wasn't here to share this with us today. She gave a watery smile. And I do think that he would be proud of you, and the progress you've made. I've been told that bread is the magic cure. Mrs. Halpert chuckled, sniffing. It has certainly made a world of difference. I can't abide eggs or pheasant or anything I used to love. But once I've eaten some bread and waited a little while, I can eat a bit of ham too. I do think it is working, for I feel much better than I did just yesterday. Every day is an improvement. Charles beamed, so grateful they were able to pull Mrs. Halpert from the terrifying depths she had reached. I am so glad to hear it. He reached across the blanket and took Mrs. Halpert's hand, giving it a soft squeeze and a smile. I know George is watching you, and that he only wants the best for you. I know it in my heart. Tears pooled in Mrs. Halpert's eyes, dripping down over her cheeks. She nodded, seemingly unable to speak. When she opened her mouth, her words were naught but a whisper. I did need to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Fremont. I only spoke the truth. Amelia rose to her feet beside him, calmly smoothing down her gown and straightening her sleeve. She was so nearly perfect, never a hair out of place on her coiffure, nor a stain to be seen on her gown. She ran her house with the same precision with which she dressed, and it was likely why the maid Tabby stepped into the room bearing a tea tray laden with bread, small cuts of ham, and a tea service, as soon as the hour struck on the mantel clock. We will leave you to your meal, Charles said, sensing that Mrs. Halpert would like to be alone with her thoughts. She smiled her gratitude. This ginger tea is wonderful. If you haven't had any before, I highly recommend it. He nodded and left the room, a lightness lifting from his chest as he stored the image away of a content, healthier Mrs. Halpert. She had a long journey ahead of her before she would be considered healthy, but she was healing, improving, and it was all thanks to the lovely creature closing the bedroom door behind him. You are marvellous, he said, startling Amelia. I said nearly nothing the entire time we visited with her. Charles scoffed lightly. It is because of you that Mrs. Halpert is improving. Your idea, the bread, that was, well, it was marvellous. She owes you a debt of gratitude. We both do. Amelia's face tightened. Think nothing of it. It was only bread. She turned to walk away, and he reached for her hand, gently pulling her back to face him. Her icy blue eyes widened, but her fingers squeezed his on the impact, loosening again when she faced him. He released her at once. What did I say to displease you? I merely wanted to show my gratitude. Nothing. I am not displeased. She was lying. But why? Amelia, I have known you all my life. I can see the displeasure on your face no matter how hard you try to conceal it. Please, be frank with me, for I cannot fathom what about my compliment was so bothersome. Can you not be honest with me? I can assure you, Charles, I have never lied to you. Never? He asked, stepping closer. She lifted one shoulder. I cannot lie. It isn't in my nature. Then tell me the truth about this. What bothered you so much about my compliment? I was merely thanking you for helping Mrs. Halpert."
She gazed at him a moment, a considering expression dancing over her brow. "Do you intend to let her live at the cottage in your Vale after she has the baby?" Surprised, he leant back slightly and surveyed her face, but she showed nothing above polite interest.
"That was my intention, yes. At least she can remain there until she marries."
Shock flickered in Amelia's eyes before she quickly shuttered them again. "Do you believe that will be soon?" He'd had his suspicions about Mrs. Halpert and a certain gentleman for a few weeks now, but it would not be in anyone's interest for him to speak plainly about something so delicate, not when the lady in question was still mourning. Perhaps she would not wish to marry again so soon. His own assumptions were not fact, after all.
"I haven't the faintest when the wedding will be, if there is to be one. But I feel like I can reasonably assume that Mrs. Halpert will not remain Mrs. Halpert for long, and neither will she have need of the cottage then."
He regarded her with interest.
"I imagine you had the same suspicion."
"How can she think of marrying again so soon?" Amelia's voice was hardly above a whisper. From a woman who had married herself 3 times, it was an odd question, but Charles didn't mention the comparison.
"I do think it is possible to have feelings for more than one person at the same time,"
he said, carefully. Indeed, he believed his developing feelings for Miss Pemberton last summer had been real, even while his affection for Amelia had failed to diminish.
"Especially in a case such as this. She would not harbour the same sort of feelings for both men, exactly, but that does not make them less real. Mrs. Halpert will always love George. Theirs was a love match, and his death was fairly recent, though more than 6 months ago now. I imagine that the comfort and security she might obtain from marrying again will push her toward the idea faster than her heart might wish. But that doesn't mean she would care for her new husband any less."
"Yes," she said, her eyes fixed on him, but her voice somewhat distant. "I do understand that. I loved 2 of my husbands. I'm sure I always will carry affection for them in my heart."
"Then you might be the friend Mrs. Halpert needs at this time, though I cannot predict the future. No one can."
"Tell that to Hattie," she muttered.
"Sorry?"
he asked, unsure he had heard her correctly. A glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes, so blue they reminded him of the cloudless summer sky they'd had overhead during the cricket match that morning. "I think Hattie would argue that point with you, sir. She thinks she saw the face of her one true love on Midsummer's Eve. Well, you'll recall her antics, I'm sure."
"Who did she see?"
"Not who, Charles, but what." Was Amelia intentionally confusing him? He stepped a little closer, the quiet in the house so thick around them that he was certain if he spoke above a whisper, he would be heard by all the servants in every corner of the massive estate.
"Do you take delight in vexing me?"
"Of course not," she said quietly back, though the opposite seemed to be true. "But I think the truth of the situation is too ridiculous for your ears."
"Humour me."
She grinned. "Very well. Hattie saw a fox, so she is convinced that she will marry a man who is similar to the animal, either someone with red hair, or a man who is cunning, or perhaps even someone with brown hair, but just the slightest tinge of auburn." She reached up, her hand hesitating before her fingers wove through his hair, lifting it softly and then raking her fingertips over the top to smooth it out. Her voice was hoarse, hardly above a whisper. "Someone with chestnut hair." His heart pounded, thudding against his ribs as if it wished to escape, and he had to work to keep his breathing from becoming rapid and loud. He took her meaning, but he was loath to say so. If Hattie fancied him, she was bound to be sorely disappointed. His heart belonged to one woman, and she was but a hand's length away from him right now.
"And what do you think about this theory?"
he asked, his throat dry. He could use something to quench his thirst right now, but his need for Amelia was stronger. He couldn't help but provoke her into sharing her opinion, and he waited for her answer as though he stood on the very edge of the cliffs at Camden Cove, one small word from her enough to either push him into the ocean or draw him back. She curved her lips into a soft smile. I think she is grasping at an idea and hoping to find a way to make it work for her. She wants to be married so badly, to have a family and a husband, a house to care for.
Doesn't every woman want those things?
And every man, for that matter. At least, he wanted those things. Amelia's mouth closed, her eyes darting between his. She drew in a sharp breath, her chest rising and falling in quick succession. Yes, she whispered. When Amelia's gaze fell to Charles's lips, he felt the ground shift beneath him and struggled to remain upright. Her movement could only mean one thing. The thought of kissing him had run through her mind. He wanted to cheer that it had not so repulsed her that she needed to bolt to the nearest window to cast up her accounts. That she was still looking at his lips made his knees weak. Every inch of his body yearned to lean forward, to cradle her cheek in his hand and feel her in his arms. But he forced himself to remain still, unmoving. So still that his hands clenched at his sides, his trimmed nails finding purchase in his palms and digging in with fierce abandon. Not kissing Amelia after she'd gazed at his lips was the most trying and difficult thing he'd ever had to do in his life, and waiting for her to respond, to say something, was sheer torture. But he would not press himself upon her, not even in the slightest of ways. He owed her, and himself, at least that much. Kissing Amelia was quite the opposite of loving her from a distance, of giving her the respect she so deserved. He'd promised himself he would respect her, and Charles would not be the one to break that promise. Chapter 18. Amelia's heart raced faster than Howard when given his head in an empty field. It galloped until the sound of her thudding heartbeat pounded against her ears and drowned out all other noise. She yearned to kiss this man, but she could never be the one to take the first step. Not when he had so much as admitted moments ago that he intended to marry Mrs. Halpert when she was ready to take that step. Not that she blamed the man. She had spent a good deal of time with Mrs. Halpert over the last few weeks, and knew her to be kind-hearted. She would make him a lovely wife. Which made it all the more terrible that Amelia wanted to kiss him so badly. His blue eyes were fixed on her, his chest rising in rhythm with hers. All he needed to do was lean forward just a little, and she would be in his arms.
Amelia,
he said, speaking so quietly her name was but a breath on his lips. She opened her mouth to respond when footsteps came toward them from inside Mrs. Halpert's room, and the door swung open. Amelia stepped back quickly, pasting a smile on her face to cover her disappointment, and stepped out of the way so Tabby might pass them with her wide silver serving tray. Her gaze was trained on the floor as she walked, but she had not masked her initial surprise at seeing them together in the hallway, and regret immediately tightened Amelia's stomach. What would happen if Tabby told Mrs. Halpert what she had witnessed? The woman needed hope at this crucial point in her pregnancy, nay, in her life. Amelia could not be responsible for ruining that or dashing any dreams the woman harboured. She stepped away again, forcing more space between herself and Charles, regardless of how empty the corridor was and how utterly alone they were. "Thank you for your help today, Charles," she said, turning toward the stairs. Her heart had failed to slow, her pulse thrumming steadily in her ears. It was uncomfortable walking amiably by his side when, just moments ago, she had wanted him to take her in his arms. Trying for a bright, cheery tone, she said, "I will keep you apprised of anything Mr. Boyle finds, and I will send word the moment I learn any news of Julia's baby."
"Oh, yes, thank you,"
he said, sounding surprised.
"I should like to know the state of things in that quarter, of course."
The conversation felt stilted, awkward. Amelia fought the urge to speak her mind, to say everything clearly so they might acknowledge what could have just happened. Except it hadn't happened, and it might never have. Tabby, stepping into the corridor, had broken the spell Amelia was under, but Charles was planning to marry another woman. The expression she read on his face could have been fear or surprise. He could merely have been searching for a way to extricate himself from the uncomfortable situation. He was likely not wondering how magical their lips would feel once they touched, like she was. Shaking herself free of those wretched thoughts, a blush warmed her cheeks, and she glanced down, her gaze suddenly riveted by Charles's strong, sturdy hand hanging limply at his side. Oh, how badly she wanted to take that hand in hers and allow the feeling of warmth and connection to wash through her. The footman who typically resided near the front door was now absent, and Amelia cleared her throat. "Well, anyway, good day, Charles."
"Good day, Amelia,"
he said softly, the words so smooth they felt like a caress. He let himself outside and strode in long, sure steps toward the stables where her grooms had taken his horse. Clenching her jaw, Amelia watched him walk away, his stride so long, so confident, so like Henry's. But the men were different in every other regard. Henry had swept her into a whirlwind romance, taking her by surprise with his jovial love and unceasing affection. His lust for life was infectious and had made her giddy and wild at heart. Where Henry was turbulent and untamed as the ocean waves during a storm, crashing upon the rocks and swirling with abandon, Charles was steadfast and strong like a river current, calm on the surface, but powerful beneath. Amelia, fool that she was, found herself swept away by his thoughtfulness, his handsome smile, and his determination. He had surprised her in the last few months, and she had discovered how incredible he was far too late. She would lament not appreciating him for who he was all those years ago, but she'd needed to grow and mature. Amelia was the one who had needed to change. Not that it was relevant at this point. Her experiences had taught her that there were no guarantees in life and certainly no promise of a forever with the man she loved. She would do well to remember that, for losing a fourth husband was not even a possibility. Her heart would never recover. She'd yet to fully heal as it was. Charles glanced back her way before rounding the corner of the building, and she froze in the doorway, embarrassed to be caught watching him. But he did not so much as lift a hand in farewell. The only sign of recognition was a hitch of a smile on his mouth, before he turned his attention away from her and disappeared. She closed the door swiftly and leant back, her head falling softly against the solid oak. Had Amelia allowed herself to believe she deserved another husband, Charles would be everything she desired. And yet, she was too late. Now he was going to marry Mrs. Halpert, and Amelia would have to stand back and watch. They had been in this situation before, only now the roles were reversed. Fate was not her friend. Andrew had returned home late that evening, and fallen into a chair beside Amelia in the dim drawing-room, the candles near to guttering, and the fire absent due to the heat they'd had all day. She looked at him, watching his face for any signs of distress. "Tell me at once if Julia is well." He blew a tired breath through his cheeks, and turned his head to better see his sister. "Julia is well. The babe is healthy." "And?" she pressed. "And what, exactly?" She would have tossed a pillow at him if they had been any younger. Currently, she was much too tired to do anything so undignified. "Boy or girl?" "Julia is a woman, Amelia. That is not—" He coughed, the pillow she threw having caught him mid-sentence, and he tossed it back at her, ruefully rubbing his jaw. "Julia's baby is a girl." Amelia sunk into the sofa cushions, imagining a tiny, pudgy Julia with dark hair and dark eyes the way all babies had. "I cannot wait to see them." "Perhaps you ought to give them a few days," Andrew said. Amelia smiled. "We shall see if I can last that long." Andrew slumped into the seat, any hint of proper breeding slipping away, replaced with exhaustion. "How is Mrs. Halpert?" "Much better. She ate dinner this evening, and there is colour returning to her cheeks." He closed his eyes, rubbing his thumb and forefinger along his eyebrows. "That is a relief. I could not be more grateful for her progress. I was so frightened." "Yes," she said, agreeing silently with the thought he was too afraid to mention aloud. Could they imagine a world in which Charles lost the woman he finally cared about after years upon years of rejection? It would be unfair. He deserved a happy life, a happy marriage, even if it was not to be with Amelia. Andrew looked to her, wary. "We must not celebrate yet. There is much that can still go wrong." She tempered her delight. Andrew was right. It was foolish to celebrate prematurely. She'd done that when Albert had become ill and shown faint signs of improvement, and within a fortnight she'd lost him. It was not time for celebration. Not yet. "And how is Mr. Pepper?" she asked, hoping to lighten the conversation once more. Her heart felt too heavy. It needed a break. "Has he taken to fatherhood?" Andrew's smile was warm. "Yes, at once. I've never seen the man cry before, but I'm certain his eyes were watery when he held little Olivia for the first time." Amelia's heart squeezed at the image her mind conjured. But Lord Hart was the surprise. If we thought he was overprotective of Julia, I believe little Olivia will blow her out of the water. He softened with that babe in his arms. It was equal parts alarming and tender. "Why alarming?" "Only because he seemed to growl when Julia requested the baby back. But of course, he complied. Eventually." Amelia chuckled. "Thank you for taking care of Julia today." Andrew's smile was tender. "Of course, sister." 5 years earlier. Amelia stood on the back portico of the enormous Falbrooke court and raised the glass of lemonade to her lips. The cottage she shared with Andrew since he'd graciously allowed her to move in with him could likely fit on this portico alone, it was so cramped. Not that she was complaining. Andrew's offer for her to live with him allowed her to not only leave their brother Frederick's house, but to be far away from London, the place that had been the source of so much heartache. A year had passed since Arthur's death, since the horrible meeting with Mr. Boyle, where she had learnt truths that might have been better left undiscovered. A year since she'd first heard the whispers of Black Widow follow her wherever she went. This garden party was her first social event since she'd put off the widow's weeds just a fortnight before, and she felt out of place without the protection of her mourning colours. A droplet of sweat rolled down her back, and she straightened the pale muslin skirt, supposing there was something to be grateful for in finally being out of black. Light muslin was much nicer for the hot summer day. Albert Fawn approached her, his brown eyes glittering as his gaze dropped to her nearly empty lemonade glass. "May I procure you another glass, Mrs. Williams?" She levelled him with a look. "No, I thank you." It was obvious what Mr. Fawn was about. 50 if he was a day, he wore his age well, his hair littered liberally with white and grey, but neatly trimmed. Everything about Mr. Fawn screamed of order and refinement, the two things Amelia most wished to have in her life, and both of which were sorely lacking at present. If this man was going to convince her to marry him, as he clearly planned to do, he was going to need to give her a better reason than a large, impeccably run house. As it stood, Andrew wasn't keen on the idea of her marrying again so soon, and if she was being honest with herself, neither was she. Her heart was still smarting after the whirlwind she'd put it through over the last few years. "Have you had a chance to walk out into the garden?" Mr. Fawn asked. "Not yet, no," she said, turning to face him. There was a kindness about his brown eyes that struck her. Though she could never love him, she had a feeling he was not interested in a love match. "Tell me, Mr. Fawn, what is it about Greyton that drew you here?" He seemed to consider her question, his lips faintly pressing together and his head tilting just to the side. He was not a native of Devon, but rather grew up the son of a wealthy banker in London. He'd never had children, and his wife had died some 10 years prior. He'd moved to Greyton shortly afterward. "I needed to look out my window and see something green," he said,
simply. I was tired of the coal smoke and the constant sound of carriages passing my windows. I was looking for peace, I suppose. And a wife? She arched an eyebrow. It had been forward of her, but she was too experienced now, had gone through too much to play coy. If this man wanted a transactional marriage, she would treat it like a business arrangement, laying out the expectations and coming to an understanding before entering into any promises. Mr. Fawn did not flinch, however, a point in his favour. I loved my wife, Mrs. Williams. I would never try to replace her, and neither do I think she can be replaced. But I cannot change the past, and as I get on in years it has occurred to me that I might try to fill the space which has been left so open and unfulfilled. I seek the most basic of comforts. Children. He paused, gesturing to the grand estate. I would like to have someone to leave all of this to. The weight of his words struck her. She saw such likeness between herself and Mr. Fawn that it frightened her. When she was older, would she long for the comfort and fulfillment that came from having a family, or would she regret accepting this man's offer? Mr. Fawn stood beside her, quietly watching her think. He was gentle and kind, but knew where she stood, and had made it quite clear that this was business. They each had needs of which the other could meet. Companionship, children, security. She had married for love twice and ended up alone. Surely, given her position, it was better to protect herself, to keep her guard up, and to enter into an arrangement where she knew what to expect. But there was the unmistakable fact that she had married twice and had yet to produce a child. It was not a guarantee. This was an enormous commitment to make on a hope. Will the transaction be worth it, if children never come about? You do realize that I've been married before? Yes, I do. He looked at her a moment longer, narrowing his gaze as his eyes roamed over her face. I like you, Mrs. Williams. You do not waste your time or mine. You are honest, and I think we get along well enough. Well enough for marriage. The very idea induced her head to spin. I do not need an answer right away, he said, rocking back on his heels. Indeed, I've yet to ask the question. But I think we understand one another, and I beg you will give the idea your consideration. I will. There is quite a lot to think about. Andrew approached them and indicated the group playing lawn bowls to their left. Can I interest you in a game, Amelia? She shook her head. Her mind was too heavy now for any such thing. Beside her, Mr. Fawn grinned. I would be interested, if you think you can take on an old man. I would be happy to defeat you at lawn bowls, Mr. Fawn, Andrew said simply. Careful, Amelia warned. My brother is quite competitive, and he does not care to lose. A twinkle lit Mr. Fawn's brown eyes as he went to follow Andrew. Neither do I. Chapter 19. A week had passed since Mr. Boyle had arrived in Greyton, and he'd made himself quite scarce. Charles had gone to Falbrooke Court a handful of times to visit with Mrs. Halpert, but each time Amelia had shaken her head and told him that no, Mr. Boyle had yet to make significant progress. Evidently, the man had a few ideas, but he could not share them for risk of exposing the guilty party. Though that would imply that the guilty party lived in Greyton, and they all knew the gypsies had taken 4 horses and run in the night. Why else would they have moved on so suddenly, leaving hardly a trace of a trail? Their efforts to flee were proof enough. Riding his uncle's horse into the drive of Falbrooke Court, Charles swung down and shook out his hands. He tossed the reins to a groom and crossed the gravel toward Falbrooke's large front door. He'd spent the better part of the day seeing to finishing touches on the cottage he and Nick had begun together, and had walked away with the heady feeling of accomplishment that it was now complete and ready for a new family. His fields were thriving, his tenant farmers happily situated, and now he could write to his uncle and inform the man that there was another cottage vacancy ready for a family. The front door opened, and Amelia's butler stepped to the side. Charles removed his gloves, yanking on them one finger at a time, and recalled when Mr. Fawn had moved to Greyton,
bringing his confident personality and more money than he likely knew what to do with. Watching the man swoop in and steal Amelia had given Charles the strongest disliking for him. A disappointment, when he'd rather liked Mr. Fawn before Amelia had moved back to Greyton and caught his eye. Though it truly had been a shame when he'd contracted a horrible bout of pneumonia and died so soon after their wedding. Charles would not wish that on anyone. To say nothing for the toll it had clearly taken on Amelia, since she had yet to wear anything but black.
"Mrs. Halpert?"
he requested, handing the butler his gloves and hat.
"Of course, sir."
The butler took his things and preceded him up the stairs, pausing at Mrs. Halpert's open doorway. Charles had come to learn that when the door was open, it meant she was awake and open for visitors. After being announced, Charles stepped into the room, grateful to see the maid in her seat near the fire to lend them some propriety.
"Good day, Mrs. Halpert. You look well."
And he meant it. Her face had filled out a little more over the last week. Though still too thin, she did not look sickly any longer, and Charles thanked the heavens that was so. "I'm not certain I look well, for I certainly don't feel it, but I can admit to feeling better." She gave him a tired smile. "I am well enough, at least." Nodding, he took the seat closest to her and lowered himself. A chessboard was set up on the small table beside his chair, the pieces all over the board as though it had been left mid-game.
"Would you like me to reset the board?"
"No, I thank you. I believe we will finish it once we are able." She sighed, shaking her head, and her lips curved into a soft smile. "I cannot begin to express how grateful I am to Mrs. Fawn and Dr. Mason for the consideration they've shown me. I don't think—" She swallowed, her eyes blinking rapidly as if she hoped to stem the tears gathering within them. "I know I would not have made it without their help, that this babe would not have made it."
"They are good people."
"They are charitable people," she said with a rueful smile. "I will never be able to repay them." Charles brought his ankle up to rest on his other knee.
"They would never expect that of you. Andrew is a doctor. It is in his nature to heal and nurture. He could not live with himself unless he was doing everything in his power to help."
"Which is why you thought to enlist him." She spoke as though it was a fact, not a question.
"Yes."
Charles had had no other option. Mrs. Jennings had apprised him of the situation, and how Mrs. Halpert's needs were growing too taxing when Mrs. Jennings had her own household and children to manage. He'd known right away that he needed to beg help from Andrew, and do whatever he could to assuage the guilt he felt for not having checked on Mrs. Halpert sooner. He'd been remiss in his duties, and had needed to make up for it. Charles had believed he had done his part in allowing her to remain in the cottage after her husband died, instead of removing her to bring in another family with a man who would farm the land. He'd had his housekeeper deliver baskets to her, in an effort to support her in her time of grieving, and internally praised his own thoughtfulness. But never had he imagined how much more she had needed from him. How paltry those baskets were. Mrs. Halpert had appeared on death's door when he'd gone to see her himself. He'd had no other choice but to call on a doctor. Mrs. Jennings would likely have done the same thing had she been able to afford it.
"You were unable to care for yourself, and I couldn't very well bring you to my house. What would people have said?"
She laughed. "They certainly would have made wrong assumptions. No, you are right. That would not have worked. And it is just as well, for it was Mrs. Fawn who thought a diet of bread might be beneficial."
"Mrs. Fawn, is she out at present? I did not see her when I arrived."
He did his best to sound offhand, but knew he hadn't succeeded by the smile growing on Mrs. Halpert's face. "She has gone to visit Mrs. Pepper and her new baby."
"Oh, of course."
She adjusted her position on the bed, her eyes squinting as she sucked a breath through her teeth, her dark braid falling over the deep blue of her dressing gown. Alarmed, Charles lowered his other foot to the floor.
"What can I do to help you?"
"It is nothing. Just a minor pain. It shall pass." She did her best to give him a reassuring smile, but he could see the strain in her eyes.
"Has this happened to you before?"
She nodded, her attention drawn to her stomach. One arm behind her to brace herself, she rested the other on her babe. "A few times. It is nothing, really. See?" She looked up at him, a hopeful look in her eyes. It has already passed.
Have you spoken to anyone else about this? Dr. Mason?
I certainly shall when there is something to tell. She gave a strained chuckle. Don't fret, Mr. Fremont. I will do nothing to put my baby in harm's way. If I feel there is an issue, I will call for the doctor straight away. He is usually close by.
I have your word on that.
She gave a succinct nod, before covering a yawn with long, slender fingers. Charles got to his feet.
I will leave you now. It was good to see you in such good health, Mrs. Halpert.
She returned his farewell, and he let himself out, eyeing the maid as he went. She was watching her mistress with keen concentration, and Charles's shoulders relaxed. Mrs. Halpert would be well. She had a watchful maid who would assuredly inform her mistress if needs be. And besides, she had another month before it was time for the baby to come. He walked down the bright corridor, the white walls covered in gilt-framed paintings and punctuated with wide, open windows. Pausing at the end of the corridor before he reached the staircase, Charles leant closer to the window, making out a lone rider on a horse coming toward Falbrooke. It was a man in a cap, far too short to be Andrew. Surely it was Boyle. Charles watched him ride in, coming to a stop in the front gravel drive and dismounting. He hurried down the stairs just as the door opened to Boyle, and heard the butler inform the small man that both his master and mistress were away from home at present. Boyle grunted.
Never around when I need him, eh?
I am here, Charles said.
Perhaps I can be of assistance. I was with Mrs. Fawn when she lost her horse.
I know, he said brusquely. He rubbed his jaw, then made an unintelligible sound. Was he arguing quietly with himself? All Charles could make out were grunts and muttering. He had the distinct urge to recommend himself in some way to this man. But why he wanted a shabby character such as Boyle to grant his approval was anyone's guess, including Charles's.
Fine. Yes, you can help.
Boyle turned on his heel through the front door and started down the steps back toward his patient horse. How had he trained the animal to stay put? It was brilliant. Stunned, it took Charles a moment to realize he was meant to follow. He took his hat and riding gloves from the butler, who had seemed to take Boyle's measure well enough, for he had them at the ready, and hurried down the steps.
What can you tell me about Melbury?
Boyle asked.
Wait a minute, sir,
Charles said, stalling him with a hand before he could mount and ride away.
What about Melbury, exactly?
Anything.
What do you know?
Charles had grown up in Grayton. He'd neighboured Melbury his entire life. He knew quite a lot.
Might you be a little more specific?
He straightened.
Did the gypsies go there?
Gyps. Boyle screwed up his face and made a sound somewhere between a scoff and a cough.
The gypsies aren't your problem, mate. You've been looking in the wrong place the whole time.
His neck burnt, heat rising up toward his ears. He turned away and noticed one of Falbrooke's grooms leading his horse from the stables on the far end of the house.
If it wasn't them, then who was it?
Boyle shrugged.
Don't know yet. But you weren't the only ones to lose some horses. Got wind a couple are missing from Melbury, too. And how do you know it wasn't gypsies?
Boyle mounted his horse, looking down at Charles with a wide, gap-toothed smile.
Because these horses went missing last night, and the gypsies ain't nowhere to be seen.
It took some time, but Charles had managed to convince Boyle to allow him to accompany him to Melbury. But regardless of what he said, he could not engage Boyle in conversation. The man was infuriatingly tight-lipped, and it was both a comfort and an irritant. A comfort because he was likely someone to trust in important matters, and an irritant because Charles wanted to learn everything he had picked up in his week in Grayton thus far.
It was kind of you to travel here to help Mrs. Fawn, he said. This is no act of charity. I'm getting paid.
Charles gritted his teeth, inhaling slowly and begging the heavens to lend him some patience.
Of course you are, but you could have refused. But I didn't.
No, Charles agreed.
You didn't.
The rolling hills, dotted with trees and smoothed over with dry grass, spread out in every direction. If they were any farther north, they would have the blessed relief of the salty sea breeze, but now the sun baked down on them as they trotted along the rutted dirt road.
"Have you known Mrs. Fawn long?"
he asked. Boyle screwed up his eyes.
"Don't know. 4 years? 5? I knew her husband first." "Which one?"
Boyle looked startled at that, but then an amused smile, the first Charles had seen, spread his lips wide, and he pointed his finger at Charles.
"That's asking the right questions. It was Arthur Williams. Served together in Spain, good man he was."
Ah, things were beginning to come together.
"So you knew this horse then, too?" "Everyone did. Arthur was besotted with the thing."
He snorted.
"I would be too, I guess, if my horse had saved my life."
This was the first Charles had heard of the story.
"How so?"
"Williams was out patrolling one night and was shot right in the leg. Right there." He clutched his thigh and shook it for emphasis.
"The bullet got him. He was nearly knocked out from the pain, but Howard got him out of there and brought him back to camp, saved his life."
Well, it was no wonder Amelia felt such a debt of gratitude to this horse. Charles felt all the more foolish for playing a game and pretending he had been qualified to retrieve the animal. He'd gotten nowhere. Hadn't even looked in the right place if Boyle was correct about the gypsy's innocence, which he likely was. It couldn't be a coincidence that more horses had been taken last night. They rode into town and stopped at the inn, the same one Charles and Nick had visited weeks ago.
"Maybe I ought to stay with the horses,"
Charles said. They could ill afford to lose them now. How would they get home? Boyle tossed his reins to Charles and pushed the door open without saying a word. A little gratitude wouldn't go amiss, but evidently that was too much to ask. A wooden sign hung above the door with a white hair on it, swinging from the force of the door closing. Puffing out his cheeks, Charles took the reins of both horses in his hand and pulled them around the corner of the building so they might have some shade. It was blisteringly hot, and the street was empty. He could use another swim right now to cool off. Perhaps when he returned to Grayton he could stop by the pond in Donning Grove. If he was really lucky, he would be able to go for a swim without the woman he loved finding him splashing around in the water like a child. It certainly beat trying to swim in his own pond in full view of Sheffield House and all his servants. "But I don't have it," a voice said from around the corner near the entrance to the inn. Charles froze. "You'll have to wait." A second man replied, his voice unbending.
"I don't plan to wait much longer. You have 2 days.
2 days? The first man expostulated. He sounded familiar, but Charles couldn't quite place where he knew the voice from. "It takes longer than that to sell—"
2 days, the second one repeated. "I told you, I don't have time to wait."
The first man was getting frustrated, his tone dropping. "I have a buyer, but the meeting place has to be arranged. We have to treat this carefully. It will only call attention to us if we're seen travelling down High Street with 6 blasted horse—"
"Shh! You want to give us away?"
He sighed.
"Fine. 1 week. But not a day more. It's already been long enough."
The door banged open, and one of the men grunted before the door to the white hare slammed closed again, faintly shaking the wall Charles leant against. Charles looked around the corner, but pulled back quickly when his eyes fell on a man walking away down the street. He was tall and wore a plain brown coat. Nothing discernible about him whatsoever. He could be nearly anyone. Given his posture, however, shoulders slumped, head down, Charles would bet money that this man was the one he'd heard first, the one who clearly had the missing horses in his possession. All Charles needed now was a glimpse of the man's face. If he recognized him, then they would know where their horses were being kept, unless they weren't at this man's house. And if Charles accidentally gave himself away trying to figure it out, that could put everything in danger. No, it was best to accidentally pass the man, catch a glimpse, then report back to Boyle. Charles would not mess this up again. Leading the horses further into the inn's yard, he handed Boyle's horse off to the ostler and mounted his own, trotting out onto the road and hoping to affect a careless attitude. He swept his gaze up and down the mostly empty street, but saw nothing. No brown coats, no men. Clenching his jaw, he made it to the end of the road and turned up the next one, keeping his eye out for anything or anyone out of the ordinary. The man could not have simply disappeared. Turning back toward the white hare, Charles urged his horse into a canter and returned to the inn yard, sliding from his horse and handing it off to the same ostler who had taken Boyle's horse. He reasoned that if the horse thieves were inside, he was safe to leave them, and he already knew one of them was in there. Letting himself into the inn, it took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dimness of the room. He located Boyle at a table on the far side of the room, but something about the short man's hunched shoulders and seeming indifference told Charles that it would be best if he did not approach him now. Taking a seat at an empty table near the window, he tried to look discreetly about the occupants, but there weren't many people about at this time of day. Disappointment snaked through him. Of the 4 other men sitting around, it was unclear who the man in question could be. "What'll it be?" the serving girl asked, resting her hip against the table and blocking his view. "Just an ale." She left him, and he tried to surreptitiously obtain Boyle's attention. If they met outside for a moment, he could explain what he'd heard, and maybe Boyle would know who had entered the building a quarter-hour before. But Boyle wouldn't bite. He caught his eye for a second, but the man looked away so smoothly one would think they truly weren't acquainted. The serving girl returned, slamming a tankard of ale before him moments before the door opened. Charles turned to see who it was. The man in the doorway caught his gaze and stuttered to a stop, his eyes widening. Looking very put out, he exclaimed, "Mr. Fremont, what are you doing here?" Charles managed a long gulp of ale before turning a plain smile on the man in the brown coat. Tim Tucker didn't realize this, most likely, but his expression reeked of guilt. He had just given himself away. Chapter 20. Amelia could have spent all day holding Julia's sweet little Olivia, had the little one allowed her to. The 2 hours Olivia spent sleeping in Amelia's arms had filled her heart with joy, the babe's tiny, pudgy hand wrapping tightly around her finger, as though it was her heart. Riding away from Halstead Manor, however, Amelia's womb ached with emptiness, and she fought the emotion clawing up her throat and pricking her eyes. She wanted to hold a child in her arms, and not have to return the child to someone else. She yearned to hear the corridors of Falbrooke filled with the patter of tiny running feet, or to sing a little one quietly to sleep while brushing copper curls from her forehead. But none of those things would come to pass. She'd allowed Albert Fawn to convince her to wed him for the sake of children, but even that prospect did not seem worthy of the sacrifice of marriage any longer, not when it would undoubtedly end in heartache. Swiping at a tear that had managed to escape and trail down her cheek, Amelia released a shuddering breath and directed her gig toward the stables. The sun had nearly disappeared behind her, the final dregs of sunlight giving the stone of Falbrooke's facade an orange glow. The house was so majestic, and she had been chosen as its mistress specifically to fill its rooms with children's laughter. It was devastating to know how thoroughly she had failed in every regard. She would typically choose to spend her evening with Mrs. Halpert and Andrew, but just now she didn't know if she could stomach it. Envy coiled through her, tightening her chest, and she pulled her gig to a stop outside the carriage house, handing the reins to a groom and hopping down without assistance. Crossing the lawn toward the house, she tugged her driving gloves from her hands 1 finger at a time and shook them out, eager to remove the jealousy welling up inside her. It was unfair that she should feel so slighted by life. But regardless, she was not fit for company. What Amelia needed tonight was a tray in her room, a bracing cup of tea, and complete isolation. The front door opened as she mounted the steps, and she handed her gloves and bonnet to Matthew, the footman waiting there. Is Andrew home? She asked, crossing the entryway toward the stairs.
Yes, in his study with Mr. Fremont and Mr. Boyle.
Amelia halted, turning to face Matthew. Her pulse jumped at the mention of Charles in her home, as it always did of late. How long have they been there?
About a half-hour, ma'am.
She nodded, suppressing a sigh. It would be better to keep her distance from Charles until she got a better handle on her feelings. She didn't want to go to the study, and her footman hadn't mentioned any request of Andrew's to have her join the men when she returned home. Moving again toward the stairs, she rested her hand on the banister and paused, groaning inwardly. Why must she have a conscience? She should check in with Mr. Boyle at least, and find out what progress, if any, he'd made. Straightening her sleeves, Amelia made her way toward Andrew's study. She paused before the door and smoothed stray wisps of hair away from her face. Drawing in a breath, she told herself that her heartbeat was not hastening simply because she knew Charles was in the room. It was racing because she was eager to hear what Mr. Boyle had to say. Opening the door, she knocked lightly to gather the men's attention. Andrew looked up from his seat behind the desk, and Mr. Boyle and Charles both turned in their chairs to see her. When her gaze caught Charles's, her heart skipped a beat, her breath catching in her throat. Why, oh why did she have to start forming feelings for Charles now? She shoved down the irritation that thought had ignited in her, hoping it would override the ridiculous light-headedness beginning to blur the edges of her mind, and pasted a smile on her face. "Amelia, I'm so glad you're home," Andrew said, rising. "We've had a development." Charles stepped away from his seat, indicating with a light flourish of his arm that she take it, and she cast him a grateful nod before lowering herself in the chair. He moved to stand against the wall to her side, crossing his arms over his chest and casually leaning back. "We've found out who took them," Mr. Boyle said, with no preamble, "but getting the horses back will be tricky." Her stomach seemed to simultaneously drop and lighten. "Who?" "The Tucker boys," Charles said from behind her, causing the hair to stand up on the back of her neck. She'd never personally had ill dealings with the Tuckers. Indeed, she liked Mrs. Tucker, their mother. But she did not trust them. She'd heard enough stories of poaching and underhanded dealings to be wary. Andrew's face was grim. "Charles overheard Tim Tucker speaking to someone outside the White Hare. We don't know who Tim spoke to, but they gave him a week to sell the horses, and he told the man he already had a buyer." A few choice, unladylike words filtered through Amelia's mind, but she suppressed them. The Tucker farm was close to Sheffield House. Charles would have passed it any time he ventured away from home. "You mean to tell me my Howard has been under our noses this entire time?" "That is what we don't know," Mr. Boyle said. He'd been quiet, and she could only imagine his mind was working to develop a plan to get Howard back. "We will go look at the Tucker property tonight after dark." He looked to the window, "which will be soon. But from what I know of the events that occurred the night you lost your horse, Tim wasn't working alone." "The other man must have been his brother," she said. "James." Mr. Boyle shrugged. "Could be. Won't know until we look. If the horses aren't in the Tucker's barn, then we know his accomplice was someone else, likely in Grayton, and likely with a barn." "That narrows it down to everyone," Charles said. "What can I do?" Amelia was determined to help. She wasn't fool enough to believe her brother would condone her attending their rescue mission, and in truth, the idea wasn't appealing to her in the least, but she needed to be put to use in some way. Andrew's gaze was so avidly trained on her, one would believe he was about to request from her the most important task that evening. "Will you watch over Mrs. Halpert?" That again. Uncharitably, she hedged. Typically, she would enjoy any time spent in her friend's company, but tonight was different. She wanted to actually help. "I don't see how that is helpful. Is there something else I can do? I might come stay with the horses. It will be difficult for the three of you to get away smoothly with 6 horses in tow, in addition to the ones you will need to ride to the Tuckers' farm." Andrew glanced at Charles, and they shared a look.
Let's explain, Charles said. She deserves the whole truth.
Andrew seemed unsure. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed.
It feels as though everything is happening at once.
Raising his head, the worried expression on his brow caused Amelia's stomach to tighten in apprehension.
Mrs. Halpert hasn't done well today. She needs a careful eye on her for the next few days until she is out of the woods again.
Amelia felt rooted to the chair, her body sinking in shame and mortification. She had hoped to avoid the woman, to have a night to herself, and Mrs. Halpert was quite literally fighting for her life and that of her baby. Who is with her now?
Tabby, but she could use more help. Andrew's eyes beseeched her. I would be more at ease knowing you were with her if I am to be out of the house.
Of course. Amelia got to her feet. He was putting himself in danger to retrieve her horse. Assisting him in this way was the least she could do. I'll go up straight away.
Thank you, Andrew said.
Passing Charles, Amelia held her breath until she reached the door. Shooting her brother a smile, she glanced to the small and terrifyingly quiet Mr. Boyle, then to Charles. Allowing her gaze to linger on the latter, she said, "Good luck. Please bring my Howard home."
"We will do our best,"
Charles said, his voice low, hoarse. "I know you will. I have faith in you. All of you." Leaving the room, Amelia's heart didn't slow as she mounted the stairs and took herself to Mrs. Halpert's room. Letting herself inside, her stomach dropped at the image before her. Mrs. Halpert lying on the bed, eyes closed and eyebrows drawn, cheeks pale and mouth pinched. Rushing to her side, Amelia placed a hand over one of Mrs. Halpert's, where she gripped the blanket so tight her knuckles were white. "What can I do?" Amelia asked, her voice hardly touching above a whisper. Mrs. Halpert was silent and still, but for an infinitesimal shake of her head. She seemed to be holding her breath, and Amelia found herself doing the same. Another few minutes of silence passed in the same manner, before Amelia removed her hand, sitting back in her seat and watching her friend cycle through various expressions of discomfort, refusing to respond to any of Amelia's attempts at questioning. After a half-hour of no improvement, a rustle near the fire stole her attention, and Amelia turned beseeching eyes on Tabby, who gestured toward the wall with a flick of her head. Never before had Amelia's maid summoned her in such a manner, so she rose at once and crossed the room with haste, certain Tabby had a very good reason for doing so. "What is it?" she whispered. Tabby's dark brown eyes were wide, brimming with worry. "She's not well, ma'am." "Yes, Andrew said as much." Amelia had seen as much the moment she had stepped into the room. Shaking her head, Tabby looked over Amelia's shoulder before lowering her voice once more. "Forgive me saying so, but I don't think she is very truthful with him or you. She doesn't want to worry Dr. Mason, and she hides the worst of it from you both. She's done so this whole time." "The worst of what, exactly?" Tabby swallowed. "Her pain, ma'am. Her discomfort." Amelia tried to understand what her maid implied, but it was difficult to wrap her head around it. She subtly gestured to the bed behind her. "Mrs. Halpert has been this uncomfortable the entire time she has been at Falbrooke. Why have you not brought this to my attention?" "Not this uncomfortable, but certainly worse than she let on, though she never told me anything. I only watched her. I noticed it, but now this is much worse. I think her pains have started." "Pains?" "Yes, ma'am. I think—" She glanced around nervously, swallowing before continuing. "I think this baby is coming tonight." Charles pulled up on the reins to slow his horse, looking over his shoulder to find Andrew close behind him, Boyle to his left.
"Is this where you had in mind?"
"Yes," Andrew said, dismounting quietly and throwing the looped rope over his shoulder. Moonlight hardly filtered through the treetops overhead, making it difficult to see very far beyond his own hand, but Charles's eyes had adjusted enough to recognize where in Donning Grove they were. 2 paces to his left, and they would leave Charles's property, but they were still close to the Tucker farm, and in a thick portion of woods where they could leave the horses undetected. Tying their reins to the low branches of a chestnut tree, they grouped together.
"I'll go first."
Charles reiterated their plan, his voice low. He pulled the sack containing bridles higher on his shoulder. They'd come prepared for any eventuality.
"I know the way to the back barn well enough. Boyle, you'll be close behind me, and Andrew, you take the rear."
They all nodded agreement, and began the trek through the woods, reaching the road within a few minutes. The moon snuck behind a puff of clouds, making it even more difficult to see, though perhaps it was a benefit in keeping them hidden as they skirted the edge of the woods. Charles could just make out the emptiness of the lane with relief. He motioned that it was clear, and they crossed the road, their footsteps silent over the packed dirt. Slipping through the shallow ditch on the other side of the road, they made it onto the Tuckers' field and crossed the space toward the barn with quick, quiet steps. They were exposed until they reached the barn, and Charles's heart raced from fear of being discovered. He couldn't afford to fail in this quest. He needed to find these horses and get them back. For himself, for Mr. Green, for the strangers in Melbury, but mostly for Amelia.
"This way,"
Andrew whispered, indicating the front of the barn. Light spilt from the small windows of the Tucker cottage like long fingers, nearly reaching the barn doors. They would need to slip in quietly and hope they weren't seen. Pausing at the corner of the barn, Charles waited, chest heaving. He swept his gaze over the yard but saw nothing. Indicating to Boyle that it was clear, the short man snuck around him and toward the barn door. It creaked as he opened it, and the men paused, Charles struggling to hold his breath before Boyle continued. He managed to get the door open wide enough to slip through, and disappeared. This was the portion of their rescue mission Charles had looked forward to the very least. He and Andrew could do nothing but wait while Boyle crept around inside, checking for horses, counting them, and assuring them that Howard was among them.
"This wait is agonizing."
Andrew spoke so quietly that Charles almost didn't make out what he said. He nodded in response and rested his head back against the rough wooden planks. A moment later, a noise drew Charles's gaze to the barn door, and he startled when eyes appeared in the dark space.
"Come,"
Boyle whispered, and Charles could have leapt for joy. The horses were within. Instead, he crept across the ground and slid quietly through the doorway, Andrew just behind him. Boyle was close, his voice low but discernible.
"Howard is here, all right, and 9 other horses besides." 9?
Charles swore under his breath.
"How are we to know which belong to the men from Melbury?"
"We can't," Andrew said. "We'll have to take the ones we know and point the magistrate here."
"Tonight,"
Boyle said.
"Or they'll just move them when they discover ours missing. We should go directly there following this."
They located Howard and Maximus and slid the bits into their mouths, securing the straps over their ears and under their jaws. Charles had never before been so happy to see a horse, and he pressed down his elation, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. There was no sense in celebrating, not when they weren't yet in the clear.
"Did you find both of Green's hunters?"
he asked.
"Yes,"
Andrew said, working on a horse on the other side of the barn. They'd gotten bridles on each of the 4 horses, and Andrew tossed each man a length of rope to tie to them. They would have to open the creaky door fully in order to lead the horses out, which could very well alert the Tuckers to their presence. But then all they would have to do was cross the field, make it through the shallow ditch and over the lane. Once they reached Charles's property across the road, they would be safe. Boyle handed Charles the rope attached to Howard's bridle and left to open the door. Charles's heart raced. The light from the Tucker cottage felt as though it was crawling closer to the barn as the door opened, and he could see the faint outline of someone through one of the back windows. He swallowed hard. They were breaking the law by trespassing. It hardly mattered that they were retrieving stolen horses that belonged to them. Any of the Tucker men wouldn't hesitate to shoot on sight. And blast it, but they would be within their rights to do so. Mouth going dry, Charles prayed fervently that they would make it out of the barn and safely across the road before anyone in the cottage caught wind of what they were doing. When the door was open wide enough, Andrew gestured for Charles to precede him, and he wasted no time. One rope in each hand, he led Maximus and Howard out and started across the lawn, his steps quick. He was tempted to look over his shoulder and check on his friend's progress, but he refrained, focusing ahead. He knew Andrew would be behind him. Boyle would bring up the rear, so he might shut the barn door and stave off any notice of them having tampered with the barn to give them more time to get away. They wanted to keep the Tuckers off their scent as long as possible. Charles made it to the road, when a sound to his right stole his attention, and he saw two men in front of the cottage, speaking in agitated tones. Blast! They hadn't noticed him yet, but he would not be able to make it much farther without being spotted. He could only hope Andrew was following close behind and would take his lead. Breaking into a run, Charles had no other choice but to get away as fast as he could. He gripped the ropes in his hands tightly and led the horses down the shallow ditch and onto the road. Footsteps pounded the ground behind him, and a man yelled, "You there!" Charles didn't stop. He crossed the road and slipped into the trees, snagging his boots on roots and hopping over rocks, hoping the darkness would be more of a help than a hindrance. Turning in the direction of Sheffield House, his estate, he picked his way through the woods as fast as he could go, hoping to lead whoever was following him away from the horses they'd left tied to the tree. "Stop!" the man yelled. "Those are mine!" Charles picked up his speed, his heart hammering in his chest. The voice had been far closer than he'd anticipated. And where were Andrew and Boyle? Hitting his foot against a tree root, Charles pitched forward, sprawling on the ground. He hopped up quickly, searching for the ropes that had slipped free of his hands when he'd gone down. He managed to clasp Howard's rope to the sound of an unhappy whinny, when a tall man stumbled through the brush. "You'll answer for this," the man seethed, tall and blonde, chest heaving. He lunged for the rope with a wild look in his dark eyes, and Charles dropped it, pulling back his clenched fist and landing the man a facer. The blonde stranger flew back, knocking into a tree before crumpling to the ground. "Actually, I think you'll be the one forced to answer for this," Charles said, shaking out his hand. Pain shot through his knuckles, and he was almost certain he'd broken something on the man's jaw. Perhaps he'd even given him a scar to match the other side of his ugly Melbury mug. Untying the rope from his own horse, Charles took the blonde man's hands behind his back and tied them together. Now, he needed to locate his friends. Chapter 21. "Is he back yet?" Amelia asked, pacing before the cold hearth in Mrs. Halpett's room and wringing her hands. She'd sent her footman out to retrieve Mrs. Fowler when it was clear that Andrew was long gone, but that had been more than half an hour before, and she'd expected them back by now. She'd have far preferred sending him for Andrew, but it was more dangerous to try and locate her brother on the Tuckers' property than it was worth, and he would be home relatively soon anyway. She hoped. Tabby shook her head. "He should be here soon. I'm certain he will be." The maid spoke with far more confidence than Amelia felt. Mrs. Halpett's hairline beaded with sweat, her eyes closed and forehead creased. Amelia had assisted her brother in matters of health plenty of times, but she knew nothing about this. She did not know how to help a woman give birth, or what to do once the babe arrived. And Mrs. Halpett's condition was not healthy. She needed someone who knew what they were about, not an ignorant widow. Pacing to the corridor, Amelia was debating the merits of riding out to the Tucker farm herself and carefully searching for her brother, when horse hooves sounded outside. She jumped to the open window, searching the darkness for the horse. A gig came into view, and though it was too dark to make out the figures riding in it, it was clearly two people. Amelia sagged against the open windowsill, releasing a breath. At least she would not have to do this alone. Mrs. Halpett's cry rang from her room, and Amelia shot across the corridor and to the woman's bedside. "What is it?" Tabby looked up from where she perched on the edge of the mattress, holding Mrs. Halpett's hand near the head of the bed. "It is nearly time." It did not take a great deal of effort to understand what the maid meant by that, and Amelia sent up a prayer of gratitude that someone had arrived in time to assist them. The gig just returned. Thank the heavens, Tabby breathed.
Amelia gave a small smile.
I already have.
Turning, she ran from the room, raising her hem to avoid tripping as she rushed down the corridor and halted at the top of the stairs. Matthew held the front door open as a short, slender woman stepped into the house, her dark grey hair liberally sprinkled with white and pulled away from her face. She stepped with measured confidence and wore an expression of mild interest, and she wholly intimidated Amelia.
Mrs. Fowler?
Amelia asked. The woman looked up, and Amelia could see the wisdom in her time-worn eyes, softening her.
It is time.
Amelia repeated Tabby's words, hoping the woman took her meaning. She seemed to, for Mrs. Fowler started toward her at once, steadily climbing the stairs with measured haste. Amelia wasn't entirely sure what she had expected this woman to be, but so far she had been completely mistaken in her previous assumptions. With kind, knowing eyes, Mrs. Fowler appraised Amelia, then passed her, following Mrs. Halpert's cries into the proper chamber. Amelia followed, unsure of what to do or how she could be of service.
Mrs. Halpert,
Mrs. Fowler said, gliding into the room and setting her satchel on a chair near the bed.
I am Mrs. Fowler, and I've come to help you. I need you to listen to me, for my instructions will sound strange, but you can believe they will relieve some of the pain in your back. Ready?
Her voice was so calm and persuasive that Amelia felt inclined to lean forward and obey the woman's demands as well.
Yes,
Mrs. Halpert said, hoarsely.
Good.
Her voice soft and velvety, Mrs. Fowler continued.
Now, I need you to brace yourself on your hands and knees.
Tabby looked to Amelia, and she merely smiled, feigning confidence even as she grew wary. Mrs. Fowler's calm, authoritative voice drifted into the recesses of her mind as Amelia's gaze fell on the dark window. The men had been gone for hours, and she'd hoped they would have returned by now. She could only pray that they were safe and all was well. Perhaps it was taking so long because they were carefully delivering the stolen horses back to Mr. Green's and Charles's stables. She couldn't dare hope about her own Howard. Not yet. Mrs. Fowler sent Tabby for hot water and more towels, but Amelia went in her stead, only too eager to help where she might actually be of assistance. By the time she returned upstairs with the towels, Matthew behind her with a pitcher of hot water, Mrs. Halpert's cries could be heard throughout the entire house. Delivering the items to the midwife, Amelia stepped back as Tabby set to work laying towels on the writing desk, which had been dragged next to the bed, and setting the hot water beside a basin.
Take her hand,
Mrs. Fowler commanded. Amelia, uncomfortable with such proximity at this intimate time, swallowed her modesty and obeyed, moving to Mrs. Halpert's side and drawing a chair near. She offered her hand, and Mrs. Halpert took it at once, squeezing with all of her strength. She released it after a minute, and Amelia fought the urge to shake the blood back into her fingers. That her friend possessed this strength at all was something to be grateful for. Mrs. Fowler picked up a towel.
This is it, Mrs. Halpert. Now.
The woman grit her teeth and squeezed Amelia's fingers as hard as she could. Time seemed to pass slowly as Mrs. Fowler directed Mrs. Halpert to push. Amelia maintained her focus on the woman, allowing her to squeeze her fingers as tightly as she needed to as her cries rang out through the room. The moment happened so fast, Amelia nearly missed it. So intent was her focus on her friend's expression, exhaustion mixed with hope. Amelia's own heart mirrored those very things. In all the time she'd had Mrs. Halpert under her roof, caring for her and worrying over her health, she had not considered the acute fear Mrs. Halpert must have held on to for every second since becoming ill, that she would lose this child. The hope that the end was near, that her babe would soon be in her arms, was too potent to be hidden in the lines of her face, and it overrode every bit of discomfort Amelia felt. A soft, muted cry broke through the room, and Amelia snapped her head up to find Mrs. Fowler holding a tiny, writhing babe in her hands, wrapped in a length of towel.
"'Tis a girl, Mrs. Halpert."
Amelia looked to her friend. "Did you hear that?"
You have a little girl."
Mrs. Halpert nodded, collapsing onto the bed as tears fell down her face. She reached toward Mrs. Fowler, but the woman looked pointedly at Amelia. "Will you clean her off, so she's fit to meet her mamma?"
"Of course."
Mrs. Fowler turned her attention back to Mrs. Halpert. "Not quite done yet, but you're nearly there." Amelia accepted the tiny towel-wrapped bundle and carried her to the table beside the bed where Tabby had laid out the extra cloths. Over her shoulder, she caught Tabby's attention.
"Come pour this for me, please."
Sliding her finger into the babe's tiny hand, Amelia's heart throbbed with love and longing in equal measure as the miniature fingers curled around her own. It took a quarter hour to clean the babe and wrap her in a fresh blanket, her muted cries filling the room with the beautiful sound only a newborn could make. When Amelia returned the baby to her mother, her heart squeezed at the perfect image they made. Joy filled her body, radiating with both warmth and fatigue, and she wiped her forehead with her wrist to move a stray hair from her eye.
"My sweet little Georgina,"
she said, tears rolling down her cheeks as she caressed her daughter's soft face. The babe quieted at the sound of her mother's voice, and the room seemed to go still for a moment, before the hungry cries returned. Mrs. Fowler moved about the bed, busying herself with undoing the sheets and rolling them back. Tabby appeared with a fresh set of linens, and Amelia stepped back to allow the women to expertly change the sheets around the new mother as she attempted to feed her babe. Mrs. Fowler stepped forward to help Mrs. Halpert position her baby, and the little darling managed to eat, the cries ceasing at once. When the room had quieted, and the heavy feeling had dissipated into a peaceful sense of accomplishment, Amelia finally left. Closing the door behind her, she could not remove from her mind the image of Mrs. Halpert with her baby, and the beautiful family they would be after Charles made her his wife. Leaning her head back against the wall, she closed her eyes as silent tears welled up in her eyes. Sometimes it felt as though fate mocked her. Losing her husband had been difficult, even eerie in their timing and nature. Learning that she had feelings for Charles after putting him off for so many years was irritating in its own right, but then, that he loved another after all this time. Amelia was a fool for putting him off for so long. But Charles's love for Mrs. Halpert had likely saved his life. If Amelia had succumbed to her weakness, to her desire for a family, she would have married Charles, and with her record, there was no way he would have survived the first year of their marriage. No, it was a blessing indeed that he fell for Mrs. Halpert. It was safer this way. The door opened beside her, and Mrs. Fowler stepped into the corridor. Amelia was overcome with a rush of gratitude.
"I cannot thank you enough."
She put up a staying hand. "It was my pleasure. I have a special fondness for helping mothers." Amelia nodded. "From Dr. Mason's concerns, though, I admit I expected to find her in much worse condition."
"She was quite a bit worse when he came to see you," Amelia explained. "She has been steadily improving a little every day. The ginger tea made a good deal of difference for her."
Mrs. Fowler nodded, knowingly. "But you did not believe it would?"
Amelia froze. Had her face given her away? How could the woman in the dimness of the corridor see so much? While she had not disbelieved in the ginger tea, necessarily she had been wary of anything that came from a cunning woman. Mrs. Fowler's friendly, open gaze was inviting, however, and Amelia chose to be honest. "After what I witnessed this evening, I would hesitate to doubt you ever again."
"Ah, yes. But you didn't doubt my abilities to help Mrs. Halpert with the birth tonight, did you?"
"No, I did not." The way she looked at Amelia, one would think Mrs. Fowler had been witness to all of the conversations where she had called the woman's abilities false or said that she lacked credibility. They held one another's gazes, and understanding settled on Amelia. Whether by Hattie's loose tongue or Mrs. Fowler's uncanny ability to read minds, she knew far more than she should about Amelia's feelings on the matter of magic. and Amelia felt the need to defend herself. But of course I didn't doubt your ability to help tonight. Your skills as a midwife were never in question. White magic, though. Hattie looking for the man she is meant to marry in a churchyard ritual. Curses! These things have no basis in fact.
Maybe not, but you need not believe for them to be real. It has been my experience that sometimes believing in something is enough to bring it to fruition, to make it true.
She slowed her voice, measuring her words.
Perhaps what some call magic is merely providing an avenue for others to discover what they need for themselves.
Amelia leant back, stunned. The woman herself didn't believe in magic. She believed in helping others to... What? To simply believe. Mrs. Fowler cupped her elbow, smiling.
I am not saying that there is no basis of truth in some of the things I teach. I merely request that you do not discount it entirely. You never know when the power of faith will prove useful to you, dear, particularly in matters of the heart.
A scoff ripped from Amelia's throat, and she quickly swallowed her embarrassment. Shaking her head, she argued, Faith is irrelevant in my trials. I lost 3 husbands, Mrs. Fowler. 3. The Ton began calling me the Black Widow after my 2nd husband's death, and I'm not entirely sure that there isn't a basis of truth in what they say. I could never bear to submit another man to such ridicule and speculation. I'm destined to remain a spinster forever. This woman did not understand. She hadn't lived through the years of mocking. Those heartless fools who'd called Amelia the Black Widow may have believed themselves faultless, that it was all in good fun. But it had damaged her. They joked about the very thing she most feared, that she had somehow been the cause of her husband's deaths.
Then you are forcing yourself into a life of solitude when it is not necessary,
Mrs. Fowler said kindly. Not exactly. There are foundling hospitals and orphanages. I do not need to marry to care for a child or give an orphan a home. I have other options. Options that would save the life of an unsuspecting man.
I may not know the future, or everything that occurred in the past,
Mrs. Fowler said, her voice low.
But I do know that you did not cause your husbands to die, Mrs. Fawn. If you marry again, you are not condemning any man to an early grave. You are merely the recipient of an unfortunate early widowhood, thrice over.
Amelia could not help but hold her breath, hearing the very words she had wished for so long to believe. You call it bad luck?
Or perhaps there was a greater reason, I do not know. But your blame is unnecessary.
She smiled.
You may be hurting yourself by closing opportunities.
The reality of that stung. So keenly had she felt the truth of it with Charles. Thank you, Mrs. Fowler. Matthew can see you home when you are ready. Would you like to take some refreshment before you go?
I believe I shall.
Amelia led her to the stairs. A smile touched Mrs. Fowler's lips.
I do wish I could see Dr. Mason's face when he first lays eyes on the babe.
Whatever for? Amelia asked. Was there a professional rivalry between the two that she hadn't known about? She wouldn't put it past Andrew to find a playful competition in even these circumstances, though she knew he would always put his patients first. Mrs. Fowler looked taken aback.
He loves Mrs. Halpert, does he not?
Amelia laughed. No, you've mistaken him for Charles Fremont. Andrew does not love anyone. The woman looked back over her shoulder, an amused glint in her eye.
Oh, well, I'm sure you would know better than I.
The woman did not sound like she truly believed this to be the case, and it irked Amelia to no end. Charles Fremont, she enunciated, as though that would help Mrs. Fowler understand her better. She knew she was being ridiculous.
Yes, dear, so you said.
Amelia sent Matthew to obtain a tray for Mrs. Fowler before depositing her in the breakfast room. She hesitated, resting her hands on the back of the chair opposite her guest. May I ask one question?
Of course.
How did you know that Mrs. Halpert's back pained her when you arrived?
Smiling, Mrs. Fowler said, "It is common to have back pain when giving birth, and she was holding her back when I first stepped into the room. I merely made the connection and happened to be correct." Amelia nodded. "Sometimes it is only a case of knowing what to look for, watching for the right signs." She brightened and looked toward the window. "Like now, I might predict that your brother will return home shortly by the abundance of hoofbeats on your drive." Amelia gasped. "Howard." Chapter 22. Amelia flung the door open and raced outside. Her eyes fell on her beloved horse, led on a rope by Charles, Andrew beside him. Lifting her hem, she hurried across the drive until she reached the men on horseback. "You've done it," she said, taking Howard's face between her hands and resting her forehead against his. He whinnied in appreciation, knocking her back a little as he nodded his large head. She stepped back, but didn't release his head. Unable to dim her smile, she looked up and found Charles smiling down at her. "What happened? Where is Mr. Boyle?" "He stayed with James Tucker and his friend, Mr. Paul Harris from Melbury, at Sir Percival's house. There was far too much to go over, and we wanted to get home." "James Tucker is at the magistrate's house?" Amelia asked. "But did you not mention earlier that it was Tim who you heard at the White Hare?" "There is quite a lot to explain," Andrew said, sliding down from the saddle and giving his reins over to a groom who had jogged toward them from the stables. "Perhaps we should go inside." "Yes, I think that would be good." Howard nudged her shoulder, and she absently rubbed his nose. "I have some news as well." Charles slid down from his horse as well and stood beside Andrew, giving his reins to the groom. "What is it?" Amelia looked to him, pasting a joyful smile on her face. This was an exciting moment for him, and she did not wish to colour it with her melancholy. "Mrs. Halpert has had her baby." She watched Charles for a reaction, but he failed to give her one. His blue eyes steadily on her as if he was reading her face, searching for more information. "What?" Andrew nearly yelled, startling her. "But it's much too soon. It's weeks too soon, and I was not here." He started toward the house immediately, but Amelia reached for him. "Andrew, wait," she said, and her brother stopped, running an agitated hand over his jaw. The groom stood nearby waiting for Howard, and she gave her horse a kiss on the nose before handing his reins to her groom. "You'll watch over him carefully?" "Yes, ma'am." Shoving down her hesitation at watching Howard be led away, she turned to her overwrought brother. "We brought Mrs. Fowler to help, and everything went smoothly." Andrew, wide-eyed and stunned, shook his head. "I must see for myself. I must examine her." He scoffed softly in wonder. "The baby," he whispered. Amelia did not know what to make of his odd behaviour. He certainly cared for all of his patients, but she'd never before seen her stalwart brother act in such a peculiar way. "The babe is healthy, and Mrs. Halpert is resting." Looking up at Amelia, he said, "Charles can explain everything that happened tonight. I must go to her." Bemused, Amelia agreed. "Yes, of course, go." Andrew hurried toward the house, leaving Amelia and Charles behind in the warm evening air. Light spilled out of the windows and glowed over the ground in front of them, but they were shrouded in a blanket of darkness. The door closed behind Andrew, and she turned the events over in her mind. She couldn't imagine why Charles hadn't cared, why he had not run to see Mrs. Halpert himself. It was almost as if Mrs. Fowler had been correct, and Andrew loved. "Charles," she said, turning toward him suddenly. His face was creased with exhaustion, but he perked up at her attention, giving her a kind, attentive smile. "Why did Andrew... that is to say, do you think you might..." Charles blinked back at her, waiting, but she could not bring herself to say the words aloud. "What is it you are asking, Amelia?" "Well," she said, smoothing her hair away from her face. It occurred to her that she likely looked horrifically ragged, but given her exhaustion after the events of the evening, she did not care as much as she ought. "Mrs. Fowler mentioned her belief that Andrew loves Mrs. Halpert."
but I thought it could not be true." He looked amused.
"You do not believe a man who spends as much time in a woman's presence as he did with Mrs. Halpert might grow to have feelings for her? It was my understanding that Andrew could often be found passing an evening with her."
"Yes, he could. As could I. He did take that chessboard up to her room and was there more often than not, but I didn't think he was growing an attachment to the woman. I assumed he was only attempting to alleviate her boredom."
"Trust me, Amelia. A man does not purposefully spend so much time in any woman's company unless he has feelings for her,"
Charles said, his voice dropping. Her stomach clenched, hope seeping in and quickening her pulse. "But you spent quite a lot of time with her. I thought it was you who harboured feelings for the widow." She clamped her mouth closed, dreadfully aware of how plainly she had spoken. He was quiet for a moment, his gaze piercing into her.
"I do harbour feelings for a widow, but not Mrs. Halpert."
Amelia sucked in a breath, the implications soothing her like warm summer rain. The way he looked at her, their history, his lack of feelings for Mrs. Halpert, this truly could only mean one thing. Charles was saying that he still cared for her. Her elation died swiftly. Mrs. Fowler's beliefs aside, how could Amelia act on any of these feelings? She stepped back, needing to put space between them, and shook her head.
"Amelia."
"No, Charles, it cannot be."
"But, Amelia."
"I am cursed," she said bitterly. "I have lost 3 husbands, and I could not bear to live with myself if I lost a 4th. It's not a risk I'm willing to take." Charles had such compassion in his eyes that Amelia could feel her walls crumbling, and she scrambled to keep them up. His voice was soft.
"You cannot truly believe that you are not worth the risk."
Her heart stuttered, and she paused, her mouth agape. Charles did not dispute her curse. Did that mean he was willing to risk it? You do think I am cursed, then?"
"No,"
he said at once.
"But I believe you have suffered a lot, and I would like to alleviate some of your pain, if I can."
His voice became pleading, his eyes beseeching her.
"I made a promise to myself I would never ask you for anything again. But I cannot help it. I love you, Amelia. I've loved you my entire life. No other woman can eclipse you in my eyes, and I only want the chance to love you every day for the rest of yours."
Her body hummed from the purposeful way he spoke, from the declaration he made. She felt his passion in her core and saw it blazing in his eyes. This man, this wonderful, courteous, strong man wanted to be with her. Would it be senseless to deny him because of her own fears? Charles stepped closer, his hands hanging limply by his sides. He lifted them before dropping them once more. A thin layer of space remained between them, humming with energy.
"Please be my wife, Amelia. Please put off those dreary black gowns and show the world that their words cannot cut you, that you choose your own happiness."
He knew. The truth hit her like a cold splash of water. Somehow Charles knew of the Ton's hurtful name for her, and still, it did not stop him. In fact, he knew everything, did he not? He had been around for so long, been present for so much of her life, and he'd loved her through it all. For so long she had allowed the wretched curse and her fears to drive her life, but they would have power over her no more. He was right. She could choose her own happiness. She could have what Julia and Nick shared, apparently what Andrew and Mrs. Halpert shared. She could have it all. "Charles, I'm scared." His lips turned up in a soft smile, and he nodded.
"I know, and I will not press you. The choice is yours. You only have to decide."
gazing into his dark, glimmering eyes in the late-night stillness. Amelia wanted nothing more than this man's arms around her. She wanted his protection, his smile, his laughter. She wanted to share meals with him, to spend quiet evenings in one another's company, to go for rides together. She wanted him. "Charles?"
"Yes,"
he breathed. "I love you." He was still, seemingly stunned a moment, before his hand came up and cupped the side of her face. Brushing his thumb along her cheekbone, he gazed into her eyes, his own warm and dark and full of love. Lowering his face toward hers, Charles softly pressed his lips against Amelia's, and her body erupted in sudden warmth and longing, her pulse racing. Leaning back, Charles held her gaze again, something in his eyes assuring her that they were meant to last. Charles lowered his lips to hers again, sliding his other hand around her waist and pulling her closer. Her fingers tingled, and she reached up, wrapping them around his neck and pressing them into the hair at his nape. Charles deepened the kiss, tightening his hold on her waist and lifting her slightly off the ground. She reached up on tiptoe, but her shoes barely grazed the gravel drive. Breaking the kiss, Charles lowered her and grinned, the smile etching deep creases in his cheeks.
"If that is what kissing you feels like, I think it best if we get the banns read right away. I should like to do that every single day."
Reaching up on tiptoe once more, Amelia placed a soft, slow kiss on his lips.
"I am certain we can work something out."
It was impossible to feel happier than he did in this moment, tangled in Amelia's embrace. Charles looked into her pale blue eyes, striking against the dark of night, and beaming with joy.
"There is so much to tell you,"
he murmured, cradling her face between his hands. She placed her hand over his, and he winced, drawing back on impulse. "You're hurt?" she asked, concern marring her brow.
"It is nothing."
Taking his hand gingerly in both of hers, she stepped away and angled it toward the light from the house. It was too dark to see well, but even in the dimness, his hand was clearly bruised. Looking up sharply, Amelia looked unimpressed. "You should have told me. Come, we need Andrew to look at this." She started to walk away. Using his good hand, he took hers and tugged her back toward him. He'd literally waited a lifetime to kiss Amelia. He was not going to let it end so soon. Pressing his hand against her back, he placed the other gingerly at her neck.
"Surely your brother is busy with far more important things at present."
She looked surprised, then thoughtful. How long has he loved Mrs. Halpert? I cannot believe I failed to notice. I spent so many evenings with the both of them together.
"I'm not sure. He did not confide in me, I merely made the connection. I had an inkling about Andrew's feelings, and when I went to visit Mrs. Halpert one day and noticed the chessboard, I asked if she'd like to play a game. She told me the game she and Andrew had played was interrupted and she'd like to save it. There was something about her expression when she said it that clued me in. She had feelings for him. That was when I realized it was reciprocated, though I do not know if either of them is aware of the other's feelings."
Because they are both too humble.
"Mrs. Halpert certainly is. She has been rather concerned with how she will repay the both of you for your help. I am certain she wouldn't dream of admitting to any feelings when she already feels so beholden."
"And Andrew never would either," Amelia said, frowning. "Not while she is under his care and still in mourning for her husband."
"Which, to his credit, is only fair. He could not do otherwise."
Amelia sunk into him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her temple against his broad shoulder. He closed his arms around her and rested his chin lightly against the top of her head, sighing. Andrew deserved this same happiness,
Perhaps we ought to nudge them a little.
I've been thinking that very same thing. The door opened behind them, and Amelia pulled away. Charles let her go, albeit reluctantly, and found a woman dismounting the steps, her frazzled grey hair at odds with her slim, lithe motions. "Mrs. Fowler," Amelia said, stepping forward to speak to the woman. "Forgive me for leaving you so long."
"You're quite all right, dear. I need to be getting home, though, and this nice young man is going to assist me."
A footman stepped behind her, carrying a satchel that likely belonged to this woman. He dipped his head to Amelia and Charles.
"I was going to take the gig."
"Very good, Matthew," Amelia said, with the dignity and confidence of a woman who ran her household well. She approached the woman at the base of the steps, and Charles followed her. "I cannot thank you enough. Should you ever find yourself in need of anything, please do not hesitate to call on me." Mrs. Fowler had an uncomfortably piercing gaze. She looked between Amelia and Charles, and when her eyes rested on him, he was fairly certain she looked into his soul. Reaching forward and clasping Amelia's forearm, she gave a knowing smile.
"I will, dear. Good night."
Matthew led the way to the carriage house, and Mrs. Fowler followed him, leaving Charles and Amelia in the pooled light from the open front door. "Would you like to meet little Georgina?" she asked. Something about her demeanour was relaxed, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and it made him glad. Charles followed Amelia up the steps and into the house.
"Is that what Mrs. Halpert named her baby?"
"Yes."
"For George,"
Charles said, his chest tightening. The entrance of little Georgina into Mrs. Halpert's life could not have been easy for her, not when it would make her feel so keenly the absence of George.
"Do you think she would prefer to be left alone?"
"We cannot know until we ask." They made it into the house and up the stairs, and Amelia motioned for him to wait while she opened the door and peeked inside. A muffled sound came from the room. "Mr. Fremont would like to greet the babe." More muffled sounds came, and Amelia opened the door wider, stepping away to indicate to Charles to precede her. He stepped inside, and was overcome by the picture of Mrs. Halpert, resting in bed, a satisfied smile on her face and a quiet bundle in her arms. Crossing closer to the bed, Charles took note of the curly dark hair and miniature nose, and grinned at her.
"She's beautiful."
"I think so too," Mrs. Halpert said, casting a loving smile at her sleeping baby. "She has George's scowl and his stubborn chin." Charles laughed quietly. He could certainly see the resemblance. Andrew sat in the chair opposite him and watched Mrs. Halpert in adoration.
"She is so small,"
Charles said. Andrew nodded, as though he'd been thinking the same thing. "She arrived earlier than planned, so it is natural that she is so small. But we will watch her carefully, and I do not believe we have anything to worry over. She is strong and healthy." Mrs. Halpert's cheeks pinked. "I would have mentioned the pains earlier, but I did not think they could possibly mean the birth was impending. I did not think she could come early." "But she did, and we will watch her. All will be well," Andrew said, infusing his words with meaning. "Andrew, have you looked at Charles's hand yet?" Amelia asked. "He's hurt it." Andrew looked up, confused. Drat. Charles hadn't told his friend the extent of his injury. He'd been too eager to return Howard to Falbrooke. "No," Andrew said, turning accusing eyes on Charles. "You told me it hadn't hurt. I took that to mean that you weren't injured." Charles shrugged. "It will heal." Mrs. Halpert sucked in a breath. "Gracious, Mr. Fremont, that does not look good." Andrew rose, crossing to Charles and bringing his hand closer to the fire to see it better. He was careful, but still, his prodding fingers sent a bolt of pain up Charles's hand, and he jerked on impact. Andrew cast him a mildly disapproving look. "Nothing looks broken, but this inflammation does not bode well. I shall have to keep watch on it." Amelia took a seat near Mrs. Halpert, leaning close to look at the babe. She glanced up and sent Charles a small, warm smile that made his stomach flip over with anticipation. Kissing Amelia had felt like a hot cup of tea on a brisk day, soothing, warming, and full of flavour.
When you hit the man, was your thumb—
You did what? Amelia asked, her mouth falling open. Good heavens! I think you need to explain what happened on the Tuckers' property. Charles stepped around the bed to lean against the wall opposite Amelia, while Andrew took the seat beside his sister.
We found the horses in a barn on their land, and nearly made a clean escape, but James Tucker and Paul Harris—
He paused, when Amelia looked confused.
Oh, you know him. The blonde man with the scar on his eyebrow from Melbury. He played cricket. Well, they were arguing in the front garden and caught sight of us leaving. They chased us down, but we managed to get off the Tucker property before they could waylay us.
But your hand, Amelia said. He rubbed the back of his neck with his good hand.
Paul Harris ran me down. He tried to take the horses back, and I stopped him.
With a swift uppercut to the jaw. Could have broken your fingers, Andrew cut in, facing his sister. He was a hero.
But that's just it, Charles continued, ignoring his friend's remark. This man, this Paul Harris, has been causing all sorts of trouble. When Andrew confronted James Tucker, he tried to pin everything on the Melbury man, rigging the cricket, persuading Jolly to run the betting from his inn, even organising the horse thieving. He was the brain of the operation. Evidently he owes a bloke in Plymouth a lot of blunt, and he roped James Tucker into it all.
What of Tim Tucker? Amelia asked. Charles shrugged.
James claimed that Tim's innocent. Knew about it the whole time, but wanted nothing to do with it.
Wise man, Mrs. Halpert muttered. What did James have to gain?
A cut of the profits,
Andrew said. Same reason why Jolly wouldn't give us information. They promised him a cut, too. Blasted Jolly, Amelia muttered, putting a smile on Charles's face. What will happen to them? Mrs. Halpert asked. Andrew's voice softened. We aren't sure. Boyle promised to see it through to the end and keep us informed. Sir Percival is a fair magistrate. I have faith that he will see justice done. The room was quiet, as the women seemed to absorb this information. A soft mewling broke the silence, and each head turned to look at the bundle in Mrs. Halpert's arms, as her tiny little arms flung about and stretched.
I should go,
Charles said, pushing off from the wall. Andrew stood. I will see you out. Nodding, Charles bowed to the women.
Good night, Mrs. Halpert, Mrs. Fawn.
He was inordinately excited for the moment he would be able to call her Mrs. Fremont, hopefully in the not-so-distant future. Standing, Amelia crossed toward him. Before you go, she took his good hand in hers and turned to her brother. We have some news. Andrew's eyes widened momentarily, looking down at their clasped hands. Charles has asked me to marry him, and I have agreed to do so.
Gads, man,
Andrew said, clasping Charles by the shoulder and giving him an affectionate squeeze.
You might have mentioned it earlier. Yes, well, you know now, he said sheepishly.
Andrew, seeming to settle into the idea, grinned. I am so happy for you. For both of you. As am I, Mrs. Halpert said from the bed. What a lovely way to end the loveliest day. She must be a saint, for Charles believed she meant it. On a day where she was undoubtedly battling peace from the arrival of her babe, with grief over the lack of George Halpert's presence, she was truly glad for them. Thank you, Amelia said. We are pleased. All of Greyton will be pleased by this news, Andrew said. Yes, Amelia muttered. Perhaps everyone except Hattie. Chapter 23. Amelia arranged the tiny bundle more securely in her arms, and shifted, so Georgina's delicate features were better discernible by the candlelight. Her round little nose scrunched up as the light fell over her face, wrinkles forming on her forehead. Shh, Amelia cooed, quickly shifting away from the light once more. The precious darling was nearly a fortnight old now, and though she was decidedly on the smaller side, Andrew was not overly concerned. Mrs. Halpert, or Lydia, as she had recently begged Amelia to call her, had struggled in the beginning days to feed her daughter, but Mrs. Fowler returned to Falbrooke at Amelia's request, and her assistance had proven immensely valuable. The window on the other side of Lydia's bedroom slid open, and Amelia glanced over her shoulder to where her friend stood, fastening the tie around the drapes to the side of the dark window frame. "It has cooled down some," Lydia said, padding back to the bed in thin, stockinged feet. She slipped under the blanket and pulled her dressing gown closed. "There is a heavier breeze this evening. You should feel it in a moment. Thank heavens! Georgina and I are quite ready to be rid of this horrid summer heat." She turned her attention to the sleeping babe, her voice soft as she did her best not to disturb the bundle in her arms. Lydia settled back in her bed, releasing a soft sigh. In just the 2 short weeks since giving birth, her appetite had grown exponentially, and her face was already looking fuller, a healthy glow suffusing her skin. Amelia wasn't sure if it was from Lydia's new diet or Andrew's extra attention of late, but she imagined the colour in her cheeks was partially due to a little of both. Brushing the back of her knuckles softly over Georgina's silky cheek, Amelia's heart constricted with love for the small baby, and the miracle which led to her safe arrival and her mother's restoring health. Amelia's own wedding was just a few weeks off, and hope blossomed in her chest that she may some day hold a babe of her own, warming her thoroughly. "You are such a dear," Lydia said, leaning back against her pillows. "But you needn't feel as though you must remain with me so often." Amelia shook her head. "This is no grand favour. I cannot think of a happier situation to be in than holding a new little one." "Mr. Fremont might take issue with that statement," Lydia said, with a chuckle. Well, she had a point there. Being in Charles's arms was certainly the happiest situation Amelia had found herself in of late. That was true, rivaling even the preciousness of the baby in her arms. Allowing herself to drop the guard she had secured around her heart, and making herself vulnerable to Charles had changed her life. It thrust Charles and herself into the deepest of understandings, and every moment they spent apart was increasingly difficult to bear. She felt as though she had been avoiding the possibility of love for so long that it had all built up in that time, and was releasing now in full force. A knock on the door preceded Andrew's entrance, and his hand rested on the handle, half of his body lingering in the corridor. He'd clearly grown uncomfortable being inside Lydia's room in the last fortnight, and though his timidity had been amusing to begin with, it was now simply obnoxious. He must feel something for Lydia, but avoiding the woman was no way to win her over. "Good evening, Dr. Mason." He gave a perfunctory smile. "Mrs. Halpert." Turning his attention to Amelia, he lifted his eyebrows. "I was hoping to entice you to play a round of chess with me." "No, I thank you. As you can see, my hands are more enjoyably occupied at present." His gaze dropped to her arms, his smile softening. An idea formed in Amelia's mind. But perhaps Lydia might take an interest in playing. "No," he said, stepping back slightly and shaking his head. "I wouldn't wish to be a bother." "It would be no bother, Dr. Mason," Lydia said, a measure of hope in her voice. Amelia glanced to her brother. How could he not see how clearly Lydia Halpert cared for him? And gracious, what was holding him back? Perhaps it was a family trait, a dratted apprehension that ran through their blood. After all, she knew a thing or two about refusing what was clearly in front of her. For another embarrassing moment, it seemed Andrew intended to put Lydia off, but then he nodded. "I'll fetch the chessboard and return shortly." The door closed behind him, and Lydia let out a soft sigh. "Do you think I have done something to offend your brother? We passed many evenings with chess while I was his patient, but now—" "You would need to ask him. I'm afraid Andrew does not confide in me about these things. But I do wonder if perhaps he is doing his best to respect you." She looked startled at this. "He's been nothing but respectful." "I do not mean in the typical way. I mean that he might not wish to make you feel uncomfortable with his attention while you grieve for your George. Understanding lit Lydia's eyes, and they widened. You believe, then, your brother, that he might care for me in a particular way? Amelia knew instant regret. She should not have spoken of something which had not been confirmed to her. It is merely my own assumptions, of course. Nothing Andrew has said to me has indicated— Indicated what? He asked, standing in the doorway, confusion creasing lines on his brow. The room sat in thick, uncomfortable silence until it was broken by Georgina's muffled sounds. Perhaps I should walk a bit, Amelia said, rocking the baby in her arms as she rose. She shot her brother a significant look that he clearly did not accurately interpret as she stepped into the corridor. She held her breath until noticing that Andrew had stepped further into the bedchamber. Sighing, Amelia moved away to grant them privacy. She could do nothing but hope Lydia or Andrew would share how they felt. Do you think your mamma will pluck up the courage to share her heart again? Amelia asked the sleeping babe. I do hope she will. I should like for you to call me Auntie. Georgina's body scrunched, her small back arching as her arms lifted in a stretch. She yawned, her eyes blinking open and resting on Amelia's face. Shall we keep quiet for a few minutes longer? Georgina had other plans. She opened her mouth, her eyes squinting closed, and delivered a wail that was certain to alert every member of the household of her hunger. Amelia obediently trekked back to Lydia's chamber and opened the door, Georgina making their return known immediately. I shall leave you, Andrew said, stepping away from the foot of Lydia's bed and passing his sister, fighting a grin on his lips. Doing her best to be mindful of Georgina's hunger and Lydia's privacy, Amelia bit her tongue and refrained from launching into an investigation the moment her brother closed the door behind himself. She returned Georgina to her mother's arms and stepped back. I shall leave you as well. Lydia nodded, though I do hope you will wish us glad before you go. Oh? In what way? Amelia asked, her heart hammering in her chest with hope. Georgina immediately quieted as her mother situated her to eat. In truth, there is no announcement at present, but I believe there could be some day. This was growing all the more confusing. Lowering herself onto the chair at Lydia's bedside, Amelia forced herself to remain patient. Your brother admitted that he cares for me, she said simply, a sweet smile on her face. I cannot help but admit that I feel similarly. I've agreed to allow him to court me once I'm through with this confinement. And what of George? Amelia asked, her voice hardly above a whisper. Lydia's smile was tender. I will always love him. Amelia nodded. The women shared a look, understanding passing between them. Lydia was not ready for marriage yet, but she knew she would be, and Andrew was a kind, patient man. Yes, Georgina would become her niece eventually. Amelia was most certain of it. Andrew was speaking quietly to someone in his study when Amelia knocked on the door a short quarter-hour later. She opened the door to find Charles seated in the chair opposite Andrew, and her heart flipped over in her chest. What are you doing here? She asked, breathless. Charles rose, bowing softly before he crossed the room and took her hand. I came to ask Andrew if he was interested in playing chess. I already informed him that the board is currently upstairs and unavailable for a time, Andrew said. That is all? Chess? Amelia asked. You could not convince your valet to play? Charles's lips tipped into a smile, and he squeezed her fingers. I suppose I could have, but then I would have lacked a good excuse to visit your house. A laugh bubbled from her chest, and Amelia stepped closer, inhaling his familiar musky scent. Have you decided where you are to live? Andrew asked from behind his desk, garnering the couple's attention. Amelia glanced over sharply. They hadn't discussed this yet. Charles led her toward the chairs and helped her sit, taking the seat beside her.
I would be happy anywhere.
But surely your grandmother does not want Sheffield House empty, Amelia said. Charles would not inherit the estate until his grandmother died, but she had moved to Camden Cove with Mabel last summer, and the whole family considered the house Charles's already.
I can speak to her about it. I'm not certain she cares.
Amelia held his soft blue eyes. She had imagined their life at Falbrooke Court, with its high ceilings, well-lit rooms, and plenty of space. She was not attached to the house itself, except that she appreciated the aesthetic, and had worked to turn it into a lovely home, redecorating it to her tastes. But if Andrew was to offer for Lydia, they would need a home, and Charles and Amelia certainly did not need two. "What do you think about taking up residence at Sheffield House?" Amelia asked.
Charles's eyebrows rose. "If that is what you wish."
"Well, I have reason to suspect that Andrew will need a place soon, and Falbrooke is as good as any."
Andrew coughed. "I intended to secure a cottage. I don't need—"
"We certainly don't need two estates. Do not argue, Andrew. Simply express your undying gratitude toward your most wonderful sister."
Andrew smiled warmly, despite Amelia's teasing. "I do wonder if you will force me into matrimony next."
It was Amelia's turn to raise her eyebrows. "After the scene upstairs, I should think you would enter into that arrangement on your own." Andrew's cheeks pinked, and he glanced between Charles and Amelia.
Clearing his throat, he said, "Lydia told you, then?"
Lydia? He called her by her Christian name. Amelia could cheer, she was so happy. Outwardly, however, she remained composed. "Only that you have entered into a courtship. I am merely assuming it will not end with anything other than matrimony."
"I should hope not," Andrew muttered, a smile spreading over his lips. "What happy news," Charles said. "I'm glad to hear it."
Andrew rubbed his jaw.
"Thank you. I believe it will be a slow journey, but I am willing to be patient. And first I must find somewhere for Lydia to complete the remainder of her confinement, for I cannot court a woman who is under my protection."
Amelia hadn't thought of that, but Andrew was correct. It wouldn't be proper. "Leave it to me," she said. "I am certain between Hattie and Julia, one of them would be more than happy to have a guest for a few months."
"You have a lot of faith in my ability to court successfully."
Amelia shook her head. "No, I simply have faith that when two people care for one another, it all comes out right in the end." Charles reached across the space between their chairs and took her hand in his large, warm fingers closing around hers.
"When you brought me a patient, Charles, I hadn't expected to fall in love," Andrew said, somewhat awed. "How unexpected."
Amelia glanced at the chestnut-haired gentleman beside her, handsome in his navy superfine coat and bronze waistcoat. She did not delight in surprises either, rather preferring to be in constant awareness of everything that went on around her, to have control. But Charles had fought that comfort when he broke into her perfectly situated life and upended everything. Loving her with all of his oversized, golden heart, he had taught her that not everything needed to fit into the molds she thought they ought. Squeezing Charles's fingers, she turned back to Andrew. "Sometimes the unexpected turns out to be the greatest blessings of our lives." Epilogue. Amelia hadn't been away from Charles since the wedding a month prior, but she had agreed to travel to Camden Court with Hattie, Julia, and little Olivia, and she would not have missed this trip for the world. Though she felt the absence of her husband keenly, and already found herself eager to return to him at Sheffield House. The women had spent the better part of 2 hours deep in conversation, learning what they could of each other's lives since last being together, and then decided a gentle walk down to the cove was in order. Stepping onto the beach, Amelia removed her shoes and allowed the sand to run between her toes, warmed from the sun and soothing her feet. A cold, salty breeze ruffled her hair, drawing a loose lock over her face, and she tucked it behind her ear. The soft green muslin gown was one of many that she'd ordered to replace her entirely black wardrobe. and she found herself enjoying the ability to choose a new colour each day. The black gowns had reflected the state of her heart in their dreary monotony, and it was not until Charles had brought light into her life and eased her into the world of colour once more that she truly felt the difference her clothing could make. Sometimes it was difficult to see how bleak things had truly become when one was in the midst of the darkness. "What news have you of the horse thieves?" Mabel asked, pulling her from her musings.
Hattie's nose scrunched up. "Father says they're still awaiting the assizes at Exeter Jail. I think they should get used to their cells, for surely they won't leave them again."
"Unless they are put on a ship," Amelia said. "You think they will be transported?"
Hattie shrugged. "We cannot know until they stand trial, but that is certainly a possibility."
Julia smacked her lips together, swaying slightly, as her hand rested on the back of little Olivia, wrapped in a blanket and snuggled close to her mamma's chest. She brightened, turning to face Amelia. "What is this I hear about an engagement between Mrs. Halpert and your brother?" Amelia looked up sharply. "I've not heard. Was something said?" Julia looked stricken. Lydia had moved into Halstead Manor to remain with Julia after Andrew had declared his feelings for her. "Perhaps I should not have said anything."
"No, you mustn't cease now,"
Hattie said, bouncing on her toes.
"I wish to know too."
"But it is not my secret to share," Julia said. The women quieted to the sound of crashing waves just yards ahead of them. Mabel rested a hand on her round belly. "Then you mustn't tell us. I'll await a letter with the news."
"But,"
Hattie said, drawing the word out,
"if it is true, then Amelia, you must tell your brother how happy we are for them both."
"I will say that is entirely appropriate," Julia said, before closing her mouth once more. Amelia had recently discussed with Andrew the growing relationship between Lydia and himself, and he shared his plan to propose marriage as soon as she had put off mourning. Perhaps they'd had that conversation a few weeks early. Regardless of when it occurred, though, she was quite happy for the pair of them. They both deserved this contentedness. "Oh dear," Mabel said, mock concern on her brow. "If Dr. Mason is to marry Mrs. Halpert, and Amelia has already married Charles, are there any red-headed men left in Greyton for Hattie?" The women laughed, but Hattie's face fell into a dry smile.
"You might recall that I have long since given up the notion that my fox has red hair."
Amelia grinned. "Nonetheless, I am sorry for stealing one of your foxes."
"Don't be," Hattie said flippantly. "My fox is out there somewhere, and I will find him. Just you wait."
"Of course he is, and I cannot wait to see just what colour of hair he does have."
"Neither can I," Hattie said. "Now, if you will excuse me, I should like to see if I can find a crab."
"Oh, I will join you," Julia said, following Hattie toward the shallow pools at the end of the cove. Mabel turned her attention to the ocean, a satisfied smile on her lips and contentment in her eyes. "Who would have thought, after all these years, that you and Charles would marry?" "Not I, certainly," Amelia said. Mabel shot her a glance. "Nor I. And I was sorry to have missed the wedding." "Charles does not fault you for it, May. We did not expect you to travel in your condition." She sighed, her hands absently rubbing her belly. "Still, I would have liked to watch the miracle take place." Their friends laughed, drawing their attention toward the shallow rock pools and Hattie bending over the water. Turning toward her, Mabel held her gaze. "But it is love between you, yes?" Startled, Amelia lost the ability to speak. She regained her equilibrium as a wave crashed before them and unfurled along the smooth, wet sand, pausing just a few feet ahead of where they stood. "Of course it is love. After what I endured, do you think I would agree to marry for anything less?" "No, but I did need to ask anyway. It was just such a shock receiving your letter, learning that your heart had altered toward him." "Well, my heart did alter. I do love him. And after all these years." Mabel shook her head, as though it was difficult for her to understand. But Amelia could not blame her. It had been difficult for Amelia to understand, and she was the one who had fallen in love. She turned to face her friend, infusing in her voice as much steadiness as she was able. If I had married Charles 8 years ago, we would not have been happy. It would not have worked. I could hardly give him the time of day or even suffer a simple dance with the man. Not to his fault, of course, but to my own foolishness. I was too annoyed by his overwhelming attention to see anything good in him. I was willfully ignorant of all his fine attributes and his kindness. Mabel's mouth pinched.
He was rather persistent.
Yes, Amelia smiled, despite herself. And the woman I was then, no, the child, would not have appreciated him, or understood his character. I would have been miserable with him and made him unhappy in turn, but now, well, I am not the woman I was 8 years ago. I certainly had a lot of growing up to do. Mabel nodded. He's changed into a man you could love. No, Amelia said, with more force than she intended. Charles has not changed at all. I had to grow to see his worth. He has always deserved a wife who would love him unconditionally, and I could not give him that, not when I was frustrated with his cloying attention or misjudging his character. He has not altered, May. I have. I have changed, grown and matured into a woman who could appreciate the kind, generous man he is, and love him for it.
And you do,
Mabel said, lines creasing her forehead as she nodded slowly.
You really do love him.
Emotion welled in Amelia's eyes as she nodded. Yes. It has taken me long enough to see the amazing man that he is, and I thank the heavens Charles was patient enough to wait for me. Mabel pulled her friend in for an embrace.
You were worth the wait, Amelia.
Funny, she said, a wry chuckle escaping her lips. Charles says that exact same thing.
A note from the author. Mrs. Halpert suffered from a condition that was unnamed during the Regency era, but came to be known as hyperemesis gravidarum, HG. Until the late 1800s, there was nothing the medical world believed they could do to help the women who suffered from HG, and unfortunately, many women with the condition failed to survive their pregnancy. Charlotte Brontë is commonly thought to have died from the condition. As was the case with our Dr. Mason, there was a general loss of what to do to help these women within the medical field at this time. And while bread is treated as a bit of a magic fix in the story, it is true that consuming small portions of basic bland carbs and as many fluids as possible really could have made a world of difference for these women. Symptoms of HG generally include, but are not limited to, excessive vomiting, fatigue, fainting, and weight loss during pregnancy. The treatments that helped Mrs. Halpert are similar to what is prescribed today, such as a bland diet, protein, ginger, and fluids. Though today we have the added benefit of anti-nausea medication and IVs, wouldn't those have been a great help to Mrs. Halpert? The wonderfully consistent aspect of HG, which benefited Mrs. Halpert, is that often these symptoms subside once the baby is out of the body and the pregnancy is over. As someone who suffered from hyperemesis gravidarum during my pregnancies, I am immensely grateful for modern medicine and equally aware of how different each experience can be within this condition. Mrs. Halpert's experience is entirely fictional, but is based on my knowledge, research, and experience with HG. Many women with HG have had different experiences.